Hey, what's going on?
Yeah.
Boo. Yeah, here we are. Surprise.
Today's Friday.
It's Friday. It's Friday the 13th.
Yep. And we're going to party with you and bring you into the weekend. We're not going out tonight. We're going to go out tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is me and Jen's anniversary.
That's right.
It's wedding anniversary. So we're going to make all kinds of money tonight.
Don't get your hopes up, Tom.
Yeah, you like that? Yeah, you like how I did that? And tomorrow we're going to go down to the fucking steakhouse and get us some steak.
And some cocktails.
For our wedding anniversary.
Yeah. Even though here's the thing. Because we're like, yeah, we've been together since 2011.
Yeah.
But we only, officially got married last year.
Yeah.
On September 14th. So it's kind of, it's a big deal. We should, you know what I mean?
It's like the first wedding anniversary.
It is, yeah. Which is kind of funny, like I said.
Yeah, because
But,
we should have been through 2 or 3 divorces by now if you go by the national average. Yeah.
We've done pretty good for ourselves, I think.
Yeah. Might have been because we weren't married. Who knows?
I don't know. Because to be honest, I think for a long time... I don't know. I kind of feel like you thought the dynamic would change, but I don't really think it has. I don't really think it has.
I think after you wait 5 or 6 years, it's not going to change.
Yeah,
it's going to be about the same.
Mm-hmm.
If you got married soon, it would though.
Yeah, because I feel like you don't know each other that well yet.
The relationship changes anyway in the first 4 or 5 years, 6 years anyway.
Yeah.
Whether you're married or not.
Yeah.
And if you're married during that change, you may not like it.
True.
All right. So, I wouldn't get married right away. That's not I didn't do it. Well, no, I did it once and regretted it. But at the time, I couldn't see any reason not to get married.
Yeah.
You know?
I did it. I did it like that too. Like I didn't know him that long.
Yeah.
And we were married for 14 years. So
yeah, so it was okay. That's a good run.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't really see any reason why. Everything it seemed to be a bonus for me. I was like, yeah, this will work out. But you're young.
True. But so I'm excited. I think it'll be cool. So that's why I made the thumbnail, because I was like, oh, it's Friday the 13th today, so we got to put Jason Voorhees in there. But it's also our wedding anniversary tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna combine those two things.
Yeah.
And I just laughed and laughed when that came up on the AI generator. But yeah, so it's Friday night. It's my favorite show of the week. So we're just gonna talk about bullshit. Probably get super, super drunk.
We're drinking rum and root beer.
Rum and root beer.
Yeah. Which actually works out pretty good. It's good shit.
It is very good. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. We got everybody in the comment sections. Everybody's showing up. Tammy's there.
Yeah, Tammy said yesterday was the Hubs and my anniversary. 11 years. Dated 3 years before that. Also, congratulations.
Yep. Congratulations.
It's all going around.
Zach's here. What's up, Zach?
Yeah, everybody's here.
Read some comments, Jen.
Let me see. Zach says 13 o'clock podcast. 13 o'clock is streaming on Greasy 13th on their 13th year together. Inception sound. Yeah. Yeah, because we have been together 13 years. Mm-hmm. We got together in the summer of 2011. Although we knew each other for about a year and a half before that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Before we were officially a couple. We was just buddies before that. But I think I met you in 2009, I want to say.
Maybe 2008.
It was either 2009 or 2010.
Early 2009, probably.
It might have been. I'd have to go back through. I don't even remember exactly when it was. Because I used to see you all the time at the club before I met you. You know what I mean?
Because I think the first time I saw you, I was still hanging out with Ashley.
I don't know who that is.
Ashley Love, little blonde.
I don't know who that is.
I got pictures of her. I'll show you.
I'd probably remember her if I saw a picture of her.
Yeah, you saw a picture of her. She after we stopped hanging out, she left. She goes, really, she was only hanging out there because of me. She wasn't in the scene, really.
I see.
Yeah.
I might remember her, but like I said, it was a long time ago.
That would have been, if it was in 2009, then I was hanging out with Ashley then.
Yeah, so, I'm pretty sure it was 2009.
And I think I did see you and your husband there. around that time.
Yeah.
You just didn't know me that well, so she didn't stick with you.
Right. I mean, yeah, because we, my husband and I had actually, prior to that, you know, from the late 90s, early 2000s, we usually went to the castle. But then after that kind of became too far to drive, like, we started going to Ibar more.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that was when I first started seeing you. But Ben says they say the first year of marriage is the hardest. I didn't find that to be the case. My first marriage. I don't know. None of it was really hard. It was just like, as it went on, like after 11, 12 years, I started getting kind of, I don't know, not really drifting apart, but just kind of like, I don't know if I'm down with this anymore. You know what I mean? It was that kind of thing. Like, nothing horribly egregious happened. It was just kind of like, it's like, I just wasn't into it anymore, kind of.
Patrick just wished us a happy anniversary.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I know, I'm happy. I'm excited about tomorrow. We're going to go get some fucking steaks and some booze. And then tomorrow night, we're going to go to Barbarella in its new location.
The new location.
This is the first Saturday at their new location in Winter Park. I haven't seen it. It's called the Axe Trap because they do axe throwing. Like it's a bar, like it's a cocktail lounge. But they have a thing in the back where you can throw axes at the wall for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd want to mix that with alcohol.
That's what I was
Somebody
wondering.
start fighting and grab that damn axe.
I know, it's like, that seems like a recipe for disaster, doesn't it? But, but yeah, so they're, what we've heard is that the place was not, it's a big place. I was surprised. Like, I saw pictures of it and I was like, holy shit, that place is enormous. And, I guess that it wasn't doing too well. So when John, the guy that owns Barbarella, like went in there and said, hey, you know, can I have Saturday nights here or something like that? They were like, yeah, sure. And I think that place is going to take the bar. So their Barbarella is going to start charging a cover.
Yeah.
But I think eventually what I heard was that John wants to buy the place out eventually. But we'll see how that goes. But it seems like a cool place. You know, it just, we'll see what the vibe of it is like. I mean,
it looked like a steakhouse to me. It looked like a nice restaurant on the inside. That's what it looked like.
Well, considering we've been going to the place that's like one end of like a pickleball warehouse.
Yeah. Just
you know
squint,
what I mean?
Though you can't tell it's in a warehouse.
Yeah, you can't really tell.
Yeah. So, what else has been going on? Fucking Jen scared the shit out of me fucking the other night. Tell this story.
Oh, this was funny.
She wakes me up in the middle of the night going, the door's open. I was like, what? I jumped up.
I didn't wake you up. I just said it. I was asleep.
It woke me up, though.
I know, but I'm just saying that I didn't wake you up on purpose.
Yeah.
Is what I'm saying.
She went, the door's open, and I fucking jumped up out of bed. It's like, what? I started fucking grabbing my AR and shit. It's open. What are you talking about? She goes, no. And I was like, what? She goes, I was dreaming. And I was like,
I didn't realize that I said something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Fucking scared the shit out of me. My fucking heart fucking jumped out of my fucking chest. I thought she said that somebody opened the door is what she meant.
Yeah.
Somebody opened the door and came in into the house.
Which that's understandable.
Yeah, that's the first thing that came to mind. I thought she was saying that somebody opened the door downstairs.
I can imagine how creepy that would be, because that would be really creepy if I was like half awake and you said the door is open. You know what I mean? Like that like creeps me out thinking about it. So I didn't mean to do that. But what happened
first? And that was waking me up. You went, the door's open. I was like, what?
And I told him, and he was like freaking out. I'm like, oh shit, no. I was having a nightmare. And so I told him what the nightmare was. I said, in the dream, I was with my family, like not my real family. I don't know what the fuck they were. They were just like dream extras. And we were going into this house, again, not any house that I know of. We were coming back from the grocery store or some shit like that. And I was like in the front, and as we were coming up the driveway, I somehow knew that the front door was going to be cracked open and like that there was somebody in the house. You know what I mean? So I kind of like went really, really slowly, and I'm just like looking like that. And then I see like the door is cracked open, and I was like freaking out, and I turned to my family members, and I was trying to tell them the door is open, like to warn them. But for some reason I couldn't talk. I have that a lot in my dreams where I'm trying to tell somebody something, or I'm trying to warn them and I can't talk. Like no sound comes out. And that's what I was doing. So I was actually surprised that I said something out loud, because in the dream I was like trying to say that the door was open, but I felt like no sound was coming out. So, but he told me that I said it out loud. But he said, well, you were mumbling before that, which is what woke me up. But then you've said very clearly, the door is open. I was like, no, I was dreaming that there was a door, a house was open.
Yeah.
And that there was somebody in there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it scared me. It scared me almost as much as the time when she woke me up and said that somebody was ringing the doorbell.
Well, they were.
Yeah. That was a weird time we were having.
I didn't mean to scare you, but absolutely the doorbell was ringing at 4 o'clock in the morning.
We had some poltergeist stuff that was happening. Televisions kept turning on at night. What else was happening? Garage door opened up on its own.
Well, that back door to the back patio,
door opened
with the deadbolt in.
With the deadbolt still engaged, and it opened.
Oh, we got a super chat.
Yeah, what do you say?
Thank you very much, Zach.
Is that Zach?
Very nice super chat. You guys will like this. I spent most of Monday hanging out with what I thought was a stray cat. I was considering adopting hardcore. Turns out she was our upstairs neighbor's cat. Aww.
Yeah, cats have more than one house sometimes.
They're like, ooh, we're just going where the best food is.
Going to his next house, yeah.
That's why we don't let our kitties like that.
Yeah.
Our kitties have been a little bit... Well, Tom has been kind of sick. I've been slightly sick, but my immune system is really impenetrable usually. Mostly impenetrable. So I don't usually get all that sick. I just had like a mild cough. But both Pookie and Bambi got kind of sick. Bambi, as a matter of fact, this was like, oh, we got another super chat. Thank you very much, Cady. Happy anniversary from Cat and Pat. We're excited to come down to Florida in November.
Okay, yeah.
Sweet, yeah.
Just hit us up. We'll meet you.
Yeah, come on down.
Yeah.
As they used to say on the
Come to the club next time.
Yeah. But I got up in the middle of the night. It was 5 in the morning because I had to go to the bathroom. And on my bathroom floor, I see some dark smears. And I'm like, uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
So I turn the light on, and it's poop.
Yeah.
By the litter box. So it looks like what I thought happened was Bambi was like in the litter box pooping, and like maybe she lightning or she jumped out because Pookie's done that before. Like lightning scared her and she like jumped out. You know what I mean? And like pooped on the floor. So I thought that's what happened. So I was like, well, shit. So I cleaned it up and everything, and then I was like, okay, whatever. So then the next morning I went and I was putting some food out for Bambi, and usually she comes running like right away, and I was like, I wonder where she is. And then finally she came running, and there was like something hanging out of her butt. Yeah. Like a string?
I didn't see it. I didn't see it.
Thankfully, it wasn't like dragging on the carpet, because otherwise there would be little poop trails like all over the house. But it was kind of like, I don't know if it was a string or if it was like a weird, because it almost kind of looked like matted hair.
Might have been
in a long...
Might have been the plastic
tube.
The hair that comes out of your wigs.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe she's been eating that.
Yeah.
Because Lord knows Pookie will chew on and eat pretty much anything.
Yeah.
So I'm like, what is this thing like hanging out of your butt? So like a trooper, I just, get like some, disinfectant wipes and just kind of gently pulled it out of her butt. And she didn't seem upset or anything like that. But then like for the rest of the day, she retired under our bed and would not come out all day.
She was sick.
And she was just, we kept looking under there, like, at the flashlight, and she was just like, And she was, like, looking like that. She wouldn't come out to eat. She wouldn't come out, nothing. And she never does that. I mean, usually she is crawling up my ass, like, all day long. She's, like, follows me around everywhere I go. She's, like, plopping all over, just like, hey, pet me. And she, she always comes out to eat and stuff, and she didn't. So she was not feeling good. And actually, the middle of the night, the other night, too, like, I woke up because Pookie was, like, coughing. But they both seem all right now. So I don't know if they got what we have. I guess it can transfer to cats. But they both are back to normal now.
Pookie was coughing.
Yeah, she was like...
Yeah.
So I thought she was throwing up, but she wasn't. Ooh, we got another
more
one.
of them. That's right, people. Keep that shit rolling. It's anniversary time. It's anniversary.
Right. We're not trying to...
Anniversary money.
We're not trying to fucking...
You guys are paying for the steak I got to buy tomorrow.
And the boobies.
Gonna go to Longhorn.
Yeah, we always got. There's a close by Longhorn, and it's like the people that work there are really nice.
Yeah.
I always get that filet mignon that's like super rare.
And I get that big old fucking steak.
See, I can't eat all that. The Longhorn. It's good, but I can't eat all that at one time. I have to get like the little.
You're gonna spend $50, man, for a steak now. Just the way it is.
Well, yeah. I kind of want a Bloody Mary too. I wonder if they have Bloody Mary.
Get what you want. I think I'm gonna get a mojito.
I don't know. I'll see how I feel tomorrow.
It's gonna be daytime. So
yeah, we're gonna go like for lunch or something. We're not going for dinner.
Yeah.
But yeah, Ben gave us a super chat. Also, happy anniversary. My jockster once knocked his poop out of the litter box and scooted it around trying to get it back in. It ended up on the kitchen floor. Aw, that's so...
The boxer did that?
What? Yeah.
You said boxer or cat?
Jockster.
A jockser, okay.
The name of the cat.
Name of the cat, okay.
That's so cute, though. It's like, oh no, and tried to put it back in and couldn't do it. Because, that's terrible.
Damn.
Well, I wasn't mad because it was gross, but I was just kind of like, oh, well, she probably just, like, got scared of it. Because sometimes Pookie will, like, come in and, like, look at her in the litter box, like, you know what I mean? So they fuck with each other, like, in the litter box.
Yeah.
So I thought maybe she'd made her... And actually, I scared Pookie out of the litter box one time because I went in the bathroom in the middle of the night. It's like 3 or 4 in the morning because I got up and I had to pee. And I don't turn the lights on because why, you know? And she was in the litter box and I didn't know. And the litter box is, like, right next to my toilet, like, in my bathroom. So it's like she was in there and, like, I went in there to pee and she was like, ah! And she, like, jumped out the litter box and went tearing down the hall. And I was like, oh, I'm sorry.
As you guys can see, Jen remembered to cut her bangs. Look how fucking cute she looks with the high bangs. I always forget.
I do too.
I forget that.
I colored it too because I felt I was getting a little gray.
A little gray, yeah.
Little gray.
Yeah. I forget how good you look with little bangs. Little high bangs.
I just keep forgetting to cut them. That's all.
More money. That's it. Thank you very much, David.
Oh, thank you very much, David.
Keep that shit. Keep that flash bulbs rolling.
Halloween is soon to be upon us. I bought 200 full-size bars for the kids. I go hardcore for it.
Okay.
I reward the kids with homemade costumes and spirit. That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Because it's always good. It's like, I don't know. I have a thing where I don't really like just the store-bought ones. Yeah. Like, I know that, if you just have some party, you don't have that a lot of time and stuff, like, that's acceptable. But I always kind of feel like you should kind of make your own shit. You know what I mean? You don't got to sew it or nothing like that, but you could just, like, assemble it from things you find yourself. It's, like, always a lot more fun to do that, I think.
Yeah, but that, thinking about that time you told me that the doorbell was ringing, that was wild. I wasn't on test at that time, so I felt fear more. She fucking scared the shit out of me. Somebody's ringing the doorbell.
Well, I was fucking scared too.
I was like, what?
I thought it was a person. I'm like, who the fuck is ringing? If somebody's ringing the doorbell at 4 in the morning, there's nothing good is coming from that. Okay.
And I went, you sure? He goes, yeah, I heard it rang twice.
Yeah, if I hadn't heard it again, I wouldn't have woke you up because I would have thought, oh, well, maybe I did just imagine it.
Yeah.
But because it woke me up the first time, and I was like, that's the fucking doorbell. And then I laid there.
Yeah.
And I was like, did I hear the doorbell? And then it rang again, and I was wide awake, and I was like, okay, I'm waking Tom up.
Yeah, so I keep that Walther right next to the bed. I grabbed that fucking Walther and went.
Because I thought somebody was. I didn't think it was a ghost or nothing. I thought it was a person.
Real slowly up to the back of that door, and I was. It didn't ring again, and then I started to kind of like circle around the door so I could look outside the front of the window, see if somebody was standing out front of the door, and there was nobody standing there.
Yeah, we're like peeking around because it's like the doors at the old house were like glass panes in the middle, so I was like, I don't want to like shoot.
I didn't want to get in front of the door because they wouldn't be shooting me through the glass.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
And I was expecting to see maybe some cops there. You know what I mean? Because usually only cops would ring the doorbell at 4 o'clock.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe
to tell you that somebody was dead.
Yeah.
Or something, or to warn you that maybe somebody was trying to get in your house, that kind of shit. But there was nobody there. Nobody there. And then I opened up that door. I was fucking ready for somebody to jump on me too. I had that fucking 40 ready, and I opened it up like that, and nobody came at me. And I looked at the doorbell, and the light was on inside the doorbell, which meant that the doorbell was functioning. I didn't fucking touch it though. And I didn't see anything on that doorbell. I didn't know lizards, and lizards don't run around at night anyway.
No, they don't. They sleep.
And I was like, what the fuck was that all about? And remember the garage door had opened up about the week before.
You know what? No, this is how I remember it. I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I thought that happened the same night.
No, it wasn't the same night.
Oh, no, maybe it wasn't. Because, the garage door opened.
Opened first, yeah.
And then we went out to, because in the old house...
Yeah.
The garage door, the door from the house to the garage was in the laundry room.
Yeah.
Which was off the kitchen.
Yeah, and you could come out there.
And so the garage door, the big garage door, opened by itself. And at first I didn't think anything of it because, it's just it's on the clicker thing and it's sometimes the frequencies cross and somebody else has the same one and their garage door opener opens yours. So I thought that's what it was. But then when we went out to check on it or close it, the door from the house to the garage opened inward by itself, which is impossible. It never. I mean, you couldn't even keep it open. You had to pry it. You had to
and then
bolster it
some
open.
Days before that, I woke up in the morning and found Beijing looking at the back door in the wind, looking at me like, why is that open? And I look and the back door was open, and it's a double door. Okay. And the back door was wide open, and the deadbolt was still engaged. And it hadn't been open for very long.
Yeah.
That was we were having paranormal stuff happening because
it was just funny that Beijing was just sitting there in the middle, like looking
at me like that's not supposed to be open.
Like, what
and you see the and it was hot outside, and the air conditioning was on, and it didn't have any heat. It wasn't hot in the house, so it hadn't been open long. And that was happening during the time we were writing Mammoth Mountain Poltergeist, and I was talking about that a lot.
Yeah, like that really.
Stuff started happening again, and it was weird. It was weird. And it was after that the fucking remote fucking got thrown, right? When we had
I thought the remote was the first thing that happened.
See how I told you that when this shit happens, you lose track of what the order is?
Well, no, I'm pretty sure that was the first thing that happened because I hadn't seen anything like that before that. And I was just kind of like, oh, this is what you were talking about all that time. And then after that, because you got so freaked out by then all that other shit started happening.
We used to wake up in the middle of the night, and the TV in our bedroom would be on. Just a blank screen.
Or the one in the living room.
The one in the living room.
The one in the living room came on more.
Yeah.
Which is weird because we hardly ever watched that one.
Yeah, and it would just be on a screensaver.
Yeah.
It was some weird shit.
It was pretty weird. Talking about Halloween costumes, David says, I had a girl come to my house as the Little Mermaid in a kiddie pool last year. Oh my god, that's so awesome. It's like I gave her 10 king-size bars and her dad a beer for pulling her wagon/pool around.
Did you tell her about our Little Mermaid?
That's so cute. Oh yeah, we forgot to bring Ariel in. Should we also take her out for our anniversary?
Yeah, we'll take her out for that. People will look at me, what the fuck?
She can sit next to me in the booth.
Bringing that high-end sex robot.
That would be super.
That's fucking funny.
We would go viral. We'd be all over the internet. Like, what the fuck are these people doing? And we'll just talk to her like she's a real person. We'll be feeding her meat.
Put a drink in her hand.
Yeah.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's. You're carrying that thing around.
Right, yeah. Weekend at Ariel's.
Yeah. Her fucking stripper shoes falling off wherever you fucking take her hair. Her fucking wig falling off.
It's like, she's just drunk. It's fine.
Yeah.
We can't take her anywhere. She always does this kind of stuff. But yeah. All right, I might need another drink, actually.
Drink that up.
Well, I'm trying.
It's still cold, isn't it?
It's coldish.
All right.
It's coldish. Like I said, I didn't...
Because it's hard to mix when you don't quite know how much vodka I put in there, or rum I put in there.
Just wing it,
Bring it
man.
down a little bit. Bring it down a little bit more.
Just wing it. I'm not concerned. I'm not going anywhere.
Okay. I'll make you one.
I'm not going anywhere. CB said Jenny is always hot as fuck.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you to say. Yeah, it's like I said, I always do kind of forget to do the bang stuff. But I don't know why I do. It's just like it only takes like fucking 2 minutes, but... and I can absolutely never get them fucking straight, ever. I don't think I've ever got them straight. I don't know how it happens. Sometimes I cut them, and they look completely straight, and I'm just like, yes! Then, like, I take a shower, and I comb it and stuff like that, and it's all fucked up again. I'm like, how the fuck did that happen? I don't understand. I don't understand. I can't do anything right. But yeah, I don't know. I'm as soon as it's like September 1st, I'm already like thinking about Halloween, man. And I still haven't decided what costume I'm gonna do. I have two options. One is like the lower cost option, which I might have to do if I can't afford to get like a more expensive one. And one is like the higher cost option. Thank you. But and it sucks because like my sister is coming down in mid-October, and she's going to the Disney Halloween thing, which actually me and her have been to like the last couple years. And I was gonna go, but I didn't have enough money to get tickets, and the 2 days that she's going are sold out. But she's like, well, keep checking because sometimes they add more. So I'll check and see. But like I said, I don't know. She'll be here for a week, so I don't know. But their Halloween is like really, really fun. Like and then last year, all of my siblings went. Like we went to the Halloween thing last year, and it was like super, super fun. That's when we went on the Tron roller coaster that first time, and all of that. They had been on it before because they have like annual passes, so they go all the time. But I hadn't been on it.
What's up, Oracle? How you been?
Yeah, everybody's here.
Everybody's here.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, Phantom. I heard about that case too. It's like I just saw a true crime case of a husband drugging his wife for years and allowing 72 dudes to have sex with her while she was out.
Jim was telling me about that.
And she contracted STDs. Yeah, I think it was in France.
It's France.
They just caught him.
Man.
And she was older. Like, he'd been doing it for years and years.
She was catching STDs and everything and not knowing why.
Yeah, not knowing why. Can you imagine?
Mm.
What kind of fucked up... What is going through that dude's head, if anything?
He had some kind of fetish.
Well, clearly. But...
Maybe he just thought it was a good way to make money. Maybe he just didn't care.
Don't you get any fucking ideas.
No. Might have been something more like, shit, I'm going to rent this out. But she'll never put up with it. I'll just knock her out and rent it out.
Easy peasy.
Yeah, she'll never
That's
know.
probably exactly what he thought. That was probably the extent of the thought process.
Like, I don't hit it much anyway.
Did he feel bad about it? Of course
Probably not.
Nah.
Probably not.
Of course not. I mean...
Did he? Now, this is what I want to know. Did he give the client alone time with him, or did he watch over her during that?
I don't know.
Did he have a fetish of watching it? Did he?
I don't know all the details. I mean,
maybe he was into watching.
I would think that somebody like that was into watching.
That's what I was thinking. It was probably more for him.
Maybe not. Maybe his fetish was like, no, he just liked thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking weird, man. Like I said, I'm not like shitting on people with fetishes, but that is obviously like not.
Well, it's not consensual.
Cool, because that's non-consensual.
Yeah. Now, a woman could consent to say, "Yeah, you can knock me out and have guys run through it."
I mean, if y'all were gonna do that, like I would get that shit in writing, just to make so you cover your ass later on.
Well, what? Yeah, you get it right. And then,
but yeah, if she consented ahead of time and said, "Yeah, I'm gonna write down and sign this legal document and say that's okay," then
there are some kinky, people that would do that, no problem. They'd be like, "Yeah, okay." There's some chick with a weird fantasy that she likes to like be taken advantage of while she's unconscious.
You know, she doesn't remember.
And then the husband or whatever likes to watch.
Or film it.
Yeah, and then
maybe they film it and then like
and
she
they would film it and
later.
she watches it later. And then that's probably like because they got people they have dudes that like knocking women out, filming it and watching, like that Japanese guy.
Yeah.
He was doing that to
that's messed up.
Western hostesses, aka hookers. And he was hanging them from the ceiling by one leg like they were mannequins and shit while they were knocked out. They didn't know. Yeah.
That's fucking scary.
And he was a rich guy. And he was getting away with it except he accidentally killed one of them. There was a drug overdose.
Oopsie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drug overdose. He ended up getting life and shit.
We got another super chat.
Yeah,
Man, we're getting all kind of super chats.
What do you say?
SideQuest Hero.
Oh, SideQuest.
Super chat hero for always keeping us entertained.
Thank you, SideQuest. That's my sister right there. That's my army sister.
I mean, we entertain ourselves on this fucking show. Like I said, this is my favorite show of the week. I look forward to it. I mean, I look forward to all the shows. Yeah. They're always fun, but this is the most fun one. Because it's the most freewheeling. I don't have to, like, stick to a topic or anything like that. You know what I mean? But...
Yeah, but a lot of these call girls have husbands, you know. Some of them have husbands. The husband fucking, he's the manager. So that's just a modification of that. They have some kind of fucking unconsciousness kink. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Consensual non-consensualism.
Right.
You know what I mean? Where she consents for a non-consensual thing to happen.
Right.
You'd have to have it in writing, like you said. And then she probably would want a recording of it so she could watch it later.
Well, yeah, because like I said, you wouldn't remember it, really.
Yeah, and then you could charge these dudes that have this non-consensual, unconscious fantasy. You could probably charge them more money than you normally would. Like, no, she don't know it's going to be you. You know, that kind of deal.
Yeah.
Fucking, she'll see later, that type of deal. That's some weird shit, but they got people with real complicated sexual mechanisms happening. Where they're just, they like some sideways shit.
I mean, well, here's the thing.
Looking at it from a weird point of view.
I mean, we talk about this a lot, too. Because it's just like, when we talk about shit that we like, or shit that we fantasize about, not shit that we do in real life, necessarily, But shit that, like, sometimes you think about or that you like watching porn of or something like that.
Yeah, usually what it is sexual fantasy. A lot of sexual fantasy involved it happening to somebody else.
Yeah.
They're not necessarily happening to yourself.
Yeah. Because, like, sometimes it's kind of like, well, it's like, oh, you kind of think about it happening to you, but then you're like, but if that happened to you in real life, it would probably suck a lot.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of like, since it's just in the realm of fantasy, like, you can...
I think women put themselves in the fantasy more than guys do. Guys are kind of voyeuristic. They mostly fantasize about what they're seeing. You know, they don't really have to be in the situation.
Is that yeah? Because I do kind of feel like a lot of
women take everything personally. They want to be in the situation.
Yeah, there's like a whole scenario. Like
right.
they're usually like a lot more complicated and there's a lot more emotions involved. Not always, but because I've noticed that like a lot of dudes will just watch like a girl getting herself off, just like sitting on a bed. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah. And no one else is there or anything like that. Yeah. And because like dudes like watching, it's like, oh, she's doing that and we're not supposed to see it or something like that. Or it's like voyeuristic.
I think because most guys are kind of almost disassociating from the self when they're having a damn erotic experience. They're like, that's kind of the way it is for me some of the times, where I'm not even in the fantasy. I'm not even there.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, my mind is somewhere else. You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
Yeah.
You've told me that before.
Just more kind of like empathizing with that chick. Like, well, that must feel good type of deal.
Okay.
I'm not even in it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of good,
look at her get her own pleasure.
I wonder if, well, I'd be interested to know, like, if other dudes saw it that way.
Yeah, I think they mostly do. Just when I just kind of compare fucking stories and interests and shit and look at what gets the most hits on porn, I think most guys do. Most guys don't have to actually be in the fantasy. Some of them actually, I think, prefer the anonymity of not being in it because now there's no performance anxiety.
Yeah, they're just like watching other people. Yeah,
that's other people, so they're not center stage.
Yeah, I can see that.
Voyeurism, I think, it's real fucking common. It's just a modified voyeurism.
Yeah,
and I think it's just because so much of the male sexual mechanism is fucking visual. It's not, you know what I mean? It's just what it looks like. That's all. That's really the main stimuli. Oh, we got more money. Thank you very much for that money
again, Zach. Look at all the money. You were right about it.
I told you we were going to make all kinds of money.
You manifested.
Yeah, it wasn't manifest.
No, I'm just teasing.
The date. I knew it was coming.
I'm using the lame new age TikTok.
Yeah.
With the little sparklies. Tell Tom to check Messenger. I want you guys' opinion on a thing I'm working on.
Okay, let me go look.
Okay.
It's going to be a fucking dick pic.
Is it?
Zach always going to send a dick pic.
Can I see it if it's a dick pic?
I'll show you. Yeah, we're going to laugh at it. We're going to laugh at it. Nah, it's not a dick pic. Just talking shit.
Oh, no, I'm just kidding.
It was almost a dick pic. Let me see.
Almost a dick pic.
See what he got. No,
it's not a dick pic.
Who's that?
Oh, yeah. That was that thing you were working on with the with the Rockstar character.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Did you use like
trying to? Okay.
Are those AI? Because they're pretty good.
Pregnant chick.
Yeah, that one was that one was definitely AI. Yeah, woman's facial expression.
You know Zach's gonna give you some shit like that.
That's hot.
Yeah. He's fooling around on his wife, his pregnant wife with the dude.
Or is it a threesome situation? Because that is also hot.
Yeah, I mean that's what it is. It's a threesome.
The devil's threesome, as they call it. Eric asked, "Is anyone else excited for the HBO new adaptation of Salem's Lot?" I'm kind of wondering if that will be good. You know what? I'm gonna watch it. Do I think it's gonna be as good as the Toby Hooper one? Probably not, but I don't know. It might be good. I'll give it a chance.
I'm sure they know all about Toby Hooper.
Well, that's
I'm sure they know all about the other one that failed. They had another little mini series that flopped bigger than shit.
So hopefully they take the right lessons from that.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, Mr. Barlow. It's probably best that Mr. Barlow doesn't talk. But
that was kind of my opinion.
Yeah.
Because he does talk in the book, right? I haven't read the book in a long time. It's better if he doesn't talk.
If he does talk, he shouldn't say much.
I think he's a lot creepier if he doesn't talk.
Yeah.
Because he has his thrall or his, dude there, his Renfield, that talks for him, so he doesn't need to talk. You know? So he's scarier if he doesn't talk, I think. Let me see. Hold on. Yeah, SideQuest here said half of porn is just voyeurism and we just don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what it is. You're just watching. And honestly, like, a lot of the... I don't even... I watch some porn, not much, but it's just kind of like... I don't really even like the professional stuff. I like the animated stuff, and I like amateur shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you gotta weed through so much amateur stuff to find anything that's like any good. That's the problem with it. It's hard to fucking go through.
Holy crap! Like
percolates. Some of it percolates and rises up to the top, and it'll be recommended. But
holy crap, Tom takes forever, you guys. He's like such a connoisseur. It's like when we're looking for porn to watch, he'll take like forever. Like, yeah, I'd be like, he's like, that's nah. Yeah. And I'm just like, 20 years later,
yeah,
he,
like,
finally, he finally finds something. It's so funny. But there is like a lot. I mean, there's so much on there that it's just, and a lot of it.
Most of it's mediocre.
Yeah, and a lot of it's just not that interesting.
Mediocre, and it's just people just getting a paycheck. They're just kind of going through the motions. A lot of it is women without personalities, really. Yeah, you know, they got to have some kind of personality. A lot of times that's what the amateurs. It's most girls that fucking mostly just work solo and off of mini vids. They look good, but then they dress up. A lot of it's cosplay type theme. Sometimes they'll work with another girl that's another famous one.
Yeah, Zach said those were AI. That's like, yeah, that's pretty good, like AI.
Yeah.
And I have a whole backstory for him I'm basing those pics off of. All right, let me read it when you're done, because I'm kind of curious to read it. Those are like those AI like came out really good. Phantom said I just recently was watching the original Salem's Lot for the first time. It's pretty good with a star-studded cast. I haven't finished it yet, but I'll definitely get it on VHS.
The TV one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. I got it on Blu-ray.
Yeah, it's long because I think it was
It was 2 nights, I think.
Yeah, 2 nights or 3 nights. I think it was 2 nights, but so it's like 4 hours or something.
It's made for TV, but it's a really good made-for-TV movie.
Well, like I said, it's Tobe Hooper. He made fucking Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah.
You know?
The whole scene where fucking the vampire, his name is Mr. Barlow, he just comes in through the fucking window, bow, fucking crashes through the kitchen window and hits the ground like a sack of shit, and just stands up, this fucking, this cloak.
I know, I love that.
And he's just this Nosferatu-looking thing, blue. Big, it looks great, you know what I mean? And the way he just entered the scene. He didn't talk, though, in the movie, in the Tobe Hooper version, which I think was the right way to go.
Yeah, definitely.
The actor that played that guy probably didn't have much of a speaking ability, but you could always have just dubbed in another voice.
No, because that dude was in a bunch of other stuff. Mm-hmm. Reggie Nalder, his name is.
Could he act?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I saw him. He was in like a lot of like Thriller and Night Gallery and stuff like that. Because remember, like over on my other channel, I'm going through Thriller with Boris Karloff and Night Gallery and stuff. And Reggie Nalder was in some of those, like looking like obviously like a person and not like a vampire.
Yeah.
And
he looked great, man.
Yeah.
Fucking great. That makeup.
Well, he has like his face is like real pockmarked.
Yeah.
So he was like he had like a lot of character actor kind of roles, but he's actually like a really good actor. But he was in a lot of stuff.
Somebody's sending more money.
Woo, we got more money. Thank you very much, Jeffy Art. Was about to ask about the new Salem's Lot until I pressed the live button and realized Erica beat me to it. Curious, but expectations are low. Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not going to expect anything out of it, but I am going to watch it because I'm curious.
It might surprise you.
Yeah.
You never can tell. Like, I thought Beetlejuice was going to suck. Beetlejuice Part 2 was great.
Yeah, it was actually pretty fucking good. Yeah, my sister said she was going to see it this weekend, too.
Yeah.
Because I told her, like, hey, it was surprisingly good.
Yeah.
I didn't know if it was gonna suck, but I thought, well, it's probably not gonna be that great. But it was actually like pretty good.
I kind of thought it was gonna suck.
I thought it was pretty good.
Yeah.
CB said, Jenny, Urban Gothic 2000 is a good horror TV series with a different story every episode. I think you will like it. Okay, well, I'll have to check that out. I haven't even heard of that. Last couple nights I've been watching, much to Tom's dismay, watching more true crime shit. I always ask beforehand. I was just kind of like, do you mind if I watch true crime
I don't
stuff?
mind true crime stuff.
Oh, okay. Because I know sometimes...
You're probably just not going to get laid during that. Those shit. It put me in the mood. No.
Well, I mean, you've been
That's
sick.
just depressing,
You've been sick, so I figured it was safe because I wasn't going to get laid
anyway. Probably, yeah.
Bunjip had said. So I was just kind of like, I went through on,
Haven't been feeling good.
Yeah, I know.
I'm fucking injured. I coughed so hard that I ripped a fucking muscle right here. And I wasn't able to cough for like 3 days without it killing me. And sneezing nearly just fucking knocked me out, man.
Yeah, he would sneeze and he'd be like, oh!
Like that. Yeah. But now it's getting to the part where I can at least cough a little bit and it doesn't kill me. But I don't know what it was. It was almost 2 weeks of that, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a long time. Actually, maybe more than that.
Yeah.
Like, you seem to have, I mean, you,
just kind of worn down kind of feeling.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been like 2 or 3 whole weeks, like, with no sex at all. You have been, like, okay. Like, every now and then. Like, some days you're all right. But, like, a lot of the time you're just, like, worn out and fucking...
Don't really feel much of a fucking sex drive. Just feel like shit. But I'm also not on anything real aggressive either. I'm just on test and shit. I'm on clenbuterol, which lowers your blood pressure. And when you're sick, it might all kind of accrue to where you don't really have much interest. I don't fucking know. We'll see. I'll get better. But if you guys ever fucked with clenbuterol, that's a good one. I like to talk about drugs.
Yeah.
But it's asthma medicine. And I have terrible fucking sinuses. And it really does help my breathing at night, but it just burns fat right off you.
It does.
Yeah, my waist is getting real nice, but I'm not going to show it off until my fucking six-pack's just fucking banging. And I got 3 months of that shit.
I feel like I've lost some weight on it, too.
Yeah, she's on it, too.
It does make my eyelids kind of twitch.
Yeah, it makes you twitch. It makes you real fucking kind of
especially if I have coffee, too.
Yeah, it makes you kind of jittery. It makes you fucking real hot. Cause it's
yeah, I've had that a little bit, but not too bad.
Yeah.
The first 2 days we started taking it, I felt like my heart was going to beat out my chest a little bit. Like, I was super, like, jittery. But after that, it mellowed out. But like I said, pretty much the only thing that's left over is, like, the eyelids twitching.
Yeah. All those Hollywood stars that you're all watching, man, fucking half of them are on fucking some kind of steroids.
But
the other half are on clenbuterol.
I walked past the mirror in my dressing room this morning.
Yeah.
And I noticed that from the side, I actually like looked quite a bit thinner from the side.
Yeah, your boobs. Because I'm like huge. Pretty. Her boobs are looking fucking huge because
the weird thing about me is that, especially if I'm wearing a corset or something like that, I look thin from the front and the back, but from the side I'm kind of thick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
A little bit thicker, yeah.
But
it's going down there, and it's
but like this morning when I walked by this, I was like, well, I look kind of thin from the side, which I don't usually.
And you're a little thick from like right underneath the bust to about halfway down the belly. You're thick right in that area.
Yeah.
And it's just the way Jenny's weird. Jenny deposits fat.
Thank you.
Jenny deposits fat just around the midsection. None of it goes
like
to
a dude.
Yeah, like a dude. None of it fucking.
I'm not a dude.
Yeah, we got videos to prove.
All of the comments to the contrary.
Yeah, we got videos to prove it.
I've never been a dude.
she's what was I gonna say? None of that. No fat goes to her legs or her ass. It's just only around the waist.
It's very fun. Dispiriting.
It's funny, yeah. But she responds real well to training, though. Her legs and thighs build up pretty quickly. She's been doing a lot of weight training.
Man, my calves are like, what?
Yeah, her calves are like, pow.
And I don't even work out that much, like maybe like once a week. And I go out dancing once a week. That's about it.
Yeah.
And we don't eat that much.
But it's weight. See, weight concentrates stuff.
That's
and
true.
You're on gear. You know.
Although for a long time I had real fat thighs.
Yeah.
But they're not fat anymore.
Yeah.
Like now, like I'll go to the club now and wear just like essentially like underwear with just like a see-through thing over it, and I'm not bothered at all. Whereas before you couldn't pay me to like wear something like that because my thighs were too fat.
Yeah, but people busting on Jen, like sound like a dude. Man, fucking so many other chicks get such leeway. They don't realize how old Jen is a lot of times. Go look up Razor Candy, RAZORCANDI. One word, Razor Candy. She's on Instagram. She's also you can find her on many vids. She's a model. She does solo work. That girl looks fantastic. I can show you PG photographs of her. As soon as she talks, you can tell she's on gear. She's got a fucking rough voice. And a lot of those porn girls that look fantastic, they got kind of an aggressive sounding voice. It's gear. They're on steroids.
Yeah, it'll do that.
It'll thicken your vocal cords. It'll make you kind of have a rougher, stronger voice. I think it's sexy though. To me, it doesn't bother me. I think it's kind of sexy. But usually what happens is the body kind of matches it. If you get a real girly woman, she's got some fat on her and she's just very estrogenic. She's gonna have a little twittery voice. But if you have some fucking sex machine with 5% body fat and big old implants and Brazilian butt lift and tattoos all over her, that voice is not going to match coming out of a body like that. It's just not, She's kind of muscular, and it's a rough voice. And you go through all porn and everything, and you listen to those girls. So fucking Amy Anderson sounds like a fucking duck. She's athletic with huge.
Yeah, he showed me that the other day. And I was like,
okay. She talks, she's like that.
Well, if we ever watch porn of her, let's just turn the volume.
Yeah, yeah, she's fucking real bad. But they were
not even. She didn't even sound like a dude. It's
sounds like a duck.
Yeah, she definitely sounds like a duck.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, it gave me. Do you remember that Steve Martin movie, The Man with Two Brains?
Yeah.
Where he picks up that sex worker that with the fur coat, and she's naked underneath fur coat, and she's like super hot, like his super hot body and everything. Yeah. And then like he's like, oh right, you know what I mean? And then she talks, what's wrong with my voice? Like she talks like that. And it's like that's what it reminded me of, like watching her.
Yeah.
And he was planning on killing her anyway, so he's just like, yeah, keep talking.
That's Razor Candy. That girl's on gear.
Wait, is she like...
No, she's not nude.
Oh, okay. I can't really... Well, I couldn't see. You just, like, put stuff over there and I can't really see what you're putting up.
People just don't know what it looks like. They don't know the symptoms of it.
Well, like I said, I'm not bothered because, like, dudes that make comments about that are just... intimidated or insecure or something.
When you see women that look like that, the chances are they're on stuff. Look at that. Look at her body fat percentage. That's maybe 10%. It's hard for a woman to maintain that. And then look, she's got abs and everything, She works out some, but she's on gear. That is not natural. Those boobs, those are implants. She's got a BBL, a lot of tattoos, and on gear. Probably clenbuterol too. But I heard her voice and I was just like, oh yeah. Yeah, she's on gear.
Like I said, I didn't really notice it until a friend of ours that watches our videos like pointed it out to me.
Yeah. Well, she was looking for something. Because she wanted to go on. She wanted to go on gear. Mm. And she was
looking for a reason not to.
She was looking for a reason not to. Her voice changed a little bit, but, it's hormones. It's going to change your voice. What happens is your vocal cords get thicker, but all your body's internal organs start to toughen up under that shit. You know what I mean?
Like I said,
fucking your tendons, your bone fucking density gets fucking...
I'm not that bothered. I'm not that bothered.
But it's still within female range. I mean, there are women of other races that have that normal fucking amount of testosterone of that level. They end up being big, muscular, kind of tough, and aggressive. And they have those voices. Yeah. And it's all natural.
SideQuest Ciarra said, if I could get my stomach to tighten up the way my calves do, I'd be buff as fuck.
Yeah, well, you were asking me about going on that shit too. Look, I know your trainer won't let you go on. He thinks you weigh too much. Go on Clen. Take clenbuterol. You'll lose 30 pounds quick. Train on that. Just little pills.
Yeah, like I said, they kind of made me feel weird for a couple of days. But
yeah.
Now I just have
takes about a week to get used to them.
Now I just have the eyelid.
Yeah.
That's about it.
It's like most of your bikini competitors are on that. A lot of the girls that are working out and on gear also take Clen.
She says she can't. She has a heart condition. I was kind of scared about that too because I also have
I don't think that would affect
a heart condition, but
yeah,
I was just kind of like, well, we'll see what happens. If I die, I die. But I didn't yet, so we'll see how it goes. Like I said, I felt weird the first couple days. Well, here's the thing. Like a long time ago, like before I even met him or anything like that, when I was still married to my first husband, I was having problems with like coughing fits. Like I didn't have colds or anything like that, but I would just like start hacking and coughing and I couldn't stop. And so eventually it got so bad that I was just like, okay, I went to the hospital and was like, what the fuck is this? And they couldn't figure it out. They were like, I don't know. There doesn't seem to be anything the matter with you. We don't know what it is. So they gave me albuterol, which is usually what they give people for asthma. So I took them. It was in pill form. And I took them. And the next day at work, I thought I was going to fucking die. I seriously thought like my heart was just hammering and it felt like it was just gonna pop right out my fucking chest. Whack, 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 whack. I was just like, oh my god, this fucking sucks. Now, to its credit, it did make the coughing stop, so that was good. But I was like, man, I don't ever want to take this shit ever again. So when he started talking about taking clenbuterol, I was just like, that's probably like albuterol, which I've taken before and I really did not like it. But I said, but I'm willing to give it a shot. Maybe it won't affect me the same because I'm expecting it. Because like I said, when they gave me albuterol, I don't remember them telling me that it would make me feel like that. Maybe they did and I just wasn't paying attention. I don't really know. Or maybe they gave me a packet with shit in it and I didn't read it. I don't know. But I wasn't expecting it. So this time I was expecting it, so it felt weird, but it wasn't that bad. And really I only had that feeling for like 2 days, like the first 2 days that I took it. And then after that, it didn't really bother me anymore. Because, like, the first 2 days, I was like, oh, like I was all coked up, like, on caffeine or something. And, but now it's just kind of like, I have, like, my eyelids twitch, but that's about it. That's about the only... Like I said, if I drink a lot of coffee in a day, which sometimes I do, like, I'll get a little jittery, but that's about it.
Side quest, clenbuterol is not a stimulant. It's not a stimulant at all. It's a beta 2 beta 2 what was it called? Not antagonist, but agonist, I think is what it's called. And it hits receptors that allow your bronchial tubes to expand so you can breathe easier. But when it does that, it's also firing off it's firing off signals to start mobilizing and burning fat. So you start to get hot. It's used as an asthma medicine, so it should be safe. It doesn't really, from what I've seen, raise your heart rate, and it lowers your blood pressure. Now my blood pressure was a little bit high, so it lowers mine down into the green zone. I have real good blood pressure on it, so it can act as a blood pressure medicine.
Well, what's weird is that I have like naturally very low blood pressure. And it doesn't seem to affect my blood pressure at all. Like, it's just the same whether I'm on it or not.
And you're taking micrograms. We're only taking 120 micrograms of it a day, which is a very small amount. But it's pretty effective. There's albuterol is another version of it.
I was talking about that earlier.
Yeah, that's a little more common. It's probably the only difference is the brand, or maybe have something to do with patenting. Clenbuterol has a 26-hour half-life, though, so it's a lot longer lasting. And albuterol is a lot shorter. I think it's only 12-hour half-life. Now, in the United States, I don't think Clen is not for sale here, but you can get it. I got the best drug smugglers in the world. All you need is a VPN and cryptocurrency. You can get anything you want. See what everybody's saying. She said she started. SideQuest said that she started Ozempic. Yeah, I've heard of that. I've also heard that Ozempic ain't shit compared to Clan, but just try what you can. The one that's tried and true, that has the most street cred is clenbuterol. That's what all of Hollywood and bikini competitors and models and fucking bodybuilders, that's what they take to lose fat. Some people say, well, that's a steroid. It's not a steroid. It has a steroid-like effect because it allows you to breathe a lot better so you can kind of work harder. And some have said that you kind of can gain a little muscle on it, but I doubt it. I don't think it would be anything compared to, say, like Decadurabolin or, Test, It'd be a fraction of that. I don't think I would even notice it. But some girls have done nothing but just Clan. Which that's something I was actually kind of thinking of for Jen. Just Clan with a slight amount of hormone replacement, like just a small tad of nandrolone maybe, or maybe just a little bit of testosterone, like 20 milligrams a week, or maybe 20-30 milligrams of it a week, just for replacement. But we'll see.
Oscar asked how you like that music, Tom, which I'm presuming he means he sent you some over Messenger.
He must be talking about that Christian Death he was sending me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's good.
That was the newer Christian Death. Yeah, he was like,
I was listening to it
last night because I hadn't heard any Christian Death for a long time. I saw them live probably back in the 90s.
I thought they were gone.
2000s. I did too.
But I guess they came back. I don't know if that was Valor or not.
Yeah, is Valor still around?
Yeah, I don't know if he's still around.
I mean, Braz was. I like some of Valor's stuff too, but you know what I mean. Everyone was real salty when Valor.
Basically, everything that Roz did was good.
Yeah.
Of Valor, I would say probably like half of it was good. The other half of it was just kind of like it was thrown together quickly. Like he was making a lot of material very quickly. It's you buy an album, there'd only be like 3 songs on it that were really good. The rest of it was kind of like filler, kind of like he was like Kiss, like a Kiss album.
Contractually obligated to put an album out every so many years.
Right, something like that.
Yeah. Let me see. Erica said, Jenny, I just saw your belly. You are thin. Looking good. One thing I think that the clenbuterol has done, maybe it was the sit-ups too, because I do a lot of sit-ups, but it's my stomach is flattened.
Yeah.
Because I used to have a pooch.
Yeah.
Like a little belly roll.
Yeah, that's pretty much gone now.
And so I would put a corset on, and then I'd have like a little spare tire.
Yeah.
Popping out from underneath the corset.
Sit up straight.
Of fat.
Sit up straight. Letting him a side view of the.
But I don't have that anymore.
Sit up straighter.
What? Okay, Mom.
No, except I'm so they can see.
Okay, Mom.
I'm trying to get it. Okay. Here. I'm trying to show you guys something. Okay, turn sideways.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
Sit up straight.
This is just very uncomfortable. I don't know why you're doing this.
See the underhang here.
What's... Stop.
See, because she's getting, so it makes the boobs look bigger. Look at these fucking boobs, man. This is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
You're ridiculous.
But yeah, no, she's looking good. Go ahead and put that up there.
Gee, thanks. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I know
but no, when
she's sick or whatever.
Yeah, I was just saying that what you're talking about, that you're getting slimmer through here.
Yeah, because I always kind of, like I said, I always had like this belly pooch.
Yeah.
And that seems to have mostly gone away. So now, like, when I wear a corset, like, my stomach looks completely flat, which is nice.
Yeah, and some people are like, well, why don't you all just go and work out, drugs for... Yeah, you're full of shit. As soon as you pass fucking 25, your body's ability to respond to input starts to diminish. And it's because you don't produce the amount of androgens you used to produce. So you can go and work out, but the body just doesn't respond. And if things in the diet aren't perfect, the body won't respond because you're older. So you have to replace hormones. That's one thing, and then you can also use other drugs to help certain things. And it's not willpower alone. You got to have willpower. You got to get in the gym and work. It's dieting, and you got to have what Arnold Schwarzenegger used to call proper supplementation. You got to take supplements, all right, which is code word for fucking steroids and drugs. Yeah. Supplements, yeah. Supplement your diet, That's what they taught.
With drugs.
With drugs, yeah.
I mean.
And it'll speed the body or help the body actually respond to the input that you're giving it. So you do sit-ups or you do lift weights and work out, and you actually lose fat and gain muscle. If you're 50 like us, you're in your 50s, you can work all day, you can do whatever you want, you ain't gaining anything. No, you ain't gonna lose anything. Happens. Nothing will happen.
It's kind of depressing.
Nothing will happen.
Well, and honestly, from the time that I went through puberty, for Christ's sake, many years ago in the 1980s, my body just wants to pudge out.
Yeah.
To lose weight, I basically had to starve.
Yeah.
I had to go like 1,000 calories a day or under, and I had to work my ass off. Like I had to be on the bike like an hour a day. I had to I had to do weights like every day. I had to do all this kind of stuff just to lose weight. You couldn't maintain that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's just an error in signaling, the body doesn't produce the hormones that it used to produce, if it ever did produce them. Some people just genetically don't produce very many hormones, and they never really do anything, They're blobs when they were kids, they're blobs as teenagers, they're blobs for their entire lives, just because they just don't produce any androgens. They don't have a very sexual look to them. You take that person, you start banging them up full of fucking androgens, it'll change real quick. Blink! Sex bomb. It can happen. Unless there are some people that we call non-responders, where there's something with their genetics. Not only do they don't produce very many hormones, there's something about the receptors in their bodies aren't very good either. So you can put the hormones in there, but nothing happens. They just don't respond to it. In Jen's case, Jen's a fucking great responder. She responds well.
Some things. I don't respond to most things.
No,
actually.
That's funny. She doesn't respond to drugs too well, but she responded real well
most
to hormones.
Most of them do fuck all.
Yeah, she responded real well to hormones. And what was funny is that I went through all the recommended ones for females, and they didn't do much of anything. So I said, fuck it. I pulled out the big guns and just fucking gave her nandrolone, which is mostly something the guys would take, Deca. And she fucking boom. Got hourglass real quick and just boom.
All the BitChute trolls are correct. I am a dude. No, I didn't even know I was a dude.
I think what it is. No, that's not what it, I think what it was is that it just required stronger input, more signaling.
Yeah, because honestly, the weird thing about me is just that it's kind of like, and I've said this before, it's either with medicine or with illnesses or anything like that, like some shit is like, hey, we're gonna make you really sick, or we're gonna do this and that. My body's just like, nah.
Yeah, she's not,
nothing happens.
She's kind of a non-responder in a way.
Nothing happens.
Yeah.
Like it's just like, oh my god, this drug's gonna do this, that, and the other. I take it does nothing.
Yeah.
Like here's this illness that's going around. I get it. It does nothing. You know what I mean?
Now there are some people that take these, can take steroids and shit like that, and they get really sick. They have terrible side effects. And luckily I wasn't one of those. Those are kind of rare. The biggest problem is when you have teenagers taking this shit, because their bodies aren't fully grown yet, and you can really fuck yourself up. Steroids can stunt your growth if you're taking them before you're fully grown. Just anybody who's taking these things in their teens or their 20s, nah, you're risking it. I wouldn't touch any of that shit. I'd go on test at about 30 if I was a man. I wouldn't go on anything until I was about 35, because you're washed up at 35 biologically. You can start putting stuff in there. You just don't want to blast it too hard. Now, a lot of these guys that have all these problems, you know what I mean? Fucking like The Rock and shit, he's still going strong. Those dudes were on that shit in their teens, and they've been blasting for 40 fucking years. I don't know how they're still holding together. The Rock must have fantastic genetics.
Well, some people do.
To put up with that. Some people can just drink down fucking steroids, and their bodies just thrive on it. They love it. It doesn't kill them or anything. And you look at The Rock's face, and he doesn't look worn out. He looks good. For 55, he still looks pretty young. a lot of guys at 55 doing the gear that he was taking. Arnold was kind of one of them. They started looking real old kind of prematurely because you're putting a lot of fuel in the fire, from an early age. Now, the game's different if you go on late. Like, I went on at 50. Shit. I could blast the rest of my life. It might even expand my life as long as I just keep it sane.
Jeff Yard says, "Whoa, Jenny, love that top, by the way. Thank you very much."
Yeah, it's just a sexy top.
I've had this for a long time, but I don't think I've ever worn it on the show before.
I bought that top for her.
Yeah, I have a couple like this, which, like, most of them are, like, skull type of
I like a fucking tube top on a big boob woman.
I mean, this is technically a halter.
It's technically a halter. It's kind of like a tube top, but it's
the thing about it, though, is that I think the reason I didn't wear it before, you can't really wear a bra with it because it looks kind of... Well, I mean, you can, but it looks kind of weird tacky. So it's just like, well, I guess I'll just go without. It'll be all right. Yeah, then CB puts like all these. That's
all natural. It's all natural. Look at that.
No bra.
Yeah, no bra.
Erica says, "I've named my belly pooch Esther. She likes tacos."
Wait, what? What? Who said this?
Erica.
Okay.
Said, "Are you shorter? I am, and it's harder. My siblings are super tall. My brother is 6'4", sister is 5'9", me 5'6", and stocky. Yeah, I'm actually 5'3". So, yeah, it is a little difficult being like a little bitty, short, stocky person. But it's weird because I was skinny as a kid. I was real skinny. Actually, all my siblings were too. But then as soon as we hit puberty, like all the fat started packing on. I don't know if it's probably like a genetic thing, I imagine. Because like I said, all the women on my mom's side of the family are built exactly like this. They're all like short legs, short arms, big ass, big thighs, big calves. That's fat in the middle.
That's redneck worker bee genes.
Although the weird thing, my mom's side of the family is not from down here.
They're not? Yeah. But a lot of rednecks kind of have that build.
My dad's side of the family, the women on that side of the family were all like super scrawny.
Where were they from?
Tennessee.
Tennessee. Okay. Well,
that's... my mom's side of the family was from Baltimore.
Okay. All right. Let's hillbillies though. That could be hillbillies. They were all related.
Baltimore, DC.
They're all. If you go back far enough, they're all related.
Yeah, but
Appalachia too. But over time, you kind of separate it out.
Zach says, "I still say it would be hilarious if for Halloween you guys just dress like normies, because what's scarier than them? Plus, it would be hilarious since you look like Halloween the rest of the year." I've thought about that, but I don't know. I just thought it would be really boring.
You become invisible.
Yeah, it's just like no one would get it, and it's just like it would only be funny to like other people that knew us. We did have a friend named Shauna.
Shauna did a great
job. It one year, but she went like retro. Like she kind of dressed up like.
She dressed up like a retro black chick. She's
like from the 70s.
From the 70s, all right. Shauna's black or half black. I think her mom was from Switzerland. Her dad was from Jamaica or Switzerland. Haiti? No.
I can't remember.
One of the island nations.
Yeah.
And
she's from Boston.
She's been on. Yeah, she's from Boston. She's from fucking Leominster. She's been on the show before.
Brockton.
Brockton. That's right. Brockton. That's right. And she's been on the show before, a long time ago. Yeah, she dressed up like basically Aunt Esther from fucking Sanford and Son. That's basically how she was dressed.
She kind of looked like that.
Yeah, she had her hair fucking in an afro, polyester, fucking.
She had the purse on her arm.
Yeah.
And she was doing all the mannerisms and stuff too.
Yeah, all the mannerisms. Yeah.
As soon as she walked in the club, I was just like, I died.
And we turned around and looked at her like that, and we did a double take and started busting up laughing, and she was busting up laughing. She basically showed up as Aunt Esther, basically.
It was so good.
Yeah.
So it's like she didn't look like a modern day normie. She kind of looked like a retro normie, like at least in that culture. You know what I mean? So that's what made it a lot funnier. Mm-hmm. But like I said, it's just being a normie, you just look like everybody else and no one would get it.
Yeah.
So it's just, that doesn't sound like fun to me. Phantom said, Jenny should go as Angela from Night of the Demons for Halloween. I actually did do that one year, but that was a long time ago. I can't remember when that was. Yeah, I had the whole like big black wedding dress and the veil and all that kind of stuff. But like I said, this year I have two options. I'm not really sure which one I'm going to do. It depends on how much money I got. The cheaper option was I wanted to do Constance Hatchaway from the Disney Haunted Mansion.
Yeah.
To So I'm either going to do that, or I wanted to do Jennifer Lopez's character from The Cell with the swirly dress and the hair and the metal mask thing. But we'll see. Like I said, because that'll be expensive. I found all the components, but they're kind of pricey. So it would be badass.
I still could do another version of Bane.
Yeah, I mean, you've been Bane for the last couple of years.
I know, but that second Bane costume, nobody saw it.
That's true.
That's the problem. I had a good Bane costume from the movie.
Last year I just did Amy from Fright Night again because I didn't have any money, and I was just like, well, I still have most of the components for this, so I'm just going to do this again. And I did it better the second time, I thought, because I messed up the mouth the first time. Count Orlock says, Happy Friday. Have y'all ever tried yoga? I lost over 50 pounds at 45 years old and kept it off. I just turned 50. I've been thinking about maybe getting into yoga.
But she could do that here from the house.
Yeah, I'm interested in it, and I kind of maybe would. I don't know. I kind of want to get into that.
The thing is if you could do yoga, because Jenny was like, well, I could just do that from the house. If you could do yoga, man, I really would rather you fucking like pay and go hang out with some yoga girls. Yes. Yeah. Jenny doesn't really get any time to go hang out with girls. She needs to go.
Well, I never go anywhere.
She never goes
because I work from home.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really have. I mean, we have a car, but I don't have my own car anymore.
Yeah, you could use mine.
I mean,
it's ours.
I know that, but it's just, you know.
We used yours as a trade-in for that one.
Yeah. But it's just, I'm just working during the week, and then on the weekends, I want to hang out with you and do stuff, and it just seems like I don't have a lot of time, because I'm always just kind of, I'm not, like, on call all the time, but I'm always, like, during the week, I'm always kind of, like, open all day, because I get shit, like, all day long to do.
I can drive you and drop you off to yoga. Or I sit there and watch you and your sexy yoga friends in their yoga pants and shit with the booties up in the air and all that shit and twisting up in those fucking. That's hot as fuck. I'll be back there with the camera, and then we'll cut a porn scene afterwards.
Okay.
Yeah.
You promise?
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen.
What's that?
That's not gonna happen.
You think it's not gonna happen?
I'm daring.
We've done car action before.
I know. We need to do more of that. We haven't even christened the new car.
I know.
The new old car.
I know. We got the Grand Marquis, man.
That's so big. It's just like it's begging for it.
Yeah, and it's all leather interior, and it's fucking nice in there. I want to put a new carpet in there, so I can get that brand new car smell. Yeah.
That'll just tie into the whole experience for you.
Yeah, brand new car smell. I want to pull the fucking driver's seat off. The driver's seat's got the fucking the leather where it was sewn together. The stitching came out, and really it's got to be stitched from the inside of it. So I got to pull that seat out of there and strip the leather off the seat. It's probably just stapled on there underneath the bottom. Pull that shit out of there, and I got that leather sewing kit. I'll sew that leather back up and then put that thing back in there. Maybe I should look. I'm gonna go online and see how they do that. You know what I mean? How the seat leather comes off of that seat. It's probably just stapled. I'm getting my mind's fucking running now behind trying to get my ride badass. And I fucking got to replace the damn heater core because it was leaking. Wasn't leaking when I bought it. It was leaking when I did a core flush, which tells me they have stop leak in the damn radiator fluid to keep the heater core from leaking, which I might just put stop leak back in it. But a heater core is only about $30. The problem is getting it in there. You got to pull the whole fucking dash off. It's about $300 labor.
Ken Orlick said, my living room is my yoga studio. I follow Sarah Beth Yoga on YouTube. I started with beginner yoga and worked my way up. It makes my chiropractor's job easier. LOL. That's what I mean. It's just kind of like, because I'm kind of usually stuck in the house during the week because of work, it'd probably just be easier to do it here. But, you know, yeah, it does kind of suck that I can't get out and about, but
I'd rather you have to go out.
I know, I would
if
too.
There was if there was a trainer that had something going on around here, you could probably find that shit up on Facebook. There might even be somebody in this complex doing that. I know they had a fucking, they've got a female bodybuilder in here offering physical training for females through the Black Bear Reserve Facebook page. So they might have somebody like that in here.
As long as they're not a serial killer
It's gonna be some girl.
predator.
It's gonna be some girl.
Okay.
It's gonna be some girl. It's gonna be some girl that's into yoga. Those are the ones that usually hold those classes.
Oracle said my sister has a yoga studio and a YouTube channel.
Oracle said that?
Yeah.
What state is that in, though?
Honestly, the thing about it is that I don't really like doing exercise shit in front of other people.
Yeah, that's another thing.
I'm not very comfortable with it. Because I always feel like I'm doing everything wrong.
Oh, and what we'll do is we'll set up, we'll get a fucking TV for out here, a big TV for out here. How about that? And then you can watch yoga out in the living room.
Yeah, see, that's like that would probably be good.
Yeah,
I'm like I said, I'm kind of an introvert. I don't really like to interact with it, especially something like that. I would rather do that by myself where no one's looking at me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In case I'm not doing it right. I don't want to get yelled at.
We'll retire that TV that I got in the bedroom. We'll put that out in the living room. We'll get a bigger TV for the fucking bedroom.
Yeah.
I'd like a bigger one. One that takes almost the whole wall, like a
movie screen.
Like a movie screen, yeah.
So the porn can be giant.
We never watch porn in there.
We don't usually watch porn on that TV.
We watch porn in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a laptop in this office, like specifically for that.
Do that shit.
That's the only thing
working up.
That's the only thing we use it for.
I'll fuck her up right there. She'll be rolling around, waving at the camera. Well, we fucking looked to see. We went to go check our what do you call it? Our streaming fucking
StreamMate.
Yeah, StreamMate, and our account's gone.
We were inactive.
We were inactive for too long. We got to restart it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of these days. Well, we hadn't done it in a long time.
We hadn't done it in a while, yeah.
Just I haven't had time. We haven't had time.
Yeah.
You know.
Too busy.
Yeah. I just never got around to it.
Yeah.
So we haven't made any videos either, and it's just like we keep talking about videos we're gonna make, but we never get around to it. We just never have time.
She's fucking working so much. She's got a lot of graphic design work, and that's really where the money is anyway.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So I'm always like more willing to take money that I know I'm gonna get versus money that
you might make
I might make from the video. You know what I mean? I do like doing the videos; they're fun, but I don't know if we're gonna make any money off that. It might just be like a couple of bucks. It's like, so if it's choice between, you know, here's a thing that I'm gonna make like $100 today, and here's a thing that I might make $2 a month from now. You know, obviously. That's it's pretty easy.
We make videos mostly just for fun. It's a treat.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah.
But, you know, like I said, we haven't had a lot of time to make them. Because, like I said, usually it's like I work so much during the week that by the time the weekend comes around, it's like, you know, Saturday we sleep late because I never get to. You know, we usually go out to a restaurant, eat lunch or something like that, and we usually go out Saturday night. And then Sunday we usually sleep late again and then just kind of fart around, you know. Do laundry and crap like that. Erica said, is Jenny working on any new books? Here's the thing. Like, I have a novel that is probably like a third written. And I really want to finish it one of these days, but it's just, I never have time to get to it, which really sucks. Because I really do want to finish it one of these days. And I think it's good, like, the way it's coming out. It's kind of based on a real crime, but it's kind of, I wanted to take it in a more supernatural kind of direction, but I don't know. I kind of wanted to do a whole thing with it where it was like a whole illustrated novel where it was kind of I don't know if you guys remember, when the fuck did these come out? Probably back in the 90s or something like that. But Nick Bantock, he had these books that were letters and postcards and stuff, and you could pull them out of the book. They were really beautiful. I have all of them, and I wanted to do something like that, but with this story, this crime horror supernatural story that I was doing. So obviously that's a huge undertaking, but I kind of got about a third of the way through it, and then I just ran out of time, so I don't really have much time to work on it. But eventually, I would like to finish it. Thank you. Let's see. Oracle says, and anybody else interested, please throw some business my sister's way. She works with her husband and our younger sisters, so it's a family thing. Yeah, I mean, honestly, yeah, I might look that up because we were just talking about this probably like a week or two ago. Because Tom's like, well, you should take like, stripper dance classes or something like that. I was like, I don't know if anybody, we kind of live out in the middle of nowhere. I don't know if anybody offers that around here. Maybe they do. But it's just like, I've kind of been thinking about like doing yoga or something like that. It's like, I could probably do that on YouTube, but I don't know. So I'll look into it. Like, I didn't know that your sister did that. So I might like look into it. Phantom says kids' books is where the money is probably. I could see Jenny being on the level of J.K. Rowling or R.L. Stein if you started writing kids' horror books. Yeah, I've thought about doing that, but man, I don't know. I think I'd have a hard time because my shit tends more toward gore and swearing and fucked up situations, and it's just like to have to make it palatable to children or younger kids doing like YA stuff. I don't know if I could do that or not. Like I could, but it probably wouldn't be as fun for me. I kind of like just be able to be like no holds barred. You know what I mean? Ken Orlick said, I want to buy my fiance a few of your books for Christmas. That would be awesome if you did that. Honestly, I'm obviously not the most objective judge. I think my best books are my short story collections. I've written a couple novels too, but short stories are my preferred form. And I actually have two short story collections. One's called The Associated Villainies and one is called Hopeful Monsters. And I don't know. I think they're good. Just that's my opinion. I don't really know. But yeah, I've read a lot of horror and I think mine are kind of up there. So my novels are good too, but it's not, like I said, when I write a novel, I tend to get like worn out. I'm better at like short form shit, like up to 10,000 words.
Right, because you can keep the energy level up.
That's what I mean. And yeah. I don't, this isn't true across the board because I've read like some fucking fantastic, like really long horror novels. Like, and honestly, authors that can sustain that over that long of a period are like, have my admiration because I absolutely cannot do that. But I think a lot of horror, depending on the subject matter, works better in short story form. I mean, look at Edgar Allan Poe shit, like Lovecraft shit, and that was mostly short stories.
Well, it's usually because it's a pretty simple pretty simple what am I going to say? Concept. So it's not, man, why am I fucking fucked up? I guess alcohol's getting, it's a simple idea or a simple concept. So really, you know what I mean? You can tell that story in an hour.
And as I've said before, I think a lot of horror works better when it's not over-explained.
Yeah.
And I think when you're writing a novel, the tendency is, not all writers, the tendency is to add all this backstory and all of this explanation and stuff that makes shit less scary. I think if you're in a short story, it's easier to keep things ambiguous. You don't have to over-explain anything. It's like you keep a lot of things mysterious because you're not, because it's shorter.
The long stories that I liked that were like The Stand, The Talisman, the Gunslinger. They were adventures. Yeah. So you're traveling
that
through
works
things.
Better. That works better is like in long form.
You're right, long form. And you're traveling through a world and different things are happening as you go. That's the way. That's how you tell a long story. But that's kind of like writing a miniseries. Yeah. Basically.
Which I don't really have the patience for that, honestly. But I mean, the long shit that I've liked recently, and I think I put up a review of this probably like a month ago, I want to say, was a vampire historical fiction, which I normally would not like. But it was called The God of Endings. And holy shit, that book was fantastic. And it was pretty long. It was probably like 400 pages, something like that. Which is, long for that kind of thing. And even though I don't really like vampire shit that much or historical fiction that much, I mean, I do, like, with some exceptions, but that was like phenomenal. I got super into it. Like, I got super sucked into it, which I didn't think I would, and I really liked that. Other than that, like, my favorite long horror book is Drood by Dan Simmons, which is actually not... It's not strictly horror. It's kind of like a historical... It's historical fiction, but it's like alternate history. Like, there's real characters in it, like Charles Dickens and Wilkie Collins and stuff, but they're, like, investigating this mystery about this dude named Edwin Drood who doesn't have a nose and shit like that. And it's this massive, it's a doorstop fucking book. It's huge. But it's just, like, I got so fucking into it. But I like Gothic literature. I like Victorian literature from that era. Like, I love Wilkie Collins stuff, like The Woman in White. I loved that fucking book.
Count Orlok says he's going to buy his fiance some of your books.
Yeah, I said that's what I was talking about before.
All right.
But yeah, so, but I tend to like short stories. But the weird thing is, like, when I read horror, I tend to read novellas or novels. I don't usually read a lot of short story collections. Maybe I should. I like mixed short story collections, like, that are based around a theme. Like, I read a lot of ones around Halloween, like, there'll be, like, Halloween horror and stuff. Like, I read a lot of those. But I used to read a lot of those. But I found that, like, recently... I usually just like pick a novel that sounds good and read that. The most recent one that I read was Head Like a Hole. Have you guys read that one? Like, I started reading it a long time ago. I checked it out on my Kindle Unlimited. I started reading it, and then I got distracted and forgot about it, and then just read some other shit. And then when I went back into it, I was like, oh yeah, did I read this? And then I went in there, and I was like 60% of the way through it. I'm like, I don't remember a single fucking thing that happened in this. So I started over because I didn't remember anything. And that actually ended up being pretty good. It actually ended up... I might put up a review of it one of these, like, maybe next week or something. But I didn't love it, but it was pretty good. I remember picking that one up because I heard a lot of people talking about it, like, when it came out. Because there's so much shit that comes out, it's like you really have to get recommendations from people, because I don't have time to, like, read all of this shit, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I usually just kind of scroll through and be like, well, what kind of sounds interesting to me? And then I'll just pick that at random. Most of the time it works out. Like, most of the shit is, like, pretty good. Every now and then I come across shit that I don't really like all that much, but not that often, honestly. Like, most of the shit out there is pretty good. Erica Lynn said, I love Anya Alborn. Brother was great. Yeah, I've read several of hers. I haven't read Brother yet, but that's, like, probably one of the next ones on my list. I was actually going to do that one recently. I was going to read because somebody mentioned it. And I was like, oh yeah, I probably need to get around to reading that. But I did, I've reviewed a couple of her books. I did If You See Her, and I did, what was that one with, like, the kid in the woods? God damn it. It wasn't The Shuddering, was it? What was the name of that? But I've done, like, 2 or 3 of hers. But I haven't read Brother yet. But I know that a lot of people talk about that one. And I think, like, Seed is another one that people talk about. That was, like, her first one, I think. And I think that one was, like, self-published. And then that was the one that kind of... She self-published it, and then it was, like, #1 on Amazon. So everybody, like, freaked out about it. But I haven't read that one yet either. Oracle said, Jenny, did you know... Here, Take Kingfisher has a new novel out. It includes a Lovecraftian demon. Yeah, I'll definitely have to read that, because I like their stuff. I like T. Kingfisher stuff. Didn't I just review... What was the last one that they put out that had that green cover? Shit, I've, like, reviewed so many books now I can't even remember. But... let me see. Leslie says Near Dark is much better vampire movie than The Lost Boys. I like them both about the same. I have a real affection for Lost Boys because that was the first one that I saw, and then I saw Near Dark, like, a little bit after that. Near Dark is kind of, like, a little bit more like a Western, slightly. But they're both fucking classics. If you put a gun to my head, I'd say I probably like The Lost Boys slightly better, but they're both, like, really, really good. Jeff Garrett said, I think the kids would love the swearing and gore in your books. It's the parents who may take an issue. But I say go for it. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Well, here's the thing. I'm not really sure, like, where the distinction between YA horror and regular ass horror, where is that? Because here's the thing. And I was thinking about this recently because if you saw my review that I did of, like last week, I think it was, of that book Shaded Grove by Oliver Seneca, and I reviewed like his earlier book too. And he sent me this, and in the email where he sent me the book, he said, well, this one's more YA. And so I read it, and I was just like, is that YA, though? Like, it didn't strike me as YA. I mean, the characters, the two main characters are teenagers, but it didn't really strike me as being any different from just, like, a regular-ass horror novel, like, aimed at adults. So I'm not really sure where the... Because I've read some YA horror, but I'm not really sure, like, where the distinction is. You know what I mean? When I think of YA, I think of more stuff like, I don't know, like fucking Twilight or some shit like that, you know? Which is not good.
I've never seen Twilight, so I can't really comment on it.
Well, it started out as a book series.
I saw like bits of the media that went around it, like songs that were played on it, and like stills from it, and it looked like something I might actually like, but I don't know the tone of the series. Is it like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, or is it comedy?
Well, no, not at all. The thing about it is that it's it kind of reminds me of this vampire novel that I wrote when I was like 17, which was like super like overwrought. It's kind of about a vampire that falls in love with a human. It's just like a very Mary Sue type of, you know, here's this girl. She's just like completely normal in every fucking way imaginable. Yeah. But this immortal being vampire, falls in love with her for whatever reason. And then
she's cute.
Yeah. And then, and it's this whole thing. And it's just like, and honestly, in Twilight in particular, and you kind of see the same thing with 50 Shades of Grey, because they're kind of related in a way. One was fan fiction of the other, but I can't really remember which way around it was. Is that the relationships in there are a little problematic. I kind of feel like they're real codependent and very kind of... I don't know, the shit that Edward does in Twilight, the vampire, if your real-life boyfriend did that, I think you'd probably want to be... get a restraining order. You know what I'm saying?
He's a vampire, though.
Right, but it's just...
do it. You do it, he can get away with it.
And it's kind of, like I said, it's a little problematic because you're going to have like 12-year-old girls reading that and be like, oh, he doesn't love me unless he does like Edward. I'm like, that's not good. That's not a healthy relationship dynamic that we should be teaching people. But, you know, whatever.
How many seasons is it?
It's not seasons, it was books.
Oh, it's books? Okay.
It started out as books, and then they made movies of it.
Okay, the movies, yeah. How many movies are there?
I don't know. Well, the books were... Was it a trilogy? I've only read pieces of them.
See, I only saw I guess, the movies. Still.
Yeah, no, it started out as a book series, and it was just, like, hugely popular.
All right. I thought it was a television series.
No. It was books.
Okay.
And I think it was a trilogy... And then I think there might have been, like, spin-off shit because, you know, cashing in, as you do. Which, you know, can't blame anybody for that,
Somebody in the audience would know fucking how many movies there were. Maybe the movies are worth watching.
The first one was just called Twilight. Then that
I might enjoy it. Who knows?
Eclipse. What was the fucking third one?
I'll either enjoy it or it'll drive me crazy.
It was... And also there was a love triangle between her and the vampire and the dude that was a werewolf. Because there's werewolves in it, too.
It's just hard to beat Anne Rice, man.
Yeah.
It's just hard to beat that. Those are pretty good vampire stories.
Well, and like I said, Twilight was very, very clearly aimed toward teenage girls.
Right.
Whereas Anne Rice's books were not... They were aimed more toward adults.
Young adults, I would think.
Young adults, but they weren't aimed at, like, teenagers.
Yeah, no.
Twilight was aimed toward teenagers.
Yeah.
They're all, like, high school students. For whatever reason, the vampires are still going to high school. Like, why would you? I don't know. But
I kind of think the Vampire Chronicles were aimed at young women who had homoerotic fantasies about dudes. I think that's what it was. Because it's homoerotic, basically. Without the sex.
There were 4 books originally, yeah.
Without sex, really. But,
yeah.
And I guess
because wasn't the woman that wrote Twilight, wasn't she a Mormon?
No.
I'm pretty sure she was a Mormon. So it was just like no sex before marriage type of thing. So it's kind of like a Mormon. It doesn't... present itself like that.
More interpretation of a
vampire. But it's very chaste.
I got you.
Like, you have to be married before you have sex, and it's just like this whole...
And vampires are... Can a vampire have sex in this story?
Yes.
They can?
Well, yeah, because I think Bella, the girl, she has his baby at some point, right?
I don't know.
Now, he turns her into a vampire at one point, I think. Like, she dies and comes back as a vampire.
In Anne Rice's version, vampires...
I don't remember all the details.
Vampires could not have sex.
Yeah, Oracle said, she's Mormon.
Okay. Yeah, in Anne Rice's universe, vampires couldn't have sex. They weren't interested in it at all.
Their whole sexual thing was blood drinking.
Their just whole thing was blood drinking.
That was like their erotic charge.
Yeah, and I don't think their sexual organs just kind of atrophied because they didn't use them. They were asexual.
Yeah, Zach said, I still think it's hilarious. Little Miss No Facial Expressions, Kristen Stewart, played Diana, Princess Diana, and got an Oscar nom off of it. The thing about Kristen Stewart is that...
That's the one from Underwater, right?
Yeah, I think
she was great.
Well, the thing about it is that I think she got a bad rap because of Twilight, because those were terrible, terrible movies. Well, same thing with Robert Pattinson. If both of them are given something substantial to work with, because I've seen many things that both of them were in other than Twilight, and they were actually really good. Like, she was in this really cool, like, psychological horror, supernatural ghost story thing called Personal Shopper, which was really good. She was in Underwater.
Underwater was great.
She was in that movie about the Runaways. Like, she played Joan Jett. She was great in that. So it's like she can act when given the right material. But I just kind of feel like Twilight... Everybody in that just seemed like they were on Quaaludes.
Yeah. If you like Blade Runner and Alien, you'd like Underwater. It's like it's happening in the same universe. And she's in it, and she does a great job in it, and it goes fucking Lovecraftian. They're deep underneath the water, and there's basically some kind of mine, this fucking company that does stuff, and they fucking find Cthulhu, basically. But it's like serious. And the fucking special effects were great. And the costumes and stuff. And the underwater scenes. And I didn't know anything about this actress or the Twilight or anything. So I wasn't prejudiced against her. I thought she was amazing in it.
Yeah, she was really good at it. So it just goes to show that you can't... Because I know that both her and Robert Pattinson got shit on. Yeah. Just because those movies were... I mean, they were hugely popular. Don't get me wrong. Because the books were hugely popular. But they were not good movies. Objectively.
Well, I liked Underwater enough to buy it. I got it on Blu-ray.
But yeah, that was a great fucking movie.
Yeah, I got it right next to my fucking Blade Runner and Alien DVDs. It's like it came from that same universe. But who would have known that fucking Lovecraft existed in fucking Ridley Scott's future? That's cool.
Yeah, Erica says, okay, so there were 4 Twilight books. Twilight, New Moon, Eclipse, and Breaking Dawn. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
How many movies were there?
I think they made movies of all of those.
Okay.
They've all been adapted,
all right,
as far as I remember. Peter Murphy was in one of them.
Yeah, I heard. You told me.
Like as a... like it was just like a bit part. He was one of the older vampires. What the fuck did they call Volturi or... I don't remember what the fuck they called him. Like I said, I'd never read the books. I've read pieces of them. Like I said, the writing's not great. It's just kind of like 50 Shades of Grey. It just goes to show that you don't really have to be a good... or competent writer to sell millions of copies of shit if you hit a nerve somewhere. Because 50 Shades of Grey has many of the same issues that Twilight had in the sense of these horribly unhealthy relationships that for some reason women are just like salivating to read about. You know what I mean? It's a little scary, but yeah. Yeah, Volturi. That's right. Yeah, that's right? I just pulled that out of my ass. I don't know where that came from.
Oscar's asking if we read the fucking Stephen King short
stories.
Which
one?
Yeah, there's a bunch of
honestly, his short stories, I love his short stories.
They're good, yeah.
Probably, I think my favorite is still Night Shift, which might have been his first one. Those were like a lot of his short stories from like the 70s that were in like the titty magazines that he used to write.
That was the one with the
before
monkey,
he got super.
with the monkey.
No, that was Skeleton
Crew. Yeah.
Night Shift had like a hand, like a mummified hand with an eyeball.
I think I read them both.
At least the
what was
version
in
that I have.
What
Night Shift? Quitters Inc. was in that. The Ledge. The Last Rung on the Ladder,
No,
Children of the Corn.
I didn't read that one.
Yeah, I have it somewhere. It's all beat up, though.
I had Skeleton Crew that had...
I have that one, too.
The Jaunt.
Yeah.
And Survivor Type.
Yeah. That's a great fucking story.
Yeah.
They adapted that for Creepshow. It was animated.
Yeah, that one also had The Mist.
Yeah.
In it. It was a great story. And the movie is close. Very close to The Mist. It doesn't end the same way, but it's pretty close.
I'm trying to think. Like, Night Shift also had Trucks, which was made into Maximum Overdrive.
Yeah.
The Boogeyman. What the fuck else was in there? Like, a lot of the stuff that's in there has been adapted to movies. But I can't think. Like, some of them were in Cat's Eye from 85.
Yeah.
Like Quitter's Inc. and The Ledge. And Children of the Corn was in there for sure. The short story, if you've seen Children of the Corn from 1984, which actually it's kind of a terrible movie, but I have a lot of affection for it. The short story is a lot different. A lot different. I mean, it's similar, but the whole tone of it is different.
I Am the Doorway.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one.
What book is that from?
I don't remember what's that. That might have been in Night Shift.
Night Shift?
Was it in Night Shift or Skepsis? I don't know. They're over there somewhere. I think that's might be one of them right there. It's all torn up.
The
Plus,
blue one?
Which one's that? No,
Different
that's different seasons. That has I think that has 4 stories. That has The Body, which was made into Stand By Me. And yeah, look how fucking beat up all my shit is. Plus, these are all on the bottom shelf, and Pookie pulls them out and eats them.
Yeah.
So that's all my old.
He said it was on Night Shift.
Yeah, I don't think Night Shift has a cover anymore. You know what I mean? So it's one of the ones without a cover.
Oscar, read Skeleton Crew.
I have Skeleton Crew somewhere too.
Yeah, you want to read Skeleton Crew. Skeleton Crew had some really good stories in it.
Yeah. His short stories are really good. I mean, a lot of his novels are good too, obviously, but
no, he can tell a mean short story.
But I've really liked a lot of his short stories.
Skeleton Crew also had the one with the raft. You know what it's called? No, the one where the monster was fucking. Was it called the raft?
That was adapted for Creepshow 2.
Yeah, it's in Creepshow.
Yeah, Creepshow 2.
Creepshow 2, yeah.
Yeah, no, it wasn't the first one.
Yeah, that was in it. He had a lot of good stories in that one.
I'm trying to think what all stories were in there. The Monkey, Grandma. Been a while since I've read it. I've read Night Shift probably more than any of his other ones. But I have, different seasons. I have the Bachman books. That has Rage, The Long Walk. A couple other stories in there. Apt Pupil. That might be in different seasons. I can't remember now. That was also made into a movie about the dude, like the kid making friends with the ex-Nazi. Phantom said after just recently seeing Salem's Lot, it's pretty obvious that it inspired Fright Night. Oh yeah, big time. Big time.
Salem's Lot is a good TV series. We gotta watch that again.
Yeah.
I got it on Blu-ray.
I'm not averse.
Yeah.
I need to read the book again. I got it somewhere. That was basically Stephen King's take on Dracula.
Yeah.
Because it's set up pretty much the same as Dracula.
Yeah.
Like with all the characters and stuff like that. But he did that deliberately.
Man, that scene when that boy was floating up towards that window going, "Let me in."
Yeah.
That scared the shit out of me when I was a kid, man.
I'd scared the shit out of everybody when they were a kid.
Yeah, I'd be in a room at night, fucking trying to go to sleep, and I'd be scared to look at the window. I had fucking think there'd be a kid floating out there going, "Let me in." Yeah.
Erica says The Green Mile is my favorite, and Shawshank. Oh yeah, the Rita Hayworth and Shawshank Redemption was a novella, and I can't remember what book that was in, but that was what they made Shawshank Redemption out of. Tammy said, "I wish they would do a Long Walk series." I wish they would too. That has not been adapted. Weirdly, I think that would make a great fucking movie or a great series. Kason Lee says, "Riding the Bullet." They made a movie out of that, which was actually not bad. It was all right. It's not super memorable, but it was pretty good. It was pretty good. Oscar says, "I have Skeleton Crew. I haven't started it."
It's good.
He just came out with a new compilation. That's the thing. Stephen King, he writes so fucking much. I've read most of his stuff, but honestly, his newer shit, And I think I said this when I reviewed his book Revival, which I think came out in 2014. Like, I just found that in a secondhand bookstore. I didn't even know he wrote that shit. I'm just kind of like, where the fuck did this come from? What is that? And I read it, and I was like, oh, that sounds pretty cool, actually. And that ended up being one of my favorite books of his. It was so fucking good. It was so good.
So he didn't decline?
No. Like, I mean, some of the stuff that I read later, like, I think I started, like, falling off after...
Tommy Knockers.
Well, no, it was... I really didn't like Tommy Knockers.
Yeah.
I didn't like the book. I didn't like the movie. Yeah. I didn't like any. So, well, like I said, it's aliens, and that's not really my bag. You know what I mean?
And they weren't very well written. Tommy Knockers was not well written. He was high.
But, well, he was high during a lot of his stuff, but a lot of it was still good. You know what I'm saying? So, I think I started to fall off after he started kind of repeating himself. Like, he wrote a book called From a Buick 8, which was kind of like Christine, sort of. Like, it was a haunted car. I'm like, you're doing a haunted car again? Come on, you already did haunted car. Yeah. Like, do something else. And then he would do stuff like Cell, which was like haunted cell phone or whatever it was. And I was just kind of like, okay, now we're just kind of like filling in stuff.
Yeah.
But
everybody goes through dry spells.
Well, but the thing about it was that he writes so much. Like, not only was he doing that, like these big releases and stuff, he also writes like pulp noir, like crime shit.
Yeah.
Like, he has like a whole other series doing that. He just has, and his son is a novelist too, and they do a lot of stuff together.
Yeah, I heard he's good.
He is. I've read a bunch of his stuff. I've read a bunch of his stuff. Joe Hill.
Okay.
And I've read most of his books actually. And his style is similar, but you can tell it's not quite the same. But his shit is really good too. And so they collaborate on a lot of stuff. I don't know when the dude sleeps, because he's just pumping out stuff like all the time, and most of it is like pretty good. But like I said, when I read Revival, I was like really impressed, because I mean, it's, you know, it's almost 10 years old now, but I didn't know it existed. And then I read it, I'm like, oh my god, this is like fucking phenomenal. This is like one of my favorite books that he ever wrote. It's great. It kind of reminded me of Something Wicked This Way Comes, the Ray Bradbury novel, with a little bit of Frankenstein mixed in. And I was like, I was on board with that. I was really into that story. So yeah, I really liked that.
Casey Lee said that his first King book or King story was Riding the Bullet. I don't know that one.
Yeah, they made a movie out of that too.
Must be one of the new ones.
No, it's not. It's old.
It's not? Okay.
It's old.
My favorite book of King was The Stand. I thought that was a fucking excellent book. And I also liked a book that he wrote with Peter Straub together called The Talisman.
The Talisman, yeah.
And they traded off fucking...
They did a sequel to that too. Yeah. Called The Black House.
Yeah. And then The Gunslinger. The whole series of The Gunslinger was really good.
Did you ever read Eye of the Dragon?
No.
That was his other like fantasy. That was like straight up like fantasy.
Yeah. And The Shining.
I have that somewhere too.
The Shining was very good also. I like that. It was a good book. I read a lot of them. Christine, really good. Skeleton Crew, which is all short stories. That was fucking excellent. What else did he do that was really good?
You know what? I think probably
Thinner was pretty good. I like Thinner.
And the movie was okay.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Oh, The Dark Half was pretty good too.
I just reviewed that movie.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, about a writer he's written a villain into existence and shit. Accidentally, because he killed him. And that's some weird shit. But it killed him in the books.
I mean,
comes back for revenge, and the villain was from fucking Jones County, Mississippi, where I'm from. My family's from. It's fucking funny as shit.
I don't know if I could pick like my favorite. I don't know if I could pick my favorite Stephen King. Like I said, I'm really into his short stories. I think he's really good at short stories. The Shining was great, although this might be blasphemous, but honestly, I like Kubrick's movie better than the novel. The novel's great though. I think probably, I don't know, if you forced me to say what my favorite King novel was, it would probably be Pet Sematary.
That was a good one too. I remember reading that one. That was pretty good. Yeah.
Because that one was messed up.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I liked it.
That was messed up.
I don't know though.
I remember I read it in junior high. I remember reading it in junior high and being like, holy shit, this is fucked up. Like little kids getting run over by trucks, and like there's hey, I'm gonna bury this kid and bring him back to life.
I like The Stand because it was an epic story. It had an apocalyptic fucking background of you know what I mean? Good and evil, and Satan returning to Earth. It starts off with a damn pandemic that kills most of the population, and the only people that are left are either going to be the good people or the bad people, and they're going to have a big fucking war of annihilation. And where was that? Colorado.
One was in Colorado.
One was in Colorado. The other was in Las Vegas. Colorado and Las Vegas. Yeah, it was pretty cool. I think that was King's best work. Although, you know, some might. The Gunslayer was his most epic work, though. That one was also good. It's very imaginative, happening in a parallel universe. And you have people from different parallel universes coming into the story. That's wild. That one was also good. The Talisman was kind of like that also. It was about two kids trying to get somewhere to capture this talisman, and they had this magic potion. They were homeless kids. They were on the road trying to get there, and they had this magic potion that would take them into a mirror universe where it was more dangerous over there, but for every mile you traveled, it was like 5 miles here. It was more compressed over there. So when they would get in a jam, they'd go over to the other fucking universe. And everything was still the same, it's just that it was backwards, kind of. Like houses were fucking pits, or a children's fucking school was like a pit to hell, and all kinds of, it was different on the other side. That was a wild book. And you had Peter Straub and Stephen King trading off every other chapter. But they did good. They did good together. That was a cool book.
You know what's weird? Speaking of Peter Straub, I wonder why they don't adapt more of his novels.
Peter Straub was pretty good from what I remember.
They adapted Ghost Story.
Well, The Watchers, right? Wasn't that Peter Straub?
No, that was Dean Koontz.
Yeah, Dean
which
Koontz.
I'm not a big fan of Dean Koontz.
Yeah.
The Watchers was good. The novel was good.
Yeah.
But the Dean Koontz novels I've read have been very like pedestrian.
Yeah.
Like but Peter Straub, they've done Ghost Story. They did Julia, which was called The Haunting of Julia. It had Mia Farrow in it. Actually, it was called Full Circle in the UK. And actually, I really like that movie because it's like a very restrained like ghost story, and I'm kind of into that. But as far as I know, shit, man, like I don't understand why they haven't done like Coco or The Hellfire Club or Lost Boy, Lost Girl, or like he's written like a lot of good books. I don't really understand why they haven't done a bunch of his stuff, because he's like a pretty, I mean, well-regarded novelist, right? And I just like, everybody else gets adapted. I don't understand why his shit doesn't get adapted, especially Coco, because I was really into that one. I don't know why they didn't adapt that one.
Count Orlock says his fiance is listening to the fucking Stand on audio. Yeah, it's I love that book.
Okay, here's the weird thing. I'm not super, like, post-apocalyptic stuff is not usually my favorite genre. I've read some stuff like that I liked. I really like The Stand and stuff like that, but it's not usually my go-to. If I'm gonna, like, I don't know. I'll read pretty much any horror. I'm open to pretty much anything. But my favorite shit is, like, fucked up psychological horror, haunted houses, that kind of shit. So like post-apocalyptic stuff or more sci-fi tinge stuff, I tend to not be as interested in that. But I have read some stuff like that I liked, but it's not usually what I would pick. You know what I mean?
Erica's defending Koontz.
Yeah. Well, I haven't read a huge amount of his stuff.
She said, yeah.
To be fair.
What'd she say? Intensity? She said Intensity was great.
Yeah. Okay. I haven't read that one. Yeah. So it might be good. But like I've only read like maybe 3 or 4 of his books, and they were good, but like not, they didn't knock my socks off.
I read The Watchers when I was a kid. I liked it.
That's probably the best one of the ones that I read. They made a movie out of that too. I think Corey Haim was in it.
Yeah, that was the last. Yeah, and I remember seeing the movie. The movie was nowhere near as cool as the book.
But well, it hardly ever is.
Never is.
Now I will note that Dean Koontz, I haven't read the book, but he's written a whole series of books about Odd Thomas, and they did make a movie of Odd Thomas I don't know if it was like the first book in the series or if it was just like an amalgamation. And it had Anton Yelchin, who sadly like died very young. But that movie was great. It was actually kind of like The Frighteners. Yeah. I keep wanting to like show it to you because you'd probably really dig it.
It's a movie or a book?
It's a movie. Well, it was a book, but they adapted it.
What's the movie? What's it called again?
It's called Odd Thomas.
Odd Thomas. Okay, yeah. I would like it.
Yeah, it's about a kid, a guy who can see ghosts and demons and shit like that, but he's just like a regular ass dude, and he starts seeing like all these demon type characters, and he's like, oh shit, like something really bad's gonna happen. And so it's a black comedy, kind of like The Frighteners. It's very, very similar, like in tone to The Frighteners. So that's why I think you would really dig it.
I gotta see it
because I reviewed it like probably last year. Now I haven't read the book that it's based on because Dean Koontz wrote like a whole fucking series based on that character. And they made this movie, and I was just like, man, why doesn't anybody talk about this movie? Because it's fucking great. It was a great movie. I really liked it.
Yeah, I'm a huge advocate of the movie The Frighteners, but especially the director's cut. If you guys haven't seen that, see it. It's Michael J. Fox. It's very much like Back to the Future. Imagine if Back to the Future was about a worn-out Michael J. Fox. He's a psychic, but he's also his life is fucked up. All right, he ruined it. But he can see ghosts though, and he's using ghosts to scare people to fucking make money, to build his house. But he comes across a ghost of a serial killer that's come back named fucking Charles Bartlett, who's the fucking mass murderer, and he's going out killing people. His ghost is strong enough to fucking stop people's hearts.
And that ghost is played by Jake Busey.
Jake Busey plays the ghost. And he's fucking great in it. And it is funny. It's funny and it's dark and shit. It's got Lee Ermey in it. Lee Ermey is the ghost drill sergeant that keeps all the fucking ghosts in the fucking cemetery. He doesn't allow.
That was Peter Jackson directed it. Jackson directed it.
Yeah. Yeah, Peter Jackson flick.
And I kind of feel like it's a little bit forgotten about.
Yeah, and it is.
But if you like that, you would probably really like Odd Thomas.
I gotta see it. We'll see it. We'll see it.
I'll show it to you.
Okay.
Like I reviewed it like like a year ago. Yeah. And I really liked it. I thought.
Yeah,
it was really
I thought that was a really cool. I thought it was one of Fox's best roles because he's a good guy, but he's a darker character. He's he's not his normal kind of upbeat self all the time. Although you could tell he's a good guy, it's just that his wife died, and he kind of feels responsible for her death.
Yeah.
And fucking, it's a wild story, and fucking, it's got Jeffrey Combs in it. Jeffrey Combs plays.
And I'll watch anything with
Jeffrey Combs is in it.
I love Jeffrey Combs.
He shows up as Special Agent Danvers.
He's so awesome.
He's an FBI agent trained to deal with the occult.
And he's so weird in this, and I'm there for it.
Because he was doing all these undercover missions with cults like the Manson family and shit. And he was a sex slave for the Manson family, all kinds of shit. He's wild in it, and he thinks Michael J. Fox's character is killing people with psychokinetic energy.
Yeah,
the poltergeist fucking stuff, but it's not. It's another ghost. It's a great flick. It's a great flick. And like I said, it's a Jackson flick. It's forgotten.
Yeah. I don't know if it's completely forgotten, but a lot of people don't really talk about it.
It came out at a weird time.
Yeah, 96 that came out.
Yeah, and
people weren't ready.
Yeah, and like that kind of movie wasn't really a thing, and I was living in Boston at the time, and I got off of work and watched it in the theater like 7 o'clock showing, and I was the only person in the theater. I loved it.
It's so good.
I loved it. I was the only person there. It bombed.
Well, here's the thing. Dark comedy doesn't sell that well in the U.S. market. And particularly Peter Jackson, who is he Australian or Kiwi? Is he from New Zealand? He's from New Zealand, right? Or is he Australian?
I think so.
And the thing about
Australia, isn't it?
Australians, New Zealanders, and the British is that they have a very dry, very dark sense of humor. And that doesn't usually translate all that well to American audiences. So black comedy is a hard sell.
Yeah.
In the US, I've noticed. But I love that shit.
Yeah.
Now, I will say I was thinking about this earlier because I was rereading some of my reviews over on my Scare Salon blog. That dark comedy can go so far. Because I reviewed a movie, if you guys remember, a while back. There was a Spanish movie called The Coffee Table. And that movie was billed as a black comedy. And when I watched it, I was just kind of like, I do not understand how anything could possibly be funny about this. Like, it was kind of funny, but in like a really, really uncomfortable way. So I was just kind of like, so maybe Spain has like the darkest sense of humor ever, because I was like, that is some fucked up shit. I couldn't even watch that movie all the way through.
Jeffy said Jackson is a Kiwi.
Yeah, I thought he was. Yeah, I thought he was New Zealand, because I know like New Zealanders and Australian people don't like to be mixed up for each other, just like the British and the Welsh and the Irish don't like to be mixed.
And what's his name?
Jeffrey Combs.
The Phantom was talking about Jeffrey Combs there.
Is in the 2012 film Night of the Living Dead 3, Reanimation.
I haven't seen that.
A top-notch performance by him. Yeah, we got to see that.
Yeah, okay, we'll see it.
Like I said, I'll watch anything with Jeffrey Combs in.
Jeffrey Combs in, we're gonna watch it.
I love him.
Yeah. He had a fucking live performance, a fucking play he was doing where he was fucking going around doing, I think, Poe. What?
Edgar Allan Poe.
Edgar Allan Poe. It was supposed to be great, but we didn't get to see it. I guess it didn't come here.
No, I don't think it ever came here.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was that was like a long standing.
Yeah.
Like he went all over the country with that, as far as I remember. Ben says New Zealanders are like Wish Australians.
Wish Australians. They're Australians off of Wish? Damn, that's fucking hard, bro.
Rude.
That's fucking hard. I'm not believing it, but I'm gonna go with it. Like, they're different.
But like I understand how my ex-husband was Welsh.
There's no Goths in New Zealand, so we don't worry about them.
And when people would call him English, he would start saying that we were Canadian, because he's like, well, that's kind of the same thing. It's a different country. You know what I mean? Like, knock it off. But which I always thought was kind of funny. But yeah, it's kind of the same thing. They don't really like being called, because the Welsh hate the English.
Yeah.
They don't hate them. It's just they don't really like the English. So it's just like they don't like being lumped in.
It's like a North and South thing.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, and technically it is a different country. They have their own language. They have their own culture. They have everything like that. So it is a little reductive to be like, oh, okay, we're getting lumped in with these people. You know what I mean? That we don't even like. Victor says Australians are like the British Texans. I always thought that. Ben says they had a Jeffrey Combs film festival here a few months ago.
Where was the year?
How fucking cool would that be?
Where does he live?
I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Combs is the shit, man. He did some of the best.
He seems so fucking cool, man.
He did some of the best Star Trek characters ever. All right, fucking, he played a Jem'Hadar fucking dude, but his best was fucking Shran. He played Commander Shran off of fucking Star Trek Enterprise. I fucking loved that character. He was kind of like the Andorian version of fucking George Patton. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Yeah, and they were all these little dudes. The fucking Andorian dudes, these little blue dudes, and their females were a lot taller than them. And evidently, they were the females were the aggressors.
I like that.
Kind of funny, yeah. Yeah, it was pretty.
So they were all getting pegged?
They didn't say. It's just that fucking Shran.
You could imply that though. You could.
Well, Shran said that it turns out Shran had a daughter, and fucking Archer was like, "Well, who was the mother?" And he goes, "My fucking my sub commander. What's his name?" And he goes, "You had a daughter with her?" And he goes, "Well, she made a move on me, and my only choice is either to relent to her or to fucking charge her with a crime." But he was fucking all man though. He was fucking macho. He was kind of like Captain Kirk from the original series. He's about like that. Maybe a little bit meaner. Yeah, meaner I would probably say. But he was pretty good. He was a man of his word. He fucking helped out, and he didn't believe his own government. His own government was trying to tell him to fuck over the Earth, fucking Archer and the Earth people, that we don't really need them. And he's like, well, wait a minute, hold on. We shouldn't, they haven't done anything wrong to us. That kind of thing, you know what I mean?
Phantom says, Abominable, Castle Freak, and The Frighteners are my favorite Combs films. Castle Freak, great. Abominable was actually really good too. I don't think you saw it, but no. I reviewed it. It's kind of a Bigfoot-y kind of film. You would probably dig it. It's kind of a black comedy too. I really liked it. But Jeffrey Combs was in that too.
My favorite Combs fucking character is fucking Herbert West from all the Reanimator series. And then
it's hard to beat that.
From Beyond, he was great in From Beyond too. But But no, he's good in everything. He was fucking great in The Frighteners. Him playing fucking Special Agent Danvers.
He went like full on Crispin Glover weirdness. In
yeah. He had fucking PTSD. He didn't want you to fucking raise your voice too much and shit around him. He had to protect his personal space bubble.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'm the same.
And he had an Uzi too. He pulls, and I'm carrying an Uzi. He fucking pulled that Uzi out of his fucking coat. Yeah. And he ends up being a ghost. Remember, he gets killed.
He does, yeah. Spoiler.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, that's a...
Johnny Bartlett's fucking girlfriend blows his head off with a shotgun.
Yeah, that's right. That was a really good movie. We just rewatched it not too long ago, a couple months back.
I like to watch that once a year.
Yeah.
Around Christmas time, I'll put that on.
It's not really a Christmas movie, but yeah.
No,
there's something about it.
Something about around Christmas time, Halloween time, I'll fucking put that shit on.
Which reminds me, it's like Halloween's not that far away. I should maybe like scare up some new Halloween books, start doing that, like Halloween movies. I feel like I've reviewed most of the good Halloween movies, unless anybody has any ones that they can recommend, like newer ones or older ones that I might have missed. Because I know there's like, I've seen some older ones that were kind of shitty and that I didn't really like feel the need to review. But there might be like some good new ones. I've reviewed some newer ones, like what was that anthology that I did a couple years back? Bad Candy or something like that.
Zach sent us some money. What's up, Zach?
Oh, thank you very much. More super chats.
That's right.
Fun fact, Barbara Broccoli wanted Jackson to do a Bond movie because she loves beautiful creatures. That was a great movie too. But took the offer back after seeing The Frighteners.
Really? He could do that.
Now I'm actually kind of curious. In the alternate universe where Peter Jackson directed a Bond movie, now I kind of want to see that.
Yeah.
I would also like to see David Lynch's take on a Bond movie.
I don't know why The Frighteners got such a bad rap. There's nothing wrong with that movie.
It's so good.
That's a good movie. Yeah.
It's so good. But like I said,
there was 2 different edits of the movie.
Yeah,
the theatrical edit is okay. The director's cut's a lot better because it has more detail in it.
Yeah, but even the theatrical cut is really good.
Yeah, it's good enough.
And the thing about it is that, well, like I said, black comedy is a hard sell. The U.S. Large swaths of the U.S. audience have a hard time with black comedy. It's just, it doesn't translate well, especially coming from Australia, New Zealand, UK. The sense of humor doesn't really come across the same way.
The tone is basically like a cross between Back to the Future and Beetlejuice. That's the tone, basically. Yeah. That's the best way to describe it.
And I mean, kind of like the new Beetlejuice.
Yeah.
One of the things that I liked about it was that it did kind of lean into that black comedy thing. And it really seemed to like not give a fuck, which I kind of liked. Like it was kind of zany, but it was also kind of like gory and like kind of fucked up at the same time. And I liked that they kind of went in that direction. But like I said, and it's doing really well, so maybe shit's different now. Yeah. I don't know, but I kind of feel like particularly back in the 90s, black comedy is like kind of a hard sell, usually. I mean, as far as I've ever seen. In
the director's cut, it's got more of the ghosts, more of the Frighteners are in it. Fucking Frank, who's played by Michael J. Fox, Frank Bannister. He's got a group of ghosts that are loyal to him. And he kind of does stuff for them in exchange for them scaring people so he can make money off of exercising them out of their houses. But it's all fake. You know, they're real ghosts, but he pretends to exercise them. They actually just leave. It's all set up, you know.
Yeah, they're like friends of his.
Yeah, but 2 of the main ghosts is one of them is this nerdy dude from the 20s. He's kind of like a Poindexter motherfucker with round glasses. He's a dork. He's real smart though. And the other one is a fucking 70s fucking jive turkey black dude with a big old fucking afro and shit. He thinks he's part of the mod squad. I forgot what his name was though. But they're fucking hilarious. They're kind of like the comedic relief of the fucking movie. And then he's got the hanging judge with him, who's an old cowboy. He's falling apart.
He's played by John Astin from the Addams Family.
From the Addams Family, yeah.
He was the original.
Yeah.
Gomez.
Yeah, Gomez.
I'm pretty sure that dude. He's still alive, isn't he?
Probably
John
not
Astin?
by now.
That's Sean Astin's dad, the kid that was in kid.
Yeah.
The guy that was in Lord of the Rings and he was in Stranger Things and stuff like that. That's his dad.
I would think he's probably gone by now. He was in his 60s
I
then.
think he's still alive.
Really?
But he's old. He's like in his 90s.
He'd have to be in his 90s, yeah.
But I'm not sure if he's still alive or not. But I know that he was still alive like last time I checked, but that was a while back. Erica said The Man Who Killed Hitler and Then Bigfoot with Sam Elliott is a great film. Yeah, I think we reviewed that.
Didn't we see that?
Yeah, I think we reviewed it like not too long ago. I think we did a live stream one Monday night about that movie. Because, y'all cut, like, a bunch of y'all recommended it, and we did that. Yeah, that was, like, super funny. Phantom said Beetlejuice kicking baby Beetlejuice was funny as fuck. Yeah, anytime anybody kicks a baby, I mean, that's, like, pretty funny to me. Leslie says, a good horror comedy is Death Becomes Her. Oh my god, I fucking love Death Becomes Her.
Yeah, it was good.
I have probably seen that movie enough times that I think I might have memorized, like, most of the dialogue.
What was it, Witches of Eastwick? That was also kind of like a horror comedy. They had
Jack Nicholson, Michelle Pfeiffer, Cher,
too,
Susan Sarandon. That was another one that was based on a novel by John Updike, actually. And the novel was, like, a lot different. Like, the tone... I read the book, too, like, several times. The book is good, too, but it's, like, completely different than the movie. There's, like, characters that aren't even in the movie. It's, like, a whole different tone. But I like that movie, too. But honestly, like, Death Becomes Her... when did that come out? 92? I saw it in the theater when it came out. And I've seen it, like, many times since then. That is a great fucking movie. Honestly, I think that was the first time that I realized that Meryl Streep could do comedy. You know what I mean? Because I'd seen her in a lot of movies since then, but she was generally known as, like, a dramatic actress, right? Like, she'd had a lot of, Oscar nominations and things like that. And that was the first time that I'd seen her in, like, a straight-up dark comedy, and she's great. Like, her comedic timing in that is, like, so fucking funny. Like, and just the whole interaction between her and Bruce Willis and Goldie Hawn, it's just so fucking funny. And just, like, the whole premise of it is so fucking great. Like, them, like, blowing a hole through Goldie Hawn and, like, fucking... I mean, it's just...
you want another one?
Yeah, it's just so fucking good. It's a great fucking movie. That's a great fucking movie. I'm just thinking about the whole, like, fucking thing at the end where they're like all falling apart and shit and like having to spray paint their fucking skin back up. I'll paint your ass, you paint mine. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. So fucking good. Let me see. Mackie Mac said, I wonder if I say Pookie 3 times she would appear. She might. I haven't seen her this evening. I mean, I saw her a couple hours ago, but she hasn't been in here since the show started. She's just been, like, farting around. Her and Bambi are probably, like, laying around somewhere, fighting. They don't fight that much anymore. They're buddies now, but they do kind of chase each other around sometimes. Yeah, Maggie said I slept the entire day. That sounds nice. I woke up super early. Phantom said Meryl Streep in She-Devil was epic. Oh, shit, I remember that one. That was the one with Roseanne Barr in it, right? Yeah. And what's his face? That tall guy with the white blonde hair.
I gotta take the garbage out.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah, Leslie said the practical effects on Meryl Streep are amazing. Yeah, the whole movie just has, like, and I love, like, Isabella Rossellini is in it, like, her character, like, I love that fucking top that she has, like, with all the beads and shit on it. Like, it's just, like, covering her boobs up or whatever. And she's got, like, the bottle with the potion in it and all that kind of shit. It's just, like, I love the whole vibe of that movie. I just kind of feel like, I don't know, is that another one that people don't really talk about that much anymore, but it's just, like, really, really good? Everything about that fucking movie is funny. Everything. And it's super dark. Like, it's all about, like, death and resurrection. You know what I mean? It's, like... And Bruce Willis's character, he starts out as, like, this prominent, like, plastic surgeon, but then, like, as the years go on, he's, like, a fucking mortician. So he just does, like, all this makeup and stuff on dead people. Like, he's kind of fallen to the bottom of the barrel, they're trying to imply. And then he has these two women, like, fighting over him, and they've both taken this immortality potion, and they're, like, fucking... fighting over him and shit. Yeah, Ben said Witches of Eastwick wasn't a comedy. No, it was. The book was funny, but like it was more a satire. The book was more a satire than a straight comedy. The movie was more comedic than the book was. The book was also a lot darker, but like I said, it had like a more satirical tone to it. The movie did too, but I think it like leaned more into straight comedy, whereas the book was kind of more dry. Like I said, like more satirical. At least from what I remember. I've read it several times, but it's been a while since I read it. Ben brings up Dracula, Dead and Loving It, which I haven't seen in like a million years. Ed Begley Jr., thank you, that was his name. Like, I could see his face, and I couldn't, like, think of what his fucking name was. Count Orlok said, I'm currently reading The Cool Side of My Pillow by Bruce Groovy Campbell. It's a collection of essays. Oh my god, like, Bruce Campbell is another national treasure. I have a couple of his books, what's that one called? Making Love with Bruce Campbell or something like that. Like he writes like a bunch of books of essays and he's fucking hysterical. He's hilarious. Like his books are really funny. And he also wrote an autobiography which I also have called If Chins Could Kill, which is also super funny. Eric, you pushed me down the stairs. Now I'm just like I said, I have seen Death Becomes Her so many times that I've probably like memorized the whole fucking thing. It's just like every now and then I'll think of Meryl Streep and Bruce Willis in the back of their car or whatever, and she's like, "Can you just not breathe?" Like looking at Prince because she's like so annoyed by him. It's like that just makes me laugh. Like
he said, which is the Eastwick? He said it was which is Eastwick wasn't a comedy. I remember it being funny though.
No, I was just addressing that like while you were gone.
Yeah,
I told him, I said I've read the novel by John Updike, but the novel was like a satire.
Yeah.
And the movie wasn't as dark as the book or as satirical as the book, but the movie I think was more of a straight comedy. It was a comedy drama, I guess.
Yeah.
Although I think it was like more funny.
Well, it was almost kind of like a relationship drama too. Relationship comedy.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good.
I mean, it was like the premise behind it was inherently kind of funny, I thought. I mean, him being the devil and them being witches but not knowing. But like I said, in the novel, there's a whole fourth character, like a fourth witch, and her name is Jenny. Like my name.
Yeah.
And she's like much younger, and she becomes Jack Nicholson, like whatever his character's name was in the movie or the book. She becomes his favorite, so the other witches conspire to kill her because they're jealous.
Yeah, like women do.
So that happens in the book, and they took that out of the movie. But I guess because they wanted to make them more sympathetic.
Yeah.
But they do kill it. They do kill a bitch in the book.
Yeah. How old was she?
I don't remember. She was much younger than him, but like not like underage or anything like that.
Right.
But I think she was just like maybe 19 or 20 or something like that. If I remember, I haven't read the book in a long time. I have it somewhere around here, but I haven't read it in a long time.
Another good Jack Nicholson kind of horror type movie was Wolf. I liked Wolf. Jen showed it to me for the first time. I'd never seen that one.
I saw that in the theater too. Yeah, Michelle Pfeiffer was also in that.
Yeah, it was good. I was like, yeah, that's it, man. That's trend. That's what it does to you.
We know. We've been through that experience.
Yeah, that's trend.
Yeah, the weird thing
hair growth and everything.
The weird thing about Wolf is that, and we reviewed it a while back, and I had seen it in the theater, and I remember kind of liking it, and I was like, oh, we should review that one of these days. You'd probably like it. And so we watched it like a couple months back and then reviewed it. And I had forgotten how much of it was just like an adult like relationship drama, except with a werewolf.
Yeah.
Which I thought was kind of like a funny angle.
It was a boomer movie.
Oh, big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
That was the shit they were into.
Yeah.
But it was still pretty good. I liked it.
Yeah, it's an interesting... I don't know, I kind of feel like there were a lot of those kind of movies.
It was trying to be very high-end. And
it was almost like, we're going to do like a horror movie, but for grown-ups.
Yeah, for sophisticated New York people. It's like that. Yeah. Which I think it succeeded. I think it did what it was supposed to do.
Which,
if I remember correctly, it did pretty good at the back.
I mean, honestly, yeah, it did. Like, it did okay. And I kind of feel like The Witches of Eastwick had a similar tone to that. Like, it was kind of like geared toward an older audience,
Yeah.
but it still had like supernatural elements.
Yeah.
Which you didn't really see a lot of, but there was like a little mini boom.
Yeah, it was still fun.
Yeah.
It was still fun.
I really dug Witches of Eastwick when it came out. Like I said, the book is a lot different, but the book is good too, but it's like completely different than the movie.
Death Becomes Her was a little more zany, but it was still like that.
I fucking love Death Becomes Her.
Yeah.
I could watch that every day. Like, I never get tired of that movie. There's just so much like fucking cool about that movie. Like I said, I was telling them, I don't think you were here, but I said that was the first time that I realized that Meryl Streep was like a fucking brilliant comedian. Like, she's fucking great in that.
I liked the movie. I gotta say, it is a chick flick, but it's a good chick flick. It's a good horror comedy chick flick. But it's just you just got to go into it knowing that that's what it is. All right.
I mean,
it's gonna be about relationships.
I mean, the whole fucking
But it's
scene
funny. Yeah.
of Meryl Streep and her head's around backwards.
Yeah.
And she's like horrified. I can see my ass.
Yeah,
like the way she just like fucking. I mean, it's so fucking good. It's so fucking.
And it's
funny.
about getting older too.
Yeah.
All these women are trying to protect their beauty and shit.
Yeah.
As they get older, they're looking for the fucking fountain of youth.
Yeah.
And they find it. It's just not.
But obviously it's not.
And a bunch of other people found it too. Fucking Jim Morrison found it. Elvis found it. All the people you thought were dead, they're still alive. Yeah, that was a good flick though. That was a good flick.
I love that movie. Yeah. That's like probably one of my favorite movies of that.
That was another well done boomer flick.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not a boomer, but I really do like that.
It was for them though.
Yeah,
it was
I
for
reckon.
It was for that generation. It was for our parents. Yeah, it wasn't for us, but we understood it.
Well, I don't know if that's true because, like, I mean, particularly that movie. I think that came out in the early '90s, and that's when I was like 20.
Yeah,
I think that came out when I was like 20.
That was for people in their 40s and 50s, though.
I guess.
Yeah. Which were boomers.
Well, I would argue that more movies like Forrest Gump are boomer movies. I think
super boomer.
I think Forrest Gump is
super
like the
boomer.
platonic ideal of a boomer movie.
Yeah.
Like it's very self-congratulatory.
Yeah, we are so great. Yeah.
Which
super boomer.
It's an okay movie, but I'm still pissed that it won at the Oscars over fucking Pulp Fiction and like all the better shit that was nominated that year. Come on now.
It was a boomer hand job.
Oh, that's definitely what it was.
Yeah, boomer hand job.
And honestly, if you haven't read the book has even more crazy shit in it. I think even Forrest Gump goes to fucking space in the book, okay?
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
And I'm not making that up.
Yeah.
I'm not making that up. Counterlock says, "Hey Tom, my parents and sister live in Orlando.
Okay.
And my dad says El Presidente grocery store has phenomenal food. Are you familiar with them?"
Never seen it.
I don't think
Never
so.
heard of it.
Like, we live near Orlando. We actually live in Eustis, which is probably about half an hour outside of Orlando.
Yeah.
But we go to Orlando a lot. But I don't think I've ever seen that.
We're in the Orlando sphere.
The Orlando sphere.
Yeah.
As they call it.
Yeah, it's all interconnected.
Yeah.
We go down there when clubs are right. When the fucking stars have aligned for clubs to be right in Orlando, we will go. They haven't been aligned in the past couple years, but it could come back.
Well,
I don't know, man. Fucking Orlando kind of went fucking pretty ghetto for a while. They were down there shooting each other.
I mean, downtown.
Downtown, where the clubs were.
But the thing about it is,
shooting each other and fucking rap clubs and shit.
Downtown Orlando is a relatively small area. Like Orlando has like tons of like other like shit around that has cooler shit in it than the downtown area. The downtown area is like kind of little. Phantom says Dolores Claiborne is a decent chick flick. I agree. That was also like one of the better Stephen King adaptations.
I think I remember that one. Did we see that?
You know what? I don't know if we've ever reviewed Dolores Claiborne.
Stephen King?
Yeah, it's Stephen King.
Good.
Kathy Bates is in it. Jennifer Jason Leigh is in it. It's actually a pretty faithful adaptation of the novel. The novel is also great.
There was that other one that was Stephen King, but Gerald's Game, is that what's called?
Gerald's Game, yeah. They made that for Netflix. That was the one with the
girl tied to the fucking
where she was handcuffed to the bed and then her husband died of a heart attack.
Yeah, Misery was another one that was pretty wild too.
Misery, I would argue that Misery is probably easily one of the top 5 Stephen King adaptations. That was a great fucking movie.
Pretty accurate to the story from what I remember.
Very similar to the book.
Yeah.
It's very similar.
Yeah, because I read that one also.
Yeah, I have that someplace. I have most of his books around here. I have lots of books, but you know.
When I was young, before I went into the Army, I used to read a lot because I had time and there was no internet and no distractions. So there was nothing to do, fucking, especially, at that time I was in Mississippi. So I'd sit there and fucking read books. It was a lot better than what was on TV. As soon as I went to the Army, though, fucking life started speeding up. And I stopped reading. And then I had my head injury, too, when I was in the Army. And fucking it's more difficult for me to read because my eyes fucking will trace the fucking line on the fucking page and jump to another line. And I got to fucking... It's not as bad as it used to be. But it's just not as fun as it was to read after my head injury, which is fucking weird. But it did change me slightly.
I still love to read. But the thing about it is that...
It's a little... what it was is I used to read effortlessly.
Yeah.
And it's effortless for me to read, like, sentences. But when it starts to become paragraph after paragraph after paragraph, it's like I fatigue. And my eyes are jumping around on it. That's why I like audiobooks now.
And weirdly, I can't really listen to audiobooks because my mind will wander.
Really?
Like, I have to, like, have it in front of my face. But the thing about it is that I generally prefer print books. And I have a bajillion. I have a huge... You can't see it, but I have, like, two humongous shelves of books. And I have, like, a bunch of books over there and stuff. Because I used to... And a bunch of books over there. Like, so I have, like, several shelves of books. So I prefer print books. But honestly, because it's kind of dark in here, my vision isn't as good as that used to be. So I generally, I have a Kindle Unlimited subscription, so I will usually read books on my computer, is what I usually do. I'll check out stuff on Kindle, like on Amazon, and I'll read it just on my screen, because it's easier for me to see than an actual book, which kind of bums me out a little bit, because I bought some books and I haven't, like, read them, because it's kind of hard for me to see.
It would probably be easier for me to read that shit on Kindle. 'Cause I looked over there and saw you reading it. The print's big.
Yeah, because I read it on my phone.
Yeah.
A black background, white text, and I blow it up really big.
Yeah.
And I just like scroll through and read it, and it's just like I read novels like that like all the time, and it's much easier.
But I do like audiobook though. Just that the audiobooks don't have the same detail as the fucking as the book. They abridge it. But I did. I read all the Vampire Chronicles, but I also listened to Interview with the Vampire audiobook one time when I was on a road trip. It was on cassette tape. And it was awesome. I liked it. It had fucking like sound effects and incidental music and everything in the back of it.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was fun to listen to.
I keep meaning to like send you the audio versions of like my books because
I'd probably
you would probably listen to it.
I'd enjoy them.
I haven't read all of Jenny's stuff.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff I helped produce with her, so I know what's in there. But
none of my fiction.
Her own
though.
fiction. No, I only read like a couple of short stories. I thought it was great. But me and Jen met each other in a club. I wasn't some fan that fucking latched onto her because of her work. Well, she has those at the club.
Yeah.
A couple of them at the club. Yeah.
Yeah, that have read like all my shit. They remember more about it than I do. Because I wrote it a long time ago.
Wrote it a long time ago. Yeah.
Yeah, Xana said Misery scared the shit out of me as a kid watching that movie. That was a very scary movie, I thought. The book is great, too. I love that book. Jeffy Hart said, I think Death Becomes Her is how boomers address their biggest fear, becoming old and irrelevant.
Yeah.
In my opinion, boomers tend to look at age 50 as the end. They also tend to apply take as much self-care. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I kind of feel like that. I didn't really get that from it because I'm not a boomer.
I got that.
I'm Gen X.
Yeah.
So is he. So I just enjoyed it for what it was, like kind of a dark fantasy, magical realism thing.
In general, boomers didn't age well. And yeah, you're right. A lot of them, they got married early. And a lot of them, by the time the 40s and the 50s were rolling around, a lot of them were fucking looking and feeling pretty fucking tired. And they didn't like it because they considered themselves to be a youthful generation that was trying to correct the problems of their parents, the greatest generation. Now, there's something to be said for that. They did fucking make a lot of change. Whether or not it was lasting change or whether or not it was 100% beneficial, no change is 100% beneficial. Everything's a trade-off of what you do. But one of the things that not just me, but a lot of people have noticed, boomers are very self-important. They fucking
Yeah,
in general,
yes,
they think their generation
the center
was
of the fucking world.
Center of the fucking
They want to
world.
be catered to at every opportunity.
Right. And they're still kind of like that. They'll fucking, hey, what about me? They're like they're very
even
much
though they're like 80.
Yeah, they're like 80 now, and they're 70s and 80s, and they're fucking.
They're
still
just going out
to
like cranky, like yelling at everybody.
Yeah.
Pay attention to me, god damn it!
And they still feel that they have things
Everybody's
to teach
like,
people.
no.
And that they and they're not. They're low information, most of them, because they're not real. Most of them are not really into online culture, know how to find information. They're TV people, a lot of them. Not all of them.
The TV people.
But
like
they're TV
Poltergeist.
people, a lot of them.
The TV people.
Yeah, you find some of them that are good to go, but a lot of them aren't. Gen X was, our generation was kind of like Gen Z. We were like disbelievers. We didn't believe in anything.
Well, our parents were boomers, and we were kind of like left to our own devices a lot.
So we became very
because they're like, we got shit to do. We don't have time to take care of children. So it's just kind of, I mean, my parents were
so
like that.
We became very self-sufficient and disillusioned.
They're like, all right, we'll figure it out.
And we're more about realism, about what actually works and what doesn't. And we didn't really have moral hang-ups. I really didn't give a shit about what was right and wrong. Mostly just what worked and what didn't work. That was more about that. You know what I mean? Because we were dealing with other generations like fucking boomers and greatest generation, and they conflicted with each other. And everything about them was about what was right, what you should do. There was only one way to do things.
Which I'm
there
sorry,
ain't no fucking
I'm
one
sorry,
way.
I can't.
Yeah, you're like,
I can't live with those kind of restrictions.
Yeah, and technology has made their world obsolete because they came from a world where you went to work in an office and you had people walking around watching you to make sure you were actually working, and they were on typewriters typing out fucking shit. Lots of people there. That's all gone. Cell phones fucking absorbed all those jobs. If you go to an office building here in the United States, let's say you go to a state capitol building, which I've been to some. I've worked as a subcontractor through those places. You can go to a state capitol building. There's these huge, impressive fucking buildings. Damn, they're doing business of the state. The whole state of Louisiana, the whole state of Florida. You go in there and they're fucking empty. They're fucking empty. There's now 4 or 5 people working in there on laptops, and they're not at home. Sometimes they're working at home. All right?
I mean, I work at home.
Because you don't have hundreds and hundreds of people on a floor typing out fucking paperwork. That's all gone. So that was kind of like, and those were the jobs that the boomers and the greatest generation, those are the jobs that they went to universities for to get. And those jobs aren't even there anymore. So they didn't really have much to say to me and Jen,
Well, they weren't super adaptable because the world they were talking about didn't apply anymore.
Yeah, the world that
and we knew that it didn't apply, right. So we were just like, "What the fuck are you?"
So they would give you this advice on how to do things and how to get a job and how to live, and
even back then we were like, "Nah, that's not
like,
gonna
no,
work."
that ain't gonna be around much longer. You know what I mean? Fucking nah, fuck that. That won't be around. It's amazing the changes that have happened. And
I like it.
I like it. It's good. We can work from home now. You can be totally free from the man. Jen does fucking subcontract work with cool people that like her that want ads for fucking car dealerships. And she just stays at home. Hey, you like it?
I just get up. Great. I meet with them over fucking.
Yeah.
It's not Zoom. It's what do you call it? Like Google Meet or whatever it is. We have a couple meetings a day. We're just like, hey, we're doing this, that, and the other. We're meeting with this dealership or whatever. Yeah. And it's just like, I can just sit in my fucking pajama pants.
And what's great is that her fucking bosses are like a decade younger than her.
Yes.
And they get her. And we get them. We don't get the older people. They just...
No.
They were too formatted, too much about power structure, too much about, look, you're a worker and I'm a slave driver. They had a lot of that in there. Fucking,
well, like I said, I've never
corporate culture was fucking terrible.
I don't even know if it's a generational thing. Just personality-wise, I've never been a real big authority person. I don't like being told what to do. I don't like people saying it's like, well, I'm your boss and I can do this and that. And I'm just like, yeah, fuck that. I don't really like that.
The old world was a top-down, centrally directed world. We're now in an information society that's a network society, and you can plug into a network and you can make a living that way. And everyone's kind of equal in a network because they have their own role in a network. Everybody needs one another. Like in a military unit. It's closer to communism. All right? When you actually look at it. But it's the way it should be. You're there to fucking do a job. It's a set job. And you should be the expert of your own job. If you're not producing, then you're eliminated. And that's fair. You produce, you're rewarded. That's the fucking
shit,
way
man.
life should be.
My introverted ass was so fucking happy when everything went to email and online shit, because it's like, you mean I don't have to like call people and like talk to them?
Yeah.
I don't really have to like talk to people face to face, because I hated that.
Yeah.
My fucking undiagnosed autistic ass, I'm sure. But it's just kind of like, it's just so much better. It's so much better nowadays. And honestly, you can tap into a lot more talent than you could back in the old days, because I kind of feel like back in the old days, you had to present as at least like socially competent. You had to like put a suit on. You had to like look like you knew what you were, you know what I mean? And so I feel like people who were better at shit but maybe weren't good at like presenting socially would get the shit end of the stick.
Yeah.
Even though they might have been better at doing stuff than somebody that was more gregarious or outgoing or whatever. Because I ran into that. I didn't, honestly, as introverted as I am, I never had too many problems finding jobs. I was pretty lucky because I guess, I was always in a more like artistic field. I've been a graphic designer since the 90s. So it's just kind of like, so you're kind of given some leeway for being weird. And people are okay with it as long as you're not like off-puttingly weird. So they, give you some leeway in that. But I kind of feel like nowadays it's like much easier in that regard, because people aren't expecting you to like show up at a place and be like, hey, like handshake and like, whacking people on the back and like being all fucking networky and shit like that. Like you still have to network, but it's not really the same as it used to be.
Yeah.
Because I was not good at that.
Right. And a lot of the guys that were real successful 2 generations back, they were good back in that environment. You bring them here now, and a lot of their skill set would not be
Everyone
applicable.
would probably just think they were obnoxious.
It's like, fuck. They might have some good ideas, and they
I mean, everybody might,
but a lot of their skill set is no longer needed.
It's not
or
necessary
it's changed.
anymore.
It's mostly about how much can you get done through your phone.
Well, and that's the thing. It's like, I kind of feel like that's what is fucking the boomers up, is that
it's not the same.
It used to be back in the day, like if you were older, you had like all this wisdom to impart, which, in their defense,
they do
did used to be the case.
Yeah.
But now, it's kind of like turned on its head a little bit. Like people that are older that don't know anything about technology or something like that, you're just behind. You don't have anything really.
The only thing they can
you don't have much to share.
The only thing an older person can tell you is advice about face-to-face dealings, relationships.
Yeah, that's valuable.
They're pretty good at that kind of stuff.
That is still valuable information.
Yeah, right. And fucking how to run game on somebody. They know the shit like that. But there's so much more that you have to know now about technology.
Yeah, I mean, them telling you, like, go get a job, like, go hand in resumes in person and, like, shake it.
Never,
like,
you'll never make it.
Baby, nobody does that anymore.
Go buy you a lawnmower and start mowing lawns. Next thing you know, you'll be a millionaire. Yeah, sure you will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop buying those coffees and avocado toast. You'll be able to buy a house.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, that's not how it works anymore, Grandpa. Sorry. Joseph says, how about the Dead Zone? Honestly, I would also consider the Dead Zone to be in the top 5 Stephen King adaptations. It's Cronenberg. I love fucking Cronenberg. And that was a really, really good Stephen King adaptation. We reviewed it a long time ago. But that's a movie that I revisit a lot, actually. Leslie said I like Storm of the Century miniseries. I actually reviewed that over on my Scare Salon channel. Probably a couple months ago. I did Storm of the Century and I did Rose Red, because I'd been wanting to rewatch that, and I'd never seen Storm of the Century. I didn't see it when it came out, so I wanted to like rewatch it because it came up on Hulu. Like Hulu had Storm of the Century and Rose Red. I don't know if they still have them, but they had them a couple months ago, and I reviewed both of them. But that's on not on this channel, but on my other channel, which is called Scare Salon. I reviewed it on there. Let me see. There was something else. Oh, Erica said, how did Tom hurt his head? Okay. I'm going to let him tell you, like, when he comes back. Because I realized that, most of you guys have been with us for a long time. but there might be some information. Erica asked how you hurt your head.
Motorcycle wreck.
Yeah, he was in a motorcycle wreck in
1994. Yeah, I was going about 70 through an intersection, and a military vehicle ran a red light right in front of me. And I fucking hit the fucking car door, or the driver's side door of that, and my head went into a window, and my body flipped over the top of it, and I went about 200 feet into a big old pile of rebar. I woke up about 2 weeks later out of a coma.
He was in a coma.
I was in a coma, yeah.
For a while.
I was partially paralyzed and everything. Had a frontal right interventricular brain hemorrhage. It took me about 2 years to fully recover from it. All right. Now that cost me my. They put me on a 1-year profile, so I couldn't re-enlist.
Because you were going to re-up.
I was going to re-enlist.
You were planning on re-enlisting.
Yeah, I was going to be kind of a career-oriented type guy. I couldn't re-enlist. So then I ended up going to Boston and got involved in the corporate world later. I was a fucking salesman. Had fun there for about 4 or 5 years. And then moved to Pass Christian, Mississippi. Ended up getting married. And it ended up being a fucking basically a defense contractor through a weird fucking company. It was an anti-terrorist company. So I did that for fucking 7-8 years. And then I came here to Florida. And about a year later, I met Jen. But during all that time, because of that accident, I was able to fucking basically sue the Army.
Yeah. Because it happened on the military base.
Yeah, and that was a military vehicle that ran a red light. That cost me a career.
It fucked your head all up.
Yeah, so that gave me a check for the rest of my life, but I can still work. Yeah. That's the way the VA works. I could go right now and go work in any VA installation and probably make another fucking $40,000 a year. It's just that I don't want to show up all for every fucking day.
I don't blame you. Like I said, I like working at home, but even I'm just like, oh man, I have to show up for a particular time, like for an online meeting. Right. Man,
I could work in any one of these VA installations. They'd have me fucking answering phones and logging down fucking making appointments and fucking walking dudes and pushing fucking dudes and fucking wheelchairs from one doctor to the next and doing rehab programs. I could do all that if I wanted to. Just that it would take me away from here. I got to take care of this fucking house. Jen's working. If I needed the money, I'd go back there. You know.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't want a contract anymore. I don't want anything to do with that. I would just do the free money.
You could do that if you wanted to.
Yeah.
But the thing about it, you don't make a huge amount of money, but you get like enough.
I would get from what I'm doing now. I'm getting enough. Yeah.
And between the two of us, like, we do okay.
Yeah.
And honestly, I like having you here. I like being here.
Yeah. I make what you would make for a decent full-time job.
Yeah.
And I get full medical and fucking dental and all kinds of shit.
Which I don't have that, but yeah.
I could probably work it out. It probably...
Yeah, we need to probably... I mean, I don't worry about it now because
you're
I'm
dependent now.
In good shape.
You're dependent now, so it probably...
I don't worry about it because I haven't had insurance since like fucking 2016. I'm really not worried.
You don't want any VA medical shit. It's substandard anyway.
Yeah, but private it's better. I mean, it's better than nothing.
Yeah. You could buy private shit that's a lot better. Like, we can get the drugs you need.
True.
Through the smugglers and shit. You can diagnose anything, you know.
But like I said, it's like you could work more if you wanted to. Yeah. But it's like you don't really need to. Like we don't.
Yeah, because I cook for Jen. I do all the fucking groundskeeping. I got an acre of land here.
Yeah.
You know, I got to fucking ride on lawn, mow over all this shit, and fucking edge all the fucking sidewalks and fucking trim hedges and shit, and fucking growing fucking vegetables out in the back and killing wasp nests.
So many peppers, you guys.
Working on cars and shit.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like, I kind of like the way we have shit worked out now.
Yeah.
I didn't really like having to go, because I worked outside of the home for most of our relationship. Yeah. Obviously, I had to go out and work like a normal-ass person.
And just commuting cost her a lot of money.
Right, so I was just kind of like, I want something remote. It's just like, I don't want to leave. I just want to be here. It's just like... Just give me some work to do, and I will do it. Just pay me. It's just like, I don't need to go someplace.
She would waste 2 hours a day driving to and from the fucking place. and then all the money and gas, and then fucking
money
all the
and
miles
gas,
you're
and I had to
putting on
like
a car.
buy lunches and all this other kind of crap.
It's very inefficient to commute when you can just work remotely.
It's just like so much better. So I'm so glad that
she works in California. She doesn't work here.
Yeah,
she works in California.
That's where the company is.
It's California.
Well, and they have employees.
Yeah.
The owner is in California.
Yeah.
The employees are in Vegas. 2 of them are in Texas. One is in one of the Carolinas. I don't remember where.
Yeah.
One is in the Philippines.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he has people like all over, and I mean we meet once or twice a day over Google Meet, and just kind of talk about what are we gonna do today? What are we gonna do this week? Like, this is the agenda. We're going to put, you know what I mean? We have Slack, we have Asana. Yeah. So it's just kind of like, and then I also have, and they know because I'm just a contractor. So it's like, so I have other clients too. So if they email me, like, I'm just be okay, well, I'll get to this today or tomorrow or whatever. And it's like, you know, they'll pay me through PayPal or whatever. So it's just kind of like, it's more stressful because you don't know how much money you're going to make that month. It's not like guaranteed. Like, for them, it is because they pay me a set amount, like, every month. Like, they just pay once a month, like, one amount. And they're just like, okay, well, if you think that... And they've told me this before. They're like, if we're taking too many hours out of your week, then, like, tell us we'll chill out on it. You know what I mean? Because if we're not paying enough. So, because we know that you have other clients and you have other stuff to do.
Yeah.
So,
because she's got other clients.
Because I do. I have like 4 or 5 other clients that I work for also. But like I said, it's just kind of like you never know how much you're going to make from month to month, which is stressful. But I would rather do that than show up every day at a place. Because I don't really like having to do that.
I got used to that though as a contractor. It's better. It's better to have the stress not knowing and just putting in fucking just work and it works out.
Yeah.
It works out.
And normally I've never really had a problem where...
You make bills.
I mean, I worry about it.
Yeah.
Because I'm just like, oh shit. Like,
but you've been making bills for years.
But then like the next day they're like, hey, can you do this and that? And it's just like this huge job and it's, you know what I mean? So it's like I've never had a problem meeting stuff. So I worry about it all the time because that's just how I do. But I've never had a problem like making bills. I make bills like every month. Yeah. And like I said, he just makes money.
I get VA money.
He just gets VA money.
Yeah.
So he could work if he wanted to, but like I said, if I got that, I wouldn't.
Yeah. I make enough where I don't really have to.
And honestly, you work around the house.
Yeah, I work around the house.
Like I said, you cook, you do all the you do all the shit around the house. You vacuum, you do it. You clean the house, you do all that kind of stuff. So it's just kind of like
all the fucking groundskeeping
and all the groundskeeping, and we have like almost an acre.
Yeah.
So you gotta mow it, you gotta do all the fucking bushes and shit like that.
Fucking spray weeds.
So you gotta do all that shit.
Yeah.
We have a big garden in the back.
Yeah. Gotta do laundry.
That too.
Yeah. Fucking sweep and mop.
Yep. So
dishes.
Yeah.
So I really don't have time to work. If I were to work, I would actually have to hire a domestic to come in and help Jen.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, or the place to be
because I would not have time.
Right.
Honestly, like the only things I have time to do are I scoop the cat box.
Yeah.
Like I feed the cats. Like I kind of keep my own bathroom clean.
Yeah, and I got my own. We got each our
we each have our own bathroom.
Yeah.
So it's like I try to keep my own bathroom clean.
Yeah.
He keeps his own bathroom clean. I do my own laundry, but I just do it once a week. I don't really have that much to do. And but he keeps shit clean. Like he cooks.
Yeah.
And everything like that, which is good because
do farming.
Because I never cook.
Yeah.
I never cook.
No, I cook. I do all the cooking.
He does all the cooking.
I'll fucking cook cake. I'll make a cake, lemon cake, and everything.
He did. He made like a bundt cake the other day.
Yeah.
Actually, yesterday, the day before.
Yeah.
He made chicken piccata.
Yeah, made chicken piccata with fucking capers and shit. Yeah.
So good.
On mashed potatoes.
Today he made quesadillas.
Yeah. Yeah. What the hell's happening? I lost my fucking...
Did you really?
Lost my stream.
Uh-oh.
Okay. We're good? Yeah, we're good.
Tammy said, whatever you do, don't work at Walmart. Oh, believe me, I never would.
Oh, no.
I made that mistake when I first moved down here, and I hate it.
I'd work for the government if I was to get another job.
Yeah, like
I can walk into any government facility.
Yeah.
Because I'm registered as a fucking... as a disabled veteran.
Yeah.
That is eligible to work, so I'm right to the top.
Yeah.
They'll invent a job for me if I wanted to, which is kind of a fake job. There's lots of them.
Yeah, but they'll just like give it to you because
Yeah.
But like I said,
but you gotta commute. You gotta get up every fucking day, and you gotta fucking drive.
Like I said, if I was you, I wouldn't do this shit.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to get up at a certain time. I don't want to. Well, the nice thing about my main job is that they're in California, so they're 3 hours behind me. Yeah. So they don't even get up and get on Slack and stuff until like it's 11 o'clock here.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't really have to get up super early. You know what I mean? If I don't want to. I usually do anyway, just because I have other shit going on. Like other clients that are in my same time zone.
Me and Jen never hit it big if she ever went viral and fucking got famous for one of her books or the show got big out of nowhere. Fucking, that was really all we need. You know? Fucking, that's really the way to make money. I don't really like making money working for other people.
That's really not the way to do it, really honestly. You're never going to make that much because they're just always going to take it. That's another person. That's
they take up a lot of your time. They take up a lot of your time, and you're like fucking. They don't really give you much for in return for your time, and it's just fuck that shit. Independent contracting, making your own shit.
Yeah, like I said,
which is kind of like grifting, but you know what I mean. All the rich people are grifters. Hollywood is grifting.
I'm not grifting.
You know what I'm talking about. They're just trying to fucking grub up some kind of deal.
I can do what I say.
You can do it. Yeah, you can do it.
That I can do.
You're right. Yeah.
I can make shit. I can make videos, I can make ads, I can do all this other kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's not like I'm faking anything. But yeah, it's just, like I said, it's just stressful because you don't know how much money you're going to make in a month. You don't have like that guarantee. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That was the only thing that I liked, other than the health insurance, of having like a regular ass job, was that you had a health insurance and you knew how much you were going to make from week to week.
Yeah.
As it is now, I'm never sure. You know what I mean? Like, I know roughly how much I'm going to make over the month, but I'm never entirely sure because it's like, well, maybe this client won't give me anything or, you know, or I won't get paid or something like that. Like, something might happen. So it's just like, so you might fall short. But as far...
Yeah.
Honestly, I haven't really fallen short too much in the...
Okay, so we've been talking about fucking money and jobs, fucking probably bringing everybody down, being boring. Kaysen says that...
Not really.
Kaysen says working for others sucks.
It does, yeah.
That is fucking true.
And Tammy said, what about women that work full-time jobs and still have to take care of the house and the yard?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's still, sadly,
that's
very
rough,
common.
Bro. Yeah.
Which, like I said, I kind of love... Honestly, we've worked out a good thing. Like I said, Tom gets a pension. He's retired. Mm-hmm. You know, I still work. I don't have like super rigid hours, but I still have to be available during the week. Like, people usually don't fuck with me over the weekend. But Monday to Friday, usually I'm working 7:30 to 6 p.m. Something like that. Or at least I'm like open to whatever's going on. And I mean, Tom does pretty much everything else. Like I said, I do my own laundry, I clean my own bathroom, but other than that, like, Tom pretty much does everything. Like, he cooks, takes out the garbage, cleans shit, like vacuums, all that kind of shit, like around the house and stuff like that. So he does like pretty much all the work around the house and the yard and everything. Which is good. Like I said, it works out really good.
He's talking about how good the Dead Zone was, but it was a bummer. Yeah, that was a good movie, man. Fucking.
Well, the movie or the series?
I think he's talking about the movie.
Oh, okay, yeah.
The television series is pretty good. I got it all on fucking on DVD.
I like the TV series.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Which I kind of feel like a lot of people forgot that existed.
Yeah.
But we have the whole thing. Like, we have the whole...
Yeah, there was that guy from fucking Weird Science was in that. What's that guy's name?
Anthony Michael Hall.
Michael Hall,
yeah. Yeah, he was great in that. Keith Lee said, I need to watch more movies than watching ghost hunting videos and playing games. Yeah, I mean... Here's the thing. I'm old, okay? Like, I'll be 52 in a couple weeks. And I'm super into movies, particularly horror movies, but other movies too. And ever since I was a kid, I just watched tons and tons of movies. Listen to tons of music too. I know a lot about music also. But I would go to the theater and stuff. Like, particularly when I was a teenager, me and my friend, where I grew up in Daytona, there was a movie theater a little bit sketchy. Not that sketchy. You know, not like people jacking off next to you sketchy, but like still kind of sketchy. And it was $1. You could go there and see movies that had just come out like a couple months ago. And then they would go to this theater and it was like $1. So we used to go there all the time. Because, man, we'd be like hanging out in the house, be eating some pizza or something like that. Let's go to a movie. It's only $1. So we would go to the movies. We saw fucking everything. And then, like, later on when I was older, I had friends that would, like, burn, like, pirated movies for me. So I saw, like, a bunch of shit, like, for free. So I haven't seen everything, but I've seen most things. Not just horror. I've seen a lot of horror movies. Because that's my favorite. But I've seen, like, a lot of other movies, too.
Tammy said that was a buffed up Anthony Michael Hall. Yeah. Fucking...
Everyone was shocked.
Yeah.
At how that happened.
Anthony Michael Hall, if y'all don't know what we're talking about, when he first showed up on the Hollywood scene, he was
in all those John Hughes movies.
Yeah, he was fucking
Breakfast Club and 16 Candles.
Yeah. And he was a skinny little guy.
He was a nerdy character.
He played a nerd. I would call him a cute guy, a cute little guy.
He was cute.
He was a good guy. He was not ugly in any way. He was a cute little guy. But what was funny is that over fucking time, that motherfucker became a stud. By the time you saw him in the Dead Zone series, yeah, he's looking good, and the women were responding, and it's like a night and day. You wouldn't know that was actually the same dude. The first time I saw him when he looked jacked, I think it might have been in Edward Scissorhands. I think it might have been one of the Edward Scissorhands movies or some kind of a. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong. And he played kind of like a bad guy. And he showed up and like, wait a minute, hold on, that's Anthony Michael Hall. And he was fucking much bigger. He was big dude, probably, 6 feet. He looked like he was about 6 feet. And he was fucking stacked. Now, was it natural? No, I don't think it was. I think he fucking did some tests, got into the gym, did some tests, and probably did some Nandrolone. But no, he got fucking buffed out and shit. He looked great. Now, you guys can correct me. Was that Edward Scissorhands that he showed up in? Wasn't he in Edward Scissorhands? Yes. Didn't he play a bad guy?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like a jock.
Yeah, a jock. And that's the first time
he was like Winona Ryder's boyfriend.
And that's the first time you see him, and he's fucking... He's looking good, actually. He's fucking kind of jacked in that. He's not the same character from fucking Breakfast Club or 16 Candles. He looks very different. But yeah, he became a hunk. And especially by the time Dead Zone came out. In Dead Zone, he's Lady Killer. Yeah.
Yeah, he really like grew into that shit.
Yeah.
Which is so funny because he was really known as being like this dorky.
Yeah.
That's like all he played, like in the 80s.
Kind of like a funny dorky dude. He was. Yeah. I would call him a cute kind of guy.
He was in Weird Science too.
But he was, as I said, I call him a cute guy. He wasn't ugly. He was just a little skinny guy.
Yeah.
He was kind of dorky and funny,
Sorry, I was just thinking of 16 Candles. I can't believe I gave my panties to a geek.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he was portrayed as geeky, but he was always portrayed like sympathetically.
As a good person. Yeah, he was always a good guy.
Yeah. Like they didn't really make fun of him.
Yeah. And Kaysen, if you've never seen the Dead Zone television series, man, you should see it. Fucking, I got all 3 seasons of that shit, man, and it's on fucking like 50 fucking discs. But you could probably get that shit streaming. And Anthony Michael Hall plays fucking what was the guy from the Dead Zone's name? What was that character? Was that Johnny?
John Smith.
Johnny Smith.
Johnny Smith. Yeah.
Johnny Smith. Yeah, he plays Johnny, and he does all kinds of cool shit in the series. He even works for the U.S. government to try to find fucking dudes that got
that
captured.
Series. I was like surprised.
He's working for the cops, and he has these fucking mental episodes where he can kind of see the past and see remote places. It's pretty good. Pretty good.
A new person has arrived.
Oh yeah, who's this?
Lord Hallbrand.
Lord
says Lord Hallbrand.
Damn, we got a lord with us.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, let me step back. I'm stepping back and making.
Do we need to like bow down or salute?
Yeah, I'm stepping back and making.
I'm not really sure what the protocol is.
Yeah. What do you say?
Is Tom and Jenny a play on Tom and Jerry, or literally just your names?
It's just our name.
Literally just our names.
Yeah.
His name is Tom, as in Thomas.
Yeah.
My name is Jenny, as in Jennifer. Those are just our names. Jeff Yard said, have you guys ever seen Friday the 13th, the series? I don't think I ever have. I kind of feel like I watched it when I was a kid, but I don't really remember anything about it. Yeah, he's like no relation to the movies except for the showrunner. 80s horror TV series about cursed antique objects. Yeah, see, I kind of remember seeing some of that. But I don't remember if I ever really got that into it.
No, I never watched it.
Maybe, I don't know. I kind of feel like...
What years was that?
That was 80s.
80s?
Shit, man. Now I'm thinking maybe I should do that for my Scare Salon.
To go back and watch some of those old series? I heard that...
Although, shit, man, I'm still, like, doing Thriller and Night Gallery, and that's taking me forever.
They also had, like, a Tales from the Crypt.
I used to
love... From the 80s and 90s.
I love Tales from the Crypt.
It was supposed to be pretty good, wasn't it?
You didn't see any of the Tales from the Crypt?
A couple of
them,
maybe.
Like the HBO ones? Oh, that was a good-ass show.
I thought it was just regular cable television.
No, Tales from the Crypt, like, from the 80s, that was HBO.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are real good.
Well, there was another one that I think was just a regular TV show. Was that Creep Show? Where it was like a regular television series, kind of like Twilight Zone. Where it was like, every week there was a new one.
Well, I don't know about that.
I don't remember.
Well, Creep Show, they just started the new one on Shudder a couple years back. But that's not... It wasn't on, like, TV.
No, this is something from the 90s.
Tales from the Crypt...
80s, 90s. 90s,
was
I think.
HBO.
HBO? Okay.
And that was kind of the appeal of it, was that they didn't have the restrictions that you would have on regular-ass TV. You could just show whatever. So a lot of them were, like, super gory and shit like that. So a lot of them were really good. Some of them were kind of so-so, but a lot of them were, like, actually
Casey
really
said
good.
he was going to look for it. He liked the novella. Yeah, it was a good book. It was a good book. Yeah, you're going to find more Adventures of Johnny. Unfortunately, it's not our boy, what's his name, from the movie.
Christopher Walken.
It's not Christopher Walken, but they got a good dude playing it.
And they kind of expanded the universe out. They made a whole series about a dude that was like, what would happen if this dude that had these powers.
We watched them all like in a period of a few days. They kind of blur now. They weren't in any kind of order. I think they were all standalones, weren't they?
Pretty much. I don't think you necessarily need to watch them in order.
Yeah.
But
you don't have to see them in order.
Yeah, it wasn't like a plot arc or anything.
No, it was just
kind of like the psychic thing of the week. Like, we're solving a murder this week or whatever it is.
Each one was a standalone psychic adventure with Johnny.
Tammy brings up Tales from the Dark Side. Yeah. I remember...
maybe that's what I'm thinking of, Tales from the Dark Side.
Now, the movie of that was good. The one with Debbie Harry and Christian Slater and all that. I don't think... Have we reviewed that movie?
There was a television series that used to come on late at night, around the talk shows like Ricky Lake and shit. That shit would come on, and I think it was only a half hour long, and it was on all the time. It might have been Tales from the Crypt, maybe. Or Tales from the Dark Side.
Yeah, because that was a different thing.
Yeah, it was kind of cheesy, but I remembered it being pretty good. I only saw a couple of them, though. Kind of like the Twilight Zone.
I do like a lot of those old horror anthology series.
Yeah.
Like I said, for my Scare Salon channel, I did review... I haven't done Tales from the Dark Side. I haven't done Friday the 13th. Eventually, I'll probably get around to those. Mm-hmm. I'm still working on Thriller and Night Gallery. Like, that's taking forever. But,
see you around, Lee.
Oh, yeah, see, yeah. That's Korea.
Yeah.
It's probably like the morning there. But I don't know. There's a lot of others. I did Fear Itself, which a lot of people forgot about. And then there was like a sci-fi one. I reviewed that one too. Because somebody told me about that one. But because I love horror anthology series. But I don't think I've done Tales from the Dark Side. I don't even think we've done the movie. Did we do the movie?
I don't know. I don't remember what was that movie was.
The one with Debbie Harry and she was the witch and that was like the wraparound story.
Yeah, it was a good.
And then there was the one with like Christian Slater. I don't think
we reviewed it. Somebody might be able to go back and check and see if we did Tales from the Dark Side. I remember we watched it.
I thought we did, but
we watched it, but I don't think we reviewed it.
I don't know if we did. I kind of feel like we should have.
Yeah.
But because that's a classic.
Yeah.
High Desert said 90s era Outer Limits was good too. I don't know if I saw any of those.
Yeah, I didn't see any of those.
And I haven't seen any of the new Twilight Zones, like the Jordan Peele ones. So, because I love the original Twilight Zone. And I really liked the Twilight Zone movie from the 80s. But
Jordan Peele's doing Twilight Zone?
he did, like, a few years back.
Okay.
Like, they did a series, yeah. Tammy said, wasn't there a series called Creeper?
Creeper.
I don't remember that one. There might have been. I don't
I'm making
remember it,
another
though.
drink.
Okay. That sounds like a good idea.
Still, it's only 10:30.
That's what I mean. It's early.
Yeah.
It's still early, bro.
Yeah.
And Hugo says Friday the 13th series is good. Okay. I mean, like I said, I'll get into it. I kind of do more of that kind of stuff. Because on this channel, if I'm going to do shit on my own, it's usually just going to be like a standalone book or a standalone movie. But over on my Scares Alone channel, which you should subscribe to if you haven't yet, I don't post on there as much because I don't have a lot of time to make content for it. Because that's usually like longer form content. I kind of do more shit like that. Like I do more long form stuff. Like I said, I did a video about Rose Red. I did a video about Storm of the Century. I do like book movie comparisons. And I've been working through Night Gallery from the 70s. And I've also been working through Thriller with Boris Karloff from the 60s. And I'm kind of doing, for a while, I was doing 6 episodes at a time. So I do a video with like 6 episodes and it was like an hour and a half video or something. So I was just like, shit, man, I need to just do 1 episode at a time. So I started like doing 1 episode at a time. So that's what I'm going to start doing. But like I said, I still have a bunch of episodes left to do.
Between the two of us, we drank half a fifth.
That's okay. It's Friday night.
Fucking slam.
It's our anniversary tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
We're celebrating. It's a whole weekend.
We're going to get fucking steaks tomorrow.
Fucking rare ass steaks.
Yeah. You're going to get a medium rare. And maybe a mojito or something.
No, I like it rare.
Yeah, I know. She likes it rare.
Well, it's like, and I always tell this, if you go to a steakhouse, they're usually pretty cool with it. But I'm just kind of like, I look at the people and I'm just like, rare.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just like...
She likes it seared on the outside, just when it turned pink.
Yeah, just like...
Just when it, yeah.
Then give it to me.
Yeah.
Then give it to me. I've always been like that. Don't cook it too much, man. It's okay.
I want au jus to come out of there,
If it's still mooing, that's all right.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'd probably eat it raw, honestly, if they brought it like that. Because I've had like burgers brought to me that were kind of still like cold in the middle. I'm just kind of, okay, I'm fine with it.
MH Mousy says he's the first, I don't know, I guess it's a he or a she, I don't know. First fan from Saudi Arabia. And
Says Mr. Mousy.
Mr. Mousy, I would say, I can't really read it, my glasses are fucked up. And I would say, no, you're not the first. My good buddy Saad fucking is...
So you're the second.
You're the second.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, me and Saad talk all the time. He was one of the first regulars on this show. That goes years back now. Yeah. But, I lived in the Middle East for a year. Well, actually, I guess it was only 6 months in fucking Egypt, in the Sinai Peninsula. When I was in the service. But my family on my mother's side, all of her sisters lived in Isfahan, Iran during the time of the Shah. And they left during the fucking revolution. And now half of them sisters and my uncles, the dudes that they married, are back in the Middle East, in Dubai, United Arab Emirates, they're all bodyguards. Because my uncles were all... ex-Task Force 160 Special Operations Aviation. They were all Special Operations helicopter pilots. So they're helicopter pilots and bodyguards for royal family members. Not only from Saudi, but I think some of them are from Dubai too. So, and my mother's father was Assyrian. He was an Assyrian Christian. So I have some Middle Eastern roots in my family. Even though the Assyrians probably weren't Arabs. They were more like Greeks. But
Count Warlock says the Eurocrypt of Christopher Lee box set has a horror series hosted by Lee called Theater Macabre. Yeah, I've been wanting to get around to that too, because man, I'll watch anything again with like Christopher Lee in it. But like I said, there's so many good horror anthologies. There was even like Hammer House of Horror, which I think is free on Tubi. And I've been wanting to get into that too because I watched like the first couple and I'm just like, oh man, I should review this one too. But like I said, I don't have a lot of time to do it. Joseph says, what was your favorite segment from Twilight Zone the movie? I liked the John Lithgow airplane segment. I like that one too, but probably my favorite one is It's a Good Life. I just really liked all the creature effects. All the acting in that was like super good. Like, I don't know. I just like the whole aesthetic of that one. And it was like so much better. It was like such an improvement on, I mean, the original Twilight Zone segment, which was also called It's a Good Life. It's kind of based on that, but it really took it like in a new direction. And I really liked that. I really liked all the creature effects and stuff.
The Phantom said that we definitely reviewed Tales
I thought we had.
He says he was there.
Because I remembered watching it not that long ago.
Yeah.
Counter said, congrats on the anniversary.
Thank you very much.
We got engaged 10 years ago today in Maine. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, we've been, like I said, we've been together since 2011, but we only just got married last year, September 14th last year. Probably put it on Facebook tomorrow, like the fucking, because Facebook will probably be like, hey, look at the picture that you posted like on September 14th last year. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like we just went to the courthouse and did the shit. You know what I mean?
Did a courthouse shit.
We just did the courthouse shit. Well, it's a lot cheaper. You know what I mean?
It's cheaper, and we were just getting like, man, fucking this shit's delaying. We might as well go ahead and get married, man. We're getting old.
Fucking,
and we already love each other. We've already been living together. Fucking.
It was so funny because I kind of feel like
my motorcycle almost fucked up, and I was like, man, I gotta get married.
Is that what it was? Because I didn't know why. Because we've been together so long, and I'm just like, we'll probably just never get married. Like, I had kind of thought about it for a while, but it's just, I don't
want to leave you stuck out like that.
I didn't think it was ever going to happen.
I'm going to give you my benefits.
And then, for some reason, suddenly, we had been to Ichiban, the Chinese buffet that we go to occasionally. Yeah. And then we went over to the mall. There was a Books A Million, and we were, like, sitting in there drinking coffee, as we do sometimes. Just sitting in there talking. And he just started talking. He was like, we should probably get married. This and I'm just like, where is this coming from? Like, and I was like actually really surprised, and I kind of like started crying and shit like that because it's like I was like, oh my god, are you actually like asking me like after all this time? I didn't think it was gonna happen. He's like, no, yeah, we should probably do that. So then we just like fucking set it up. We went to the courthouse. We filled out the paperwork, and they said, okay, well you have to wait like 3 days or whatever the fucking Florida law is. It's weird. Like, didn't we have to wait 3 days?
Something like that.
Or something like that. In case you change your mind. Well, no, it's what it is in Florida is you don't have to do a blood test or anything like that. Because some states you do. But you don't have to do that. But this must be a newer thing because I didn't have to do this when I got married in Florida the first time in 2000 or no. When the fuck did I get married the first time? 1995, 1996? I don't even remember now. But it was in the 90s sometime. So they said, well, what you have to do now is that you either have to take a class, like a relationship marriage class, and you have to pay for it. It's not free. Or you have to wait several days. 3 days, 5 days, I don't remember what it was. And we're like, we're not taking a fucking class. We've been together like fucking 13 years. Piss off with your class. I'm not paying for that. So, you know what I mean? And so we just waited. So we went and filled out the shit, and then like several days later we just went back and did the thing. Nobody was there. It was just kind of like they have a little chapel thing in the what was it? It's Lake County, right? It was like little Lake County building there. They have like a little chapel with like this grass shit on the wall and like little neon crap in the background that says, what the fuck did it say? I have the picture.
I don't know.
Together forever. No, it didn't say that. I don't remember what it said.
The Phantom says...
I have a picture. I don't remember what it said.
Phantom says, the way you guys reviewed a haunting TV show every Monday would be sick if you did that with Tales from the Crypt. I just ordered the complete series on DVD.
Maybe we should do that.
I've never seen it.
You probably like it. I liked it.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a million episodes. Well, it's not a million episodes. Yeah. That's an exaggeration. But there were a lot. I remember a lot of them being really good. Because I used to watch it. We had HBO back in the old days, and I used to watch it.
What's that name? Count Orlock?
Yeah.
Yeah. He said they began dating in 2011 as well.
Yeah. I mean, I met him in 2009, I think. We met at Barbarella, the club we go to. It's a different location now.
Yeah.
But it's the same club. It's just at a different place now. But, yeah, I met him downtown when it was at Orange Ave.
Yeah.
And I was still married when I met him. I was married to my first husband. And, you know, shit happened. Shit happens.
Yeah.
As it does. I don't know.
So what's up with Mr. Mousy? Where you live at in Saudi? What city?
Yeah, no, I'm kind of curious.
Yeah. And how'd you find the show? The reason why Saad fucking and he's becoming a doctor right now. The reason why Saad fucking logged on is because we did a show about what did you call those things? Those damn Arabic fucking demons.
Jinn?
Jinn. We did a thing about
Jinn.
Jinn.
That's right. We did a show about Jinn.
Yeah, we did a show about Jinn.
A while back.
A long time ago. And
That's when he found it?
Yeah. The show about
That's
Jinn.
Cool.
The show about Jinn attracted a lot of Arabs. You know.
Because maybe a lot of Americans don't do shows about that?
Yeah.
It's interesting, though.
Yeah, and then I gave my theories that a Jinn was actually... The Jinn stories were probably based upon poltergeist activity.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah. Real similar. But then they kind of took it and ran with it. He said something right there.
Nothing but love from us Arabs. We love you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, my goodness.
Thank you very much.
That's awesome. We're just being our own selves.
Mm-hmm.
Erica said, congratulations on your anniversary. Did you guys dress up for the pic when you went downtown? Like for the wedding picture? Honestly,
They just snapped that shit with a fucking phone, didn't they?
pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, no, with my phone.
With your phone, yeah. And her
Well,
phone was
I
falling
asked you.
apart.
It wasn't then.
It
Like
wasn't
now
then.
the back's falling off.
You gotta have,
I
you
need
gotta
to get
get
a
you
new
a new phone, man.
My
Her
phone
phone
is
is fucking disintegrated.
I've dropped it so many times. Like the back is
It's
like
fucking-
this.
It looks like an accordion.
It's on there with like tape.
It looks like an accordion. Like fucking
It's
several
pitiful.
layers of shit.
It still
Fucking-
works though.
Yeah.
It still works. Like I said, I grew up broke, so it's just kind of like, hey, it's still working. So.
She runs shit into the ground. And
I
I'm saying,
do.
Jen, you need to get you a new phone. Oh,
That's
yeah,
from,
later.
like I said, that's because I grew up
You grew
poor.
up poor, yeah.
So it's just kind of like you use shit until you couldn't use it anymore.
Yeah.
You didn't need to buy another one. That was a waste.
Yeah.
So that's kind of, it's still working.
Yeah.
So it looks terrible, but yeah. It's all, the glass is all cracked. The
Yeah.
back is like this.
Yeah,
like you can
yeah.
see into it. Like I said, it's like got tape around it.
Yeah.
It's so janky. But yeah, no, yeah, like when we went down there, like I said, you have to go down and fill the paperwork out. And then they said, well, if you don't want to do the class, which we did not, and Tom even said, we're not doing a class. Come on now. We've been together for a long time.
Yeah.
And we're old. So it's like, we're not doing a class.
Doing a
Because like I
class, we're
said,
too
it's
old.
not free. You have to pay for it. And I'm just like, yeah, we're not paying for that. So they're like, okay, well then you have to wait. I don't remember if it was 3 days or 5 days or whatever.
They laughed about the classes. We've been together 11 years.
They did, yeah. It's
They're
like,
like,
wait,
yeah.
we don't need a class. We've already figured this out.
Yeah.
We're old. So we're like 50 something.
Mhm.
We know how shit works. So
we were married before to other people.
right.
We know all about that shit.
Yeah, I mean, and I was married before for 14 years.
Yeah.
So it's just like it's
She's
not my
not-
it's
it's
not
not-
my first rodeo.
Yeah.
Okay? It's not my first rodeo. So not his first rodeo either.
No.
You were married for a much shorter time than I was,
Yeah.
but still.
She was more like a girlfriend. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's just
Yes.
so we've been around,
Yeah.
both of us. You have a lot more how would I put it? You have a lot more quantitative experience.
Yeah.
Where I have a lot more qualitative
Probably,
experience.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
Yeah.
let's put it that way.
Yeah.
That's accurate.
Yeah, I was incorrigible.
That's what I mean. Like
Yeah.
your body count is like super, super high.
Yeah.
3 digits.
It
Easily.
was terrible.
Easily.
It was fucking terrible.
Whereas mine is like pretty low. Under 10.
Yeah.
Under 10.
I wouldn't change it for a thing. It was just I was
But
living,
yeah.
I was living a man's life.
I wouldn't either.
I was living a man's life. I wouldn't change anything.
It wasn't really something I
Yeah.
aspired to. And I was just kind of
Yeah.
like, you know what I mean?
It was all fun.
Yeah.
They were all cool, I guess. Not
That's
all of them, but
Well, the ones you remember, at
what I
least. I'm
remember.
sure. How
Some
can
of
you
my
remember all that?
I probably erased a lot of them.
Like I said.
Well, Jenny wants to know, how do you remember all these girls' faces?
Well, I told him
She's
before
gonna remember.
because he's like, hey, this girl that was on
This one
Instagram that
looks
I
like
showed
that one.
you, and I'm just like,
Yeah.
It's like, you don't even remember my fucking birthday. How can you, like, remember all of these, like, random-ass chicks on Instagram?
Here's the thing. After my fucking head injury, I had a really hard time remembering numbers and series of numbers. And I think that fucking got to a point where I just don't even bother. I don't even bother trying now. So if I hear a bunch of numbers, I'm like, oh, I'll never remember that. So I have to be reminded about numbers. And women are big into dates. That's all about fucking numbers and shit. I don't really differentiate one month from the next. The flow of time for me is...
He doesn't even know what day it is half the time.
Yeah, I don't know what day... Like, I think it's the 13th today, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay.
It's Friday the 13th.
Yeah, Friday the 13th. And
which is why I put Jason on there.
It's September?
Thumbnail. Yes, it is.
September, yeah. Okay. I was lucky. I wouldn't normally be able to tell you that. I couldn't tell you what today's date was because it all just kind of blurs. I'm having fun no matter what day it is. You know, I live in the here and now.
Well, that's nice to know.
I'm kind of like an animal in a certain way. But I do know that other people keep track of dates. It kind of makes me fucking subconscious that they can remember this shit and I can't. I'm like, wait, what? My memory suffered a lot. And my sense of time changed a lot. Which is kind of a good thing. I don't sense the passage of time. Which might be a blessing.
Probably.
Yeah, I don't sense it. Yeah. I'm happy no matter what the time is.
That's good, though.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. It's just kind of like... It's not... I remember shit whether I want to or not.
Yeah. I kind of remember what happened yesterday, and I kind of have an idea what I'm going to do tomorrow. But I know what mostly happened today. And it's been that way for fucking decades.
Yeah. You're living in the moment.
I live in the moment, yeah.
I kind of wish I could do that, but I can't. I'm just not wired like that.
Kind of way a dog or a cat does,
yeah, I'm not wired like that.
Yeah.
I try to, like, not be like that. Yeah. I try. The older I get, because I have a tendency toward, you know, anxiety and, like, worrying about stuff. Yeah. So I'm just like, you know what? I'm just going to try and live, like, day to day.
Yeah. Tom Baker, the fourth Doctor Who, says... Wow. says time is overrated. Yes, I know. A Time Lord like you would know. Exactly.
Mr. Mousy says, I am in, hopefully I'm pronouncing this right, Jizan, Saudi Arabia, on the border of Yemen.
Okay, yeah.
Do you know where that is?
Yeah, how old are you? What do you do for a living? Yeah.
Yeah, now we're kind of curious.
Yeah, now I'm curious. Because you're a foreigner, man. You're fucking from far away. Not even a Westerner. Every now and then we'll get like a Korean girl jump in. If I'm talking about Korea, because I lived in Korea for a while. I love Korea. I want to take Jenny back. I've been looking at
I would like to go, actually.
Yeah, looking at Itaewon lately.
He was showing me videos of where it used to be Hooker Hill.
It used to be Hooker Hill. Well, it's next to Hooker Hill.
Yeah, because that's where he used to go back when he was single in the Army. Yeah, a long time ago.
Hooker Hill's still there. It's just that it's kind of run down and it's sleepy. There's not very many people there. Because... Now Itaewon is like a big clubbing area, which it was clubbing then, but it's just it was mixed clubbing and prostitution.
Right.
Now it's just clubbing.
Now it just looks like clubs. Yeah.
Clubbing and the prostitution's separate. Because technically it's not legal in Korea, but they do it anyway.
Well, it wasn't back then either, was it?
Well, no, it was between the militaries. Korean military and the Korean government and the U.S. military had agreements that they were going to do that. For a bunch of different reasons. Let me go to the restroom.
Oh, Count Orlak asked, Tom, did you ever go to Spooky World in the 90s?
Yeah.
I went to Man Ray Hell Nights. We probably crossed paths.
I don't remember Spooky World. I don't remember Spooky World. I was in Man Ray all the time. I go to Man Ray and I go to Hex. Hex was closer to downtown where the theater district was. And I would go to the Rathskeller all the time.
Mm. Hugo says maybe he's dyslexic. Like I said, he has a lot of lingering issues from his head injury. So he has a hard time. It's weird. It's like he remembers some things like really well, and some things he remembers like better than I do. But shit like dates, time, stuff like that, he has a really hard time with that. Like a lot of times, he'll be like, "Wait, what day is it?" And there's just, you know, do we have a show tonight? What time is it? You know what I mean? It's like, and I'll have to like go get him. It's like, dude, it's like almost time to do the show. And he'll be like, oh shit, I don't like realize. Like he doesn't know what day or time it is. But he'll remember like random shit. You know what I mean? Like, he'll remember all kind of stuff about... Like, he can spout off all, like... He can go off for, like, an hour about, like, the history of, like, a certain firearm or something like that, for example. But it's just kind of like... If you asked him what he did yesterday or what day it is or what time it is right now or something like that, he will not remember. He won't remember. Like I said, it's... I know it's the head injury. It's a little frustrating, but... Because, like, sometimes I have to come... Like, dude, the show is starting in, like, 10 minutes. And he's just like, oh, shit, I don't even know what time it is. You know what I mean? Mr. Mousy said, I am a 25-year-old software engineer for an oil company. Oh, Tom's coming back. Okay.
Yeah, what's up?
Mr. Mousy from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, what do you say?
Says, I'm a 25-year-old software engineer for an oil company.
Okay, yeah.
Boring, but I hope to visit the great state of Florida someday.
Oh, yeah.
Are the Keys as beautiful as they look?
Yes, but hot.
They are, they
Hot
are
and humid.
beautiful. Florida is beautiful, but it is hot as balls.
And humid.
Hot as balls.
It's
And
not-
like I said, it's not just hot.
Yeah.
It's humid. If you walk outside, it's like walking into a wet towel.
Yeah. Okay. When you're in Saudi or you're in Egypt, you can get to be 100 degrees Fahrenheit easy, but the humidity level is 0%. So your sweat glands and your cooling system works well.
As it's supposed to.
Like it's supposed to.
In Florida, it doesn't work like it's supposed to.
I love the desert, man. I would fucking hang out with the Bedouina and everything, okay? When we were on desert patrol. I got pictures of me and the Bedouin children and shit. But for me, the desert is fucking very comfortable. Even in the heat. I loved it. Not here. Heat here is fucking miserable.
It sticks to your face.
Because it's wet. It's 100% humidity in the summer. So you can't really sweat well. And if you do sweat, it doesn't cool you.
It just stays there.
It just stays there.
And suffocates
So
you.
imagine yourself wrapped in plastic. It's kind of a wrapped in plastic in the heat feeling.
Yes.
You can't cool your body down normally. Now, I ride motorcycles, and that helps. In the heat, if you're moving, the wind blowing over you, even with the humidity, you'll be able to cool off. But when you're just walking around, no, it's miserable. We hide a lot of the times.
Yeah,
in the summer times, we're hiding inside the air conditioning.
Yeah, look, I was born here. I was born in Florida. And when it became summer, about May, if you didn't have to go outside, you just wouldn't.
Yeah.
You would just stay in your house.
Yeah.
In the air conditioning. It's like every now and then you run out to your car and turn on the air conditioning super quickly, go to where you were going, where hopefully there was also air conditioning, and then go back home and stay in your house.
And if you go out and
Don't hang out outside.
I'll have to go out and sometimes work. Cutting limbs and fucking trimming hedges and shit around the house. And 2 hours of work doing that is kind of like 4 or 5 hours of work. I mean, it just fucking takes all the fucking strength out of you.
Yeah.
It's just, and they got people that work outside in this. And boy,
I can't even imagine.
Well, when I was in the Army, we did it.
Yeah,
you just build up a resistance to it, but I've lost my resistance to that shit. The South, pretty much most of the South of the United States, from Louisiana on to Florida and up into Tennessee, it has only become habitable in recent times with the advent of air conditioning. Most people,
I don't know how anybody lives here.
Most people would not live here without air conditioning, but they used to.
And I can't blame them.
They lived here for hundreds of years like that, but not in large numbers.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah, the population was small here.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, where we live now, I was just telling the dudes that I work with from California, although the dude that owns the company, he lives in California now, but he used to live in South Florida, so he knows. And his brother still lives there. I'm like, even where Disney World was in Orlando, that was all a swamp. Orlando was a swamp until Disney World was built in the early 70s.
Yeah.
Like, there was nothing there. It was just a swamp.
Yeah.
They filled that in to build Disney World.
There was a British guy who I listened to. His name is fucking Carl Benjamin. and he was in a hotel, in the Disney hotel, probably like 20th floor, and he jumps out onto the balcony, and he goes, "You don't understand how hot it is out here." He's from England.
Like, you can't.
He's from England.
Breathe.
He goes, "It is like."
And I'm from here. I was
Yeah.
born in Florida.
He goes like, "There's nothing like this in Europe." He says,
No.
This is like Satan's ass crack."
It is, yeah.
He says it's hot and you can't
breathe.
You can't breathe and you can't fucking get any fucking heat off of you. So there's nothing like this in Europe. It is a subtropical / tropical environment. Lots of humidity. Now,
Yeah, the air is like super thick.
yeah,
It's really thick.
Now, if you go to the Keys in summertime and you're not wearing much clothing, you're just wearing bathing trunks and shit, and maybe a t-shirt, it's bad, but it's not that bad. It's just when you have to wear real clothing, it's pretty fucking bad.
Honestly, if you're going to go to the Keys,
Don't go in the summer, I would think.
I would advise probably going in the fall or the winter.
Winter,
because
yeah.
honestly, in South Florida, it never
Yeah.
really gets that cold.
Yeah.
You can wear shorts here pretty much
Yeah.
all year round.
In the winter, it's in the 70s.
It never really gets that
Never
cold.
really gets that cold. Yeah.
Every now and then, it'll freeze, but
Yeah.
that's very rare.
Yeah.
Very rare. I mean, normally you can walk around in shorts and a t-shirt and you'll be totally fine.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really get that cold here.
Yeah, and in parts
And
of the
particularly South Florida, because
Yeah.
we're in kind of
We're in
Central Florida,
Yeah.
but South Florida is even hotter than here.
Yeah.
So, but the Keys are actually quite beautiful. Actually, Florida has a lot of really beautiful natural
Yeah.
landscapes, which I kind of feel like a lot of people, everybody goes to Disney and stuff like that, which is awesome. I love Disney, but there's a lot of really cool,
Yeah.
not that well known, like natural Florida kind of shit.
Yeah. Florida's beautiful. It's like a tropical jungle kind of.
I used to love like all the
Yeah.
springs, like especially in Central Florida, we have like a lot of springs and forests and stuff like that, and it's like really, really nice.
A lot of this porn you're seeing is actually shot in the backyards of the fucking houses, like in where we're living. There's a pool, and fucking you can see in the background the palm trees and shit.
Yeah.
And the other houses. That's very common around here for like upper middle class and above. They're living in that kind of shit, the newer stuff, the new constructions. And it does kind of have a very vacation-y Florida tropical look to it. And like I said, even in the winter, it's still pretty warm here. It never really gets cold.
It gets cold every now and then, but
Once
it'll
every
be just
10
be like
years.
a day or two.
Yeah, once every 10 years.
Like, oh my God,
it's
it's 40 degrees.
It snowed once here about 11 years ago. I remember it. When I first moved here.
Kind of.
And
I've
never
seen like
did it again.
snow, but it was just like, I was like, oh look, a flake of snow.
And it doesn't last long.
It won't stay on the ground. It's
Yeah.
too warm.
Yeah.
It does happen every now and then,
Right.
but it's very, very unusual.
But good nightclubs.
The winter is pleasant.
Yeah.
That's why I always advise if you don't like heat, come here in the wintertime because it's like it's not cold.
Yeah.
Like it's pleasant in the wintertime. Honestly, if I'm gonna do anything outside in Florida, I wait until winter to do it.
So good nightclubs, good hotels and restaurants. It does have like theme parks and stuff. Don't go to Disney.
Disney's cool.
I wouldn't go to Disney.
Well, but there's a lot of other cool shit.
For the money.
Universal's good.
I would go to Universal.
I mean, there's a lot of good.
For the money, you want to go to Universal. Disney was worn out.
Although they've added a bunch of shit. Like I said,
I
just
little
went,
kids.
No, I just went there last year.
Yeah.
They've added a bunch of good
added
shit. Yes.
Okay.
They've added a bunch
Last
of good
time I
shit.
went there, it was all little kiddie rides.
No.
Shit.
They've added a bunch of good shit since then.
How can you compete with fucking Universal?
Well, that's
though?
what they're trying to do, though.
Universal's fucking roller coasters and fucking Harry Potter's fucking magic broomstick ride. That fucking blew my mind, man. And it was mostly virtual reality. Remember that? It was fucking that was
Well,
cool.
like I said, Disney and
We
Epcot
need to
and
go
stuff
back
like
to
that.
bitch.
Well, yeah, we should.
How much does it cost? $200 probably for two people to go to
I would
Universal.
imagine it's probably something like
All right.
that.
We got any connections where we can get free passes like
I
last
don't
time?
know. Ask around.
Okay.
Like I said,
we got free passes.
I can usually, because look, my brother works at Animal Kingdom, which is a Disney park. So he can usually get people free in on certain days.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And he has annual passes too.
Yeah.
So him and his wife go to Disney like all the fucking time.
Yeah.
Because he gets in for like nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because he works there. He's a photographer.
Yeah.
So if you ever go to Animal Kingdom and a dude that kind of looks like me but is like much taller takes a picture of you in front of like the gorillas or something, that's probably my brother.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's worked there a long time, and they sent him to school too, which I
Yeah.
thought was like really cool. They paid for him to go to college. So
Mr. Mouse, he's 25. He's a software engineer for a oil company. He ought to be making good money, bro. I would think in my mind, you'd be making good money, which means that you have plenty of money to come down to Florida and have a good time.
I mean,
yeah.
Here's the thing, like Florida's kind of interesting. Like I said, I was born here, and it's kind of like 4 different things at once. I don't know if people think of Florida. Well, I think most people think of Florida as like Disney or like vacation kind of stuff, and it does have that, but there's also like 3 or 4 other kind of aspects to it. You know what I mean? There's a huge like natural aspect to it. There's like a whole bunch of like springs, not only the Everglades, which a lot of people know about, but you have like all these springs in Central Florida, particularly around the Ocala area. You got the Ocala National Forest. So if you're into like nature kind of stuff, we have like a lot of that kind of shit. If you want to see like alligators and just like be in nature and stuff. So we have a lot of that kind of stuff too. But there's also like a lot of cultural shit. Like in Orlando and Tampa, there's a huge fucking club scene. Which maybe a lot of people don't know about.
Yeah. Tampa's got a great
from
clubs.
here. Yeah, Tampa in particular has actually, I would argue, probably the best goth club in the country.
Yeah.
Which is the Castle.
Yeah, it's
and it's been there for 30 odd years. Yeah. And it looks like a castle. It's got stained glass windows.
It is a castle.
Yeah, I mean, it used to be like a Masonic lodge.
It was a Masonic lodge. Well, it was a Masonic temple that had a bunch of storage stuff in it. They were storing things in it, like a warehouse also.
So pretty much like anything like you want to do in Florida, like there's a lot of rednecky shit in Florida and stuff like. Like I said, I grew up here. Like there's a lot of that going on too, but whatever you are into, like even if you're into weird shit, like I said, like goth shit or fetish shit, like we're into, there's a lot of that stuff going on too. You just gotta like look a little bit deeper.
Yeah. But
there's a lot of good natural shit too. One of my favorite places to go in Florida is St. Augustine. Yeah. If you're into like history at all, like American history or anything like that, St. Augustine is like a really cool place to go.
Spanish history.
Yeah, like Spanish history, like old American history, because that's like the oldest. St. Augustine, if you don't know, is like the oldest continually occupied settlement or city like in the United States. It was established in the 1500s by the Spaniards, and a lot of the stuff is still there. There's a lot of like Native American stuff still there, and it's a really cool place to like hang out. It's kind of touristy. They have ghost tours and stuff like that, but it's like still really fun. And so there's a lot of like cool shit that you can go to that you don't necessarily have to do like the touristy shit, but there's like some cool touristy shit too.
Yeah.
There's a lot of theme parks here that are cool.
I'm seeing hearts flying up. People are hearting. I saw hearts flying.
Erica said St. Augustine is beautiful. Yeah, I love it there. Yeah. Honestly, a couple years ago, I went like a little 5-day vacation there. And man, I had such a good time. I went to all the museums. I went to the Pirate Museum. I went to like the fucking Lightner Museum and like looked at all the, glass and all that kind of stuff. And man, I just walked around the town, like ate at all the restaurants and stuff. And it was like super, super fun. I've always loved St. Augustine. We grew up going there because, when I was a kid, we were kind of broke. So we would go to Disney because it was right there. We only lived like 30, 40 minutes away from it. Or we would go to St. Augustine. You know what I mean? That was where we went for vacation. We couldn't afford to go any farther. So I grew up like going to St. Augustine, and I'm really familiar with it, and I just really, really like it there. It's really fun. There's like really, really old cemeteries. It's just like, there's all kind of cool shit there that you like check out. It's like pirate shit. If you like pirate shit, they have all kind of pirate. They have a pirate museum there and everything. It's like super cool. A lot of good restaurants. It's a really cool place. Erica said, I hate the heat. Lived in Lee County, Florida for 6 months. Too hot for me. Missed home back in Ohio. Yeah, the thing about it is that even though I was born here, I was born in Daytona Beach, Florida, which is on the east coast of Florida. About, probably about 50 miles from here, from where we live now. And I never got used to it. I just never did. Even though I was born here, neither of my parents are from here. My dad is from Tennessee. My mom is from Baltimore, Maryland. They moved here like later on. But I was born here. I never got used to the heat. I don't like the heat. I like cold weather, man. I like being cold. So the hot weather.
Make you another one?
Yeah. Okay. So the hot weather, I was just kind of like, man, I'm just gonna like fucking hibernate in the house. I just never been a big fan of hot weather at all. So it's kind of nice now because I work at home and I don't have to go outside. So it's just kind of like, honestly, it's so nice and cold. We just had our AC completely replaced like last week. And it is so freezing cold in this office that I usually have to wear a hoodie because it's cold in here. So when on the rare occasions I have to go outside, I walk out the door and I'm just like, like, what the fuck? Let me get in the car and turn the AC on like at full blast. I'm just like, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. I don't know. There's something about it I don't like. Some people love hot weather. I don't get it. I don't like summer. I don't like spring. I don't like summer. Like, I get that some people that live up north and it's cold and shit like that. Like, yeah, it's spring and summer. Yeah, it's getting warm and stuff like that. But it's just like, when you live down here where it's just hot as balls all the time and you're just sweating your ass off all the time, when it's like fall and winter and it's like slightly less hot, it's a revelation. It's just like so much better. It's so much better. It's so nice to just like walk out the door.
There you go.
Thank you. To walk out the door and it's just like feels normal. Like it doesn't feel like I'm walking out the door. I'm just like constantly like just immediately like covered in sweat, you know, because that's what usually happens in the summertime. You walk out the door and it's walking into like a solid wall. You walk outside and you're like, oh, you know what I mean? Even the cats see it. At our old house, sometimes we don't let the cats out now because we don't have fences or, you know, the property is too large. And I'm just like, I don't really want the cats going outside. And they don't really seem interested because we have dogs living next door and they're scared of them. So they don't want to go outside. But at our old house, they used to like to at least go out and sit on the back porch. So we would kind of let them go out and sit on the back porch. But if it was really hot out, like you would open the sliding glass door and the kitties would like poke their head out and then they'd be like, nah, bro. And they would look at us like it was our fault. They was like, what the fuck did you do? Nah. And they would just like they would stalk off into the house like, you fucking motherfucker. Making it too hot out for me. You know what I mean? It was like that. Yeah. Alright, so let me see what happened. Are mosquitoes out all year round in Florida?
No. Just summer.
Kinda. It's worse in the summer.
Yeah.
They are, but summer's worse for everything.
You don't notice them outside summer. Yeah.
Yeah, and the same thing with the cockroaches.
Mostly you see them in the summer.
Mostly you see them in the summer.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I've seen some all year round.
It's mostly the summer, though.
But it's mostly the summertime.
Yeah.
And honestly, they come in your house a lot.
There's not that many of them.
They come in your house a lot when it's raining.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah.
I've noticed.
Lately, there hasn't been that many of them. Every summer, you might see 5 or 6 of them. And the cats get them, usually.
Yeah, we
That's
actually,
a good thing about
we
the
saw
cat.
one the other day.
Yeah.
We don't, because we're, on the second floor.
Yeah.
you don't really see a lot of bugs. And honestly, we have like a large property. You don't really see a lot of bugs coming in here because we don't have houses that are that close to us. So you don't see it a lot. But we did see a bug in this office the other day.
Yeah, while the show was going.
While the show was going on. I didn't see it, but Tom saw it. And he's like, oh man, I saw it.
To get it, and it got away.
And it got away. And
yeah,
I was
just
a roach
like... about that big.
Was it?
Yeah, it was about that big.
That's tiny.
Yeah, about the size of a nickel or a dime.
Okay, that's like not even a roach.
No, it wasn't one of the big palmetto
I was
bugs.
thinking it was just like a roach.
No.
Okay.
And I don't know where it went.
I don't know either. Like, I looked for it a couple days, but...
They come in through the ventilation fucking pipes in the bathrooms that fucking pump the fucking stinky air out. They'll come in through that way. They'll come in through... They just come in. They'll come in. They'll slide underneath the door. They can get paper thin.
Yeah, they're like
right
they can squish down to like even if they're really big. They can squish
they'll
down.
Just squish down. They go right underneath the door. They'll come in. But we got 3 cats, and
they'll eat them.
Yeah, I'll go down there and find pieces of roaches where they were
like a leg.
Yeah, like a leg. Fucking.
You find a roach leg.
Yeah, where they fucking tore them up because they hate them. Cats hate them too. They know they're not supposed to be in here.
Well, Pookie, if she sees one,
yeah,
and we've seen her,
she
do this
freaks
before.
out. Yeah,
like if one crawled in from under the door,
yeah,
she's kind of grossed out by them. So she's trying to kill it, but she's kind of grossed out.
She doesn't want to touch it.
She don't really want to touch it.
Yeah.
So she's always just kind of like
she'll run around and jump around and she's like smack it, and then come run to me. Hey! Look! And then she'll go over and smack it again. She tries to get me to kill it. Yeah. She tries to get me. But Beige is not
Beige will
afraid
eat
of
them.
She just fucking kills them and eats them.
She'll eat them.
Yeah, she didn't give a shit.
So I kind of felt like, so Tom saw like a relatively small roach in here the other day.
Yeah, crawling down there and I fucking went and got
which, like I said, it wasn't.
And I came back and it was gone. I couldn't find it.
Well, and I looked for it the next day or two, but I was just like, well, I mean, Pookie or Bam probably ate it.
Yeah. The secret is you don't leave any food out. And you clean up all surfaces. Even just a little drop of fucking, even a crumb or a drop of oil, that's a feast for those things.
If you don't have food out, they'll eat your fucking books.
Yeah. They'll eat books. They'll eat
paper.
Yeah.
They'll eat anything.
Yep.
Which is why you can't get rid of them.
Yeah. You just don't want them to infest the house. And they're not. They don't infest houses if you don't allow them. You put poison and shit out. The ones that we'll see in here are not from here. They've walked in like an intruder. The worst, though, are little German cockroaches. If you get an infestation of those, you got to kill the infestation. And in Florida, the most common place to get a German cockroach infestation is above your dishwasher.
Or under your fridge.
Or under your dishwasher.
Yeah.
Because the dishwasher has dirty dishes in it, piling up till the end of the day before you run the dirt. And those fucking little German cockroaches will run into the damn dishwasher and try to eat food stuck on your plates. And then they'll live above it. So when you find little fucking dead roaches in the bottom of your dishwasher, you know they're living above there. You got to pull the dishwasher out of the fucking cabinet.
Find out where they're at.
And you got to fucking bug bomb it.
Yeah.
Spray it with fucking bug bomb.
Before we moved in
Kill
together.
them all.
Before we moved in together.
Yeah.
I had a 1-bedroom apartment.
Yeah.
In Winter Park.
That wasn't your fault. That shit.
Well, no, I didn't do that. Because honestly, like, my apartment was super clean. I worked nights in another city. So I kept my apartment. I would drive 50 miles or whatever it was to my job. And then I stayed at my friend's parents' house like most of the week. And then I would just go to work from there. And then on the weekends, I would drive back to my apartment. So I wasn't there. I didn't keep any food in my house, really. Like, just a little bit. Because I wasn't there most of the time. My apartment was fucking infested with German cockroaches.
Yeah.
And
they weren't from her apartment.
No, it wasn't. Because like I said, I didn't even have any food in my house because I was never there.
Yeah.
I barely cooked there. I was barely there.
I would go over there and see them things fucking running through holes
I had to
in the
keep
walls.
everything in bags in my refrigerator. Yeah. So they didn't I didn't want them getting in my coffee pot or anything like that.
Where they were coming from is they were coming from the other apartments. I looked at her water
From
heater.
upstairs.
Her water heater had pipes going to it, and the fucking pipes went through the walls, and I saw a roach run down the fucking
Yeah, they were coming from
the
upstairs.
pipe going into the wall, and I was like,
Where I lived, like I was
Yeah.
on the bottom floor.
yeah,
There was one apartment above me,
yeah.
and then there were 2 apartments. There was 1, 2, like
Yeah.
across the hall. Like there were 4.
You
in
gotta
that pond.
be real careful in Florida. Apartment complexes tend to be infested with fucking roaches.
Yeah.
Especially if it's middle and lower middle income.
And honestly, even some of the higher end ones,
Even
you just
some of them,
you
right.
can't
Yeah.
keep them out. You just
Yeah.
can't.
Because you're gonna have some fucking bum in there that fucking has a shit ton of garbage, and he's not he's like a hoarder or something, or somebody that keeps garbage in their house for fucking weeks, and the roaches are eating on that, and his apartment is infested. Well, that apartment is invading all the other apartments.
Yeah.
And the management can't get rid of these people. So
Yeah.
you
'Cause like I said,
don't want to be in an apartment.
I was
complex.
barely there.
Yeah.
During the week, I was only there during the weekends, and even on the
Yeah.
weekends, I wasn't there because I was either staying at your place or I was
Yeah.
like, or I was
That's
hanging
why she
out.
left. I was like, why the fuck did you even rent this place?
I mean, it was
move in with me.
cheap.
Yeah, but he said, come move in with me. You don't have to worry about any of this shit. You know what I mean? So that's part of this. That was part of
That
how
was
that
one
shit,
of the things.
That was one of the things.
I mean, I did like having my
Wasting-
own place, but it's just kind of like it was so.
You were never there.
I was never there
And
because I was always
fucking-
working, and like I
Yeah.
said, I worked
It
overnight.
was infested and shit.
And usually during the day, I was doing other things. I was like, because I had like a lot of
Yeah.
other like freelance clients, or I had like other.
And
things
it wasn't a
going on.
dumpy place. If you looked at it, the
No, it was
apartment
nice.
the apartment complex looked nice.
Yeah,
It's just that
it was a nice. They had a gym, they had a pool, they had
Yeah.
all that kind of stuff. It
Yeah,
was a nice
just
place.
that it was infested with roaches.
Yep,
All of them buildings.
I had to
all of
bug bong that place
And-
several times.
Yeah, and it doesn't help because they're coming from other places.
I mean that bug bomb, it did help.
Yeah, they stopped
Like,
coming in.
I didn't really see any after that.
Yeah, probably.
But like I
smell
said,
that shit. They don't want to.
Yeah, I don't really think that
Yeah.
I lived there that long after, but
Right.
I honestly didn't really like. Honestly, the
I was in
apartment
there
where I
cooking
lived.
for her and shit. Remember that?
Yeah.
I would cook all the fucking Thai food and shit.
Yeah,
We had
he
a
would
Thai
come
shrimp.
over.
We would have
Like
Thai
here
shrimp
was the
curry.
thing. Like I this was before we got together, but we were still like hanging out.
Yeah.
And I remember you taking me to Big Lots,
Yeah.
and we spent like $200 buying stuff for my kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bowls and
Yeah.
spices
Yeah.
and all that kind of stuff. Because
Yeah.
I didn't have anything.
Yeah.
I didn't have anything.
Yeah.
Because
Oh,
when I got divorced,
Yeah.
my husband was still in the house that we owned.
Yeah.
I had thought that he was going to rent it out or sell it or something like that, but he never did that.
Okay, Mr. Mousey's asking me a question.
Okay.
What is better, beaches on the Gulf side of Florida or the Atlantic side?
Mm.
I would look. I don't know particularly where the scenes are, but just knowing the waters, I would say the Gulf of Mexico side because it's warmer. But there's not going to be any waves there. Not really.
I will say,
you
as
won't be able to surf. You know.
as a Florida native, yeah, it depends
Yeah.
on what you want.
Yeah.
I will say the Gulf side beaches are aesthetically are more beautiful. Like Tampa, Clearwater, St. Petersburg, like they have beautiful beaches. On the East Coast, they have some beautiful beaches too. But it's like more hit or miss. But like I said, the surfing is better if you're into that.
Yeah.
On the East
Gulf,
Coast.
Gulf.
I grew up on the East
Gulf,
Coast of Florida.
yeah.
I grew up in Daytona Beach, which is right on the East Coast.
Yeah. The Gulf of Mexico tends to be warm water
Yeah.
compared to the Atlantic. And it also tends to be cloudy, kind of brownish looking water. Now, I don't know what the beaches look like down in South Florida because they come all the way up to here to mid-Florida. And they're doing stuff on them, but we're not really beach people. You know, I know you're in Saudi. Maybe you want to see fucking bikinis and shit. I don't know exactly what you're looking for. We see more scantily clad women in the clubs than we do in the beaches.
Well, like I said,
People don't wear a lot of clothes here in a lot of the
Well, it's
fucking
hot.
settings. And it's hot.
It's hot.
Yeah. It's hot. Okay, and
so we're not really.
you can go to a fucking nightclub and you see all kinds of cool shit. You know what I mean? You know, Saudi Arabia is kind of conservative, and any kind of fun stuff that they do in private. They don't really do it in public. Florida is party central. This is one of the party states of the United States. It's all out in the open. Even the rednecks here are wild. Okay, it's fun here. It's very fun. It's dangerous. If you ever come here, man, look, friend me on Facebook or friend Jen on Facebook. Find me on Facebook.
Yeah, so one or the other.
If you come here, we'll talk about it in private, and I can hook you up.
Yeah, we'll set some shit up.
We can set some shit up for you.
Like, all y'all that, like, come and hang out on Friday nights, like, if y'all come here, let us know. Like, friend us on Facebook. We will...
Yeah. We'll meet you somewhere and
we'll meet you somewhere and, like, show you around.
Yeah.
Or something like that. You know what I mean? As long as you're not a fucking weirdo. Which,
right.
you know, y'all aren't.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like... But I'm just going to say that... I don't know. Like I said, I grew up on the east coast of Florida. Which is very... I mean, I'm from Daytona, which is kind of rednecky. It's very based around NASCAR. That's kind of what Daytona is known for. NASCAR and Bike Week. So, motorcycle shit. So it's kind of rednecky. Now, the west coast of Florida, the beaches, I would argue, are aesthetically more beautiful. But there are nice beaches on the East Coast too. But the thing about Daytona is that you can drive on that beach, which I'm not like a super fan of. You know? Like, I know a lot of people, there was a huge thing when I remember when I was a kid, and it's just kind of like, well, we want to drive on the beach, and it's like, yeah, but you're like kind of fucking the beach up, and they're like, we don't give a shit about that, we just want to drive on the beach and everything like that. Because I remember when I was a kid, you could drive onto the beach. We'd bring your KFC or whatever, and you could just park on the beach and do whatever you wanted to do. Now, they have, like, stretches of beach where you're not allowed to drive on it because they don't want to fuck it up. Yeah. But I think Daytona, you can still drive on it. I'm not sure. I haven't been there in a long time. But honestly, the West Coast beaches look nicer. Yeah. And honestly, I would say, too, that the West Coast of Florida, Tampa, St. Petersburg, Clearwater area... stay away from Clearwater. That's very Scientology, which I would not recommend. Yeah. So
fuck Clearwater.
I mean, it's a beautiful city.
Yeah, but it's under the control
I lived there. I lived there for a while in the early 2000s. But it is very Scientology-ish. That's like that's their like main base. So, but Tampa and St. Petersburg, that is a beautiful area. They have awesome like fucking beaches. They have awesome museums. Like, culturally, they have the Dolly Museum in St. Pete, which, please go to that. It's, like, really, really cool. But, like, so they have, like, a lot of cool shit like that. But Daytona has cool shit, too, but it's just, like, it's more rednecky.
If you ask me the best mix, and I'm not from here. I've lived all over the United States. California, New England, Boston, New York, fucking Mississippi, Louisiana, fucking Tennessee. If you ask me... The best mix is that Tampa-Orlando area.
Yeah.
Around there.
That I-4 corridor between...
Yeah, that's like, about the best.
Orlando, Lakeland. Although Lakeland's kind of rednecky too. But like Tampa, St. Pete. It's like I said, stay out of Clearwater. That's that's Scientology Central.
That area has a lot of cool shit to see. It's not super touristy. Okay? And it's also not like fucking super pain in the ass like... I heard that Miami can be quite a pain in the ass. It's almost kind of like going to a tropical New York where the traffic is fucking tough.
It is. I've been there a few times. I've been there. I've only been to Miami a couple times because I don't know if you know, but like Florida's enormous.
Yeah,
and, like,
huge.
I was born here. I've only been to Miami probably like 3 times in my whole life. That's like 5 or 6 hours away.
Florida has a GDP and productivity very similar to the country of the Netherlands. We could be an independent country and be respected. So could Texas. Okay, so we got a lot of shit here. It's I like this state and like Jen's from here. I'm not. I moved here and I prefer to be here. I like it here. It kind of reminds me of the way California was in the 70s when I was a kid, back before California got too fucking touristy and too cheesy. Back when California still kind of had some soul to it. That's the way it feels here. You know, that's just my opinion. It kind of reminds me of San Diego.
Yeah.
Between the 70s and the 80s. Around that. That's what it feels like.
Parts of it are like that.
Yeah.
Devorah Margot says, I love the castle fetish scene.
Yeah.
I hear about.
Yeah.
But I would be scared to death as a trans woman.
What are you talking about? No,
honestly,
they got all kinds of trans over there.
Well, I would advise, like, stay to certain areas. Like I said, if you're into, like, fetish scene, if you're into, like, goth scene or stuff like that, you are safe in those areas.
Yeah.
Like, if you go to Tampa, if you go to the castle,
Yeah.
if you go to Orlando, if you go to Barbarella, or any of, like, or Mannequins in Sanford, which is kind of, like, sort of outside of Orlando, you will be fine.
Yeah.
Like, no one will fuck with you.
Bother you.
No one's gonna bother you.
Yeah.
In those areas... other areas, don't go to like rednecky.
Don't want to go rednecky areas out.
Don't
the
go to
country.
rednecky areas.
Yeah. But no, the city areas, or this, I don't want to call them cities because a city here in Florida is not like a city, say, in New England. It's the population isn't very dense. It's spread out. Okay. You're not going to have a problem here if you're in the cooler areas, and you know what I mean. Just
like I said,
stay in the civilized areas. You're gonna be all right.
Stay to places where there's like a goth scene or a fetish scene or something like that. Like I said, Tampa, like Ybor City, stay around the castle kind of area. Or there's a bunch of other clubs in around the Tampa area. Orlando, if you go to Barbarella, if you go to like Mannequins, which is in Sanford, if you go to like places like that, you're gonna be fine.
Yeah,
like, no one's gonna.
In
fuck
general,
with you.
from what I've seen, there's no problem. In general, from what I've seen, especially if you're very passable, you know what I mean. A guy might look at you and go, "Yeah, that's a trans," but if you're cute, he ain't gonna do nothing. It's, it's
although,
just,
like I said, I wouldn't really trust that. Like I said, as far as like club shit goes, I would rather like stick to that.
Well, you remember some of the ones that we've come across? They were having fun.
Yeah,
and you know, I mean, they weren't, not like they had their eyes blackened and their teeth busted out. They were just like everybody else, So I wouldn't worry about it. Just stay away from real rednecky areas.
I mean, that's kind of a good advice, no matter who you are.
Yeah, and you also don't want to go deep into the hood either. You know what I mean? It's just, don't go to anything extreme. You want to go mainstream and be all right.
Well, like I said, as long as there's other cool people around, as long as if there's a goth club in the area, if there's a fetish club in the area, you're probably fine. Mm-hmm. If there's not, then I wouldn't trust it.
We used to see them all the time, and they didn't seem to be having a problem.
Well, like I said, but
remember Jessica?
But
Jessica never got beat up, but Jessica was big.
But here's the thing: we always saw Jessica, at Ibar,
on Ibar, right? Yeah,
aka Barbarella, when it was downtown.
Yeah,
like nobody fucked with anybody.
Ibar, but to get to Ibar, she had to walk from the fucking parking lot.
I mean, you could just park right there, though.
And go and pass many people to get into the club. And she never reported any problem. The only thing she got mad about is that years back, they didn't want her using the female restroom. I
don't know why anyone would be like, look, everyone got to pee. Come on.
To me, Jessica looked like an ex-bodybuilder. Okay. She looked a little bit like Arnold Schwarzenegger. All right.
She did a tad.
She wasn't passable. Okay. But she was just doing what she did. She was a trans.
She was a sex
lady
worker.
of
she
the
was a
evening.
Sex worker.
Yeah, she was a lady of the evening, and she was fucking hilarious. All right.
She would go missing for a while because she was in jail.
She'd go to jail, right? Yeah. And she would show up and I was like,
"Hey, where you been?"
She lived with
jail.
I was in jail. It's
in jail.
I got busted, and I was like, "You got busted?" And it's just like, "Girl, got to make money." And I said, "How do you do it?" She goes, And she was talking about where she hangs out. And she's getting into cars with strange men and shit. And I says, "That doesn't scare you?" She says, "It's a little bit scary, but then when I see them, I realize I'm bigger than they are."
She was, yeah.
Yeah, she was big. She was 6'1", maybe.
Yeah, she could pound most dudes.
Yeah.
Which is probably why she wasn't scared.
Right? Yeah, she was scared. Yeah.
Because she was big.
Yeah.
She would pat.
Yeah.
She could knock her ass out. So
look at Jessica.
Yeah. I wonder what happened to her. I haven't seen her in a long time.
Jessica in a long time. Jessica
she was so fucking cool. I
probably moved away. Jessica was living with a couple of other trans females.
She was cool as hell. I liked her.
She was a fixture at the club for a long while.
Yeah, she used to come there all the time.
Yeah.
But like I said, the thing about places like Barbarella, which like I said, Barbarella is still around, but it's not. It used to be downtown, like in the main part of downtown. Now it's in Winter Park. We're going to their new location actually tomorrow night because they've been moving around.
Yeah.
But the thing that was appealing about that club was that everybody went there. And I'm not talking about like normal ass people. Like normal ass people went there too. But all the weirdos went there.
Yeah.
Everybody. It didn't matter like what kind of weirdo you were. Like you went there and everybody was just cool with it. Everybody's just like, okay, whatever. And it's like that's what was cool about that place. It was just like a kind of a whole. I kind of feel like that's why John, the guy that owns it, that's why he's kept it going all this time, even though he doesn't have to. Like he has money. He has other businesses. He doesn't really have to run this place. But he understands that a large segment of Central Florida people, because that club was around for 30-odd years.
Yeah.
I've been going there since the 90s.
We got all kinds of comments and shit we need to check. Go. You got to scroll way back up.
Wait, where am I?
There you go. All right, a lot of people have fucking been.
Tammy says, "Meet us at Publix and buy us a sub."
Yeah, that's right. I want that fucking roast beef sub with Swiss.
If we weren't going to get steaks tomorrow,
no, we're gonna get steaks tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna get steaks tomorrow because it's our anniversary. But
we're gonna spend hundreds of dollars on that fucking shit.
Get some booze too.
Get some booze and eat steaks.
Well, I mean,
so that was so good.
We're gonna celebrate.
Yeah.
You're happy you married me, right?
Yeah.
What's that? I'm happy I married you. Yeah. I'm happy I married you.
Yeah. Somebody was saying that Ashley was the sex. She's talking about Ashley was the other transsexual lady of the evening that fucking came our way.
Right.
Remember her?
At Barbarella when it was at the pickleball place.
Yeah.
And the warehouse.
I think I could find a picture of Ashley. People might like that.
She was cool as shit though. She's a little weird though. Like she was kind of.
Ashley was trying to get me to fucking pay off her contract with our friend fucking Scott. So she could come with us.
Well, she
was like, I'm all about this.
She kind of like approached him in the bathroom trying to give him a blowjob.
Yeah, she was trying to fucking blow me and shit.
And like, I'm at the bar and he comes up and he's like, she tried to give me a blowjob in the bathroom. I'm like, what?
But she was cool though. So she
wasn't like weird about it or anything.
Yeah. She's alright.
And then, like, she wanted us.
She was just trying to fucking
buy out her shit. She wanted to come home with both of us.
Yeah.
And
she wanted to get rid of her client, who was a friend of ours, and she's like, I'm not really about this. I'm more about this right here. That's what she was saying.
I mean, I understand that.
Yeah.
We are a lot hotter than him.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find Ashley. Ashley's either on this phone or the other phone.
He has two phones.
I got two phones. It's actually a tablet.
Yeah, Dvora said Scientology owns almost all of Clearwater. They do.
It's on my other.
I lived there and I worked there, and I actually worked for a company that was owned by a Scientologist, and that was quite an experience. Honestly, I worked there for 8 months, and I had to quit because I was just kind of like, I
could drive me crazy, huh?
Whew, can't take this. Like, not everybody that worked there was a Scientologist. Some of the people were like normal and like sane, but enough of them were Scientologists that I'm just like, bro, I can't do this. I can't. So I was like, I gotta quit. So I quit and then moved back to Daytona after that. Cause I even it was a good job. It was like good money and stuff, but I moved to I lived in Tampa, right? Me and my husband, ex-husband at the time. And we lived in Tampa. We had this little bitty apartment. And I was working at a print shop in Tampa. And then I got this better job, I thought, in Clearwater for this publishing company. Now, they told me when I interviewed that it was Scientologists. And I was just kind of like, okay, well, I don't love that. But I do need the money. Like, it was a lot more money than I was being paid before. So, I was like, okay, fine. So I went and worked there. And it was good enough money that we gave up our lease was up in Tampa, so I was like, okay, we'll get like a little apartment in Clearwater so it's closer. So we actually got an apartment in Clearwater closer to my job, so I don't have to like drive so far like over the bridge and everything. And after 8 months of that, I told my ex-husband, because my ex-husband had not been able to find a job all of this time, even though I did not have a problem, but you know what I mean. That was one point of contention. So I was just kind of like, look, my mental health is not is not going to survive this. I'm just like, I can't deal with this. There's some normal people here, but it's not enough to counterbalance. And I'm getting to a point where I feel like everyone in Clearwater is a Scientologist and they're like fucking watching me and I don't really like it. So it's like, we either have to leave or I have to find another job or something. So I worked there for 8 months and then I quit. And then we were like, okay, we just moved back to Daytona and where I was originally from. And we got an apartment there. And I got another job there, like for a newspaper, which was associated with a newspaper that I worked before. So I kind of marshaled some of my contacts, like from the old days, and got another job over there. And my husband, finally, my ex-husband at the time, like got a job there too. So we did okay for a while, but you know, that was an ordeal, really. I didn't really. It's kind of weird. It's weird, like hanging out with culty people every day, and like what seems normal to them, it's clearly not normal. But they're all acting like it's normal, which is like really, really weird. It's really weird. It was like starting to freak me out. That's why, like after 8 months, I told my ex-husband, like, look, we gotta go. Like I can't do this anymore. It's like, because he didn't have a job. He couldn't find a job over there. And I was just like, look, I can't do this. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm the one paying the rent. You can't find a job. You're just dicking around in the apartment all day. And it's just like, I can't do this anymore. I'm not coming to this fucking job. It's like I wake up every day and I just like wish I woke up dead. You know what I mean? It's like I can't come here. I can't do it. So we had to leave.
Yeah.
I
can't deal with like culty ass people, man. Oh.
Erica said that's a bad thing about apartment buildings: roaches and bed bugs.
Yeah,
what a nightmare. Yeah.
I honestly haven't had too much bad experience because I've lived in apartments a lot, but most of the time I didn't have too much of a problem. Really, the only time I had a problem, I lived in an apartment in Winter Park, like I said, when me and Tom first started hanging out. And I lived in the apartment. Honestly, like the rent was it was $650 a month.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
Which is low. And that included, I think it included water. It didn't include electric, but it included water and trash, I think. And I was like, wow, cheap. And it was like a pretty decent sized apartment. It wasn't tiny or nothing like that. It had one bedroom. It wasn't a studio or nothing. And I was just kind of like, okay. And it wasn't like a shithole. But the upstairs neighbor, apparently, was not super hygienic. And I had all kind of like roachy problems. Luckily, I wasn't there all the time. So I could like, when I was away all week, like I bug bombed it. And that did actually seem to work. But, you know. Jeffy Art is saying, okay, wait a minute. Oh yeah, Devora says, I know people in Ybor, and I love them. One day I would consider it. Yeah, I mean, Ybor City is like really, really cool. That's where the castle is. There's like a lot of other like kind of goth clubs there too. So, and Jeffy Art says Wilton Manors near Fort Lauderdale has a huge LGBTQ scene. I know a lot, quite a few trans folks who live there. Yeah, like I said, it's not. It depends on where you go. Like, most of the time, Tampa, Ybor City, certain places in Orlando, you'll be fine. But you do have to, like, watch it. That's all. You do gotta watch it. But there is, like, a lot of cool shit down here. It's just, you have to know where it's at. Because a lot of it is, like, super rednecky. Which I know, because I was born here. I grew up here my whole entire life. All right. Phantom says y'all should make some 13 Games videos with Ashley. We will eventually. With Ashley? Oh, okay.
No, she's talking about finding Ashley.
Oh, okay.
Finding Ashley and fucking Ashley is what he's talking about.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to try to
find... you'd love it. I thought for a second he meant like the doll.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, the doll isn't
Ashley. Oh, you meant like the person.
Yeah, she's talking about the trans chick.
I haven't seen her since then. I don't know where she went.
I'm trying to find her. Yeah, she moved.
Yeah.
She moved.
We just saw her that one time. Right?
Just that one time, yeah. She moved. Okay. All right, I got a picture of Ashley right here. Here, I'll grab the camera. It'll make it easier. That was Ashley. Ashley was probably about 21, 22. But I don't know, that's a trans girl. Yeah. But she was trying to get us to buy out her contract with my friend, Scott. Now, Scott is a middle-aged, kind of overweight business owner. He owns a bar down in Sanford called the Capitol Room. It's a real nice bar. And Scott's married, but his wife lets him do whatever he wants to do. They kind of have a background in the fetish kind of scene and goth type scene, and he plays escorts. He shows up with escorts of fucking all different descriptions, and Ashley was one of them. And
and that was a while back.
That was a while back though. Ashley was trying to get out from underneath him. She didn't want to work with him.
Which, I understand that.
Yeah, she was trying to upgrade.
He's a nice dude, but...
He's not much to look at. And fucking... Ashley was a...
Not anything I'd consider, like...
Ashley was a superficial girl, you know what I mean? She wanted to work for higher-end clients. It didn't work out, though. I'm not going to fucking buy him out. No.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, he's got a... fiance or a wife or whatever.
He's got a wife. She lets him do what he wants to do. Yeah.
But you don't really need to do that.
What's that?
I mean, pay.
I think she shut him off a long time ago.
Maybe.
Yeah. I think so. That's an open relationship.
Which, like I said, I can understand that. If your wife is just like, yeah, I don't really want to have sex with you anymore.
I think that's what it
was. You have fun. But it's like... Yeah. I'm not one of those people. Yeah. I'm not one of those people.
She's not really up to it. And fucking he's into variety, that dude.
Well, I was thinking about this. Here's the thing.
That dude is fucking kinky.
Please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah.
But I kind of feel like dudes are into variety, right?
Yeah.
You've told me that.
Yeah, they are.
But dudes are into variety of like people.
Yeah.
Women like variety, but situations.
Yeah.
Like we like the same person because it's like, well, we know that we trust you.
They want to change the
we
situation.
know what you like, but we like you in different situations. We don't necessarily want other people because it's like I don't fucking know. That's a wild card.
Yeah.
And that's dangerous.
Yeah.
And not fun. So it's just kind of like, we like variety too, but in a different way.
Yeah, men really weren't designed that way because for us there's no physical risk most of the time.
Right, but for us there is.
Most of the time. So, and there's no drawbacks to that because you're just kind of spreading seed out into the wind. You might have children that way, and your ancestors may have been that way. It's just something you kind of inherited. I think all males of all the species are kind of like that. But with his situation, it's not quite the normal fucking thing. Okay, he's a dude that has money. He doesn't look that good. His wife doesn't look that good either. She doesn't really give a shit about him. I think, or she doesn't care what he does. That's a good way to put it. And they were kind of in an open relationship when we knew them, when they were both coming out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he's wild. Okay, he says some crazy shit too.
And he looks totally normal.
He looks totally normal. He looks like a fucking regular jock. Yeah. Looks like an overweight little jock totally boy. Normal. That's what he is. He's like an overweight fucking yuppie. He's intelligent, though. and he is kind of funny.
Yeah. I like him. I
do like him. Yeah,
I like him.
He's not gothic. He's not really one of our.
He knows all the shit though.
He knows all our shit. He knows it. Okay, because he's been in the club scene. He came from the club scene.
He's our age.
Yeah.
So he came up from the same shit that we came up from.
Right. And he went on test, man. He saw me. He goes, man, I'm going on test. He went on test for a little while. He trimmed down. It changed him. And then he fucking got off of it. For some reason. He wants to be the way he is. Like a Jabba the Hutt type character. Okay. He's like Jabba the Hutt.
Which, like I said, he probably feels like, why...
Yeah, why bother?
Why bother? Because
I'm just paying anyway. Yeah,
he can just pay.
Because he's just paying. Right.
Because, like, why work?
Yeah. And he shows up with some pretty good-looking, compared to him, fucking very good-looking escorts. And they're kind of like regulars. You know what I mean? He'll come up with them a couple times, and he'll tell me stories about them. But Ashley was one of them.
But she just came like one time.
She just came one time.
She just made a big impression.
Yeah, she made a big splash in the scene. But then, according to him, Ashley moved.
Oh, okay.
Ashley moved after that. Ashley was fucking...
she was trying to get me to join a Wiccan cult.
Yeah, Ashley was crazy, man.
I can't hear too good. Like, in clubs, I'm... pretty much half deaf.
Yeah.
I'm completely deaf in one ear.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like if people are talking to me, like I can about hear like maybe 20% of what you say. So most of the time I'm like nodding. I'm just like, yeah, whatever. So she was like, I think she was trying to get me like involved in a witchcraft cult she was in.
Yeah.
I was just kind of like, cool, yeah, we're going to do that.
Which I think was a cult she made up.
Probably.
Yeah, she made that shit up.
But like I said, I don't know.
She was just trying to impress everybody.
Like I said, that's kind of the impression I got too. But, man, don't talk to me in clubs, man. I'm deaf enough as it is, like, even when it's quiet. But when there's, like, noise and, like, other people talking, I can't hear a single fucking thing you say. I'll just, fucking, yep, whatever. I don't know what the fuck you said. I really don't. Most of the time. I can't hear it. Yeah, Devorah said, I'm also very not monogamous, with a few relationships going at any one time with varying degrees of intimacy, which, like I said, that's fine. Like, me and Tom don't really do that. We've done, like, threesomes and stuff like that, but I don't know. At least from my point of view, and I think Tom is the same, we're open to doing shit with other people, but not really behind each other's backs or... You know, it's just we're kind of like a team. If shit's gonna happen, like shit's gonna happen with both of us there. You know what I mean? It's just gonna, and that's what happened before. And that just we didn't plan that. It just kind of happened a few times because drinking, and we were just kind of hanging out with somebody, and it's just like, hey, we ended up back at their house, and shit happened. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like that. Nobody planned it or anything like that. It just kind of happened. And I kind of feel like that's how normally shit would happen. But I don't know. I do consider myself, like I said, I would never, ever, ever do anything behind Tom's back. It's just, we don't operate like that. We have a whole thing where... Like I said, both of us are kind of open to shit happening organically, but nobody would do anything behind anybody's back. We just don't work like that, you know? So if you want to call it like monogamous, I guess we are, but I don't know. I'll ask him when he gets back. So I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah, me.
Because
you asking me? Okay.
Yeah, because you were in the bathroom.
Yeah.
Devorah is saying that they're very not monogamous.
Who?
Devorah saying. Devorah.
I don't know who that is. Yeah.
Margot. Somebody's been commenting.
Okay.
Not monogamous, with a few relationships going at any one time with varying degrees of intimacy. Yeah. And I said the thing about us is that. I guess you could call us monogamous, right? We don't really... Like
we're not having sex with anybody.
We've done threesomes before, but it was just...
In the moment.
Like I said, it wasn't... Nobody planned anything.
They were friends of ours.
Yeah, it was just like a friend. Everybody
girls
was
of ours.
everybody
Girls
was
of
drunk, and it was
Yeah,
just
yeah.
kind of like, oh, it just happened, and it was just that kind of shit.
Yeah,
Like
they're
nobody.
female friends of ours.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was that kind of stuff. So it's just kind of like we don't plan anything. We don't do anything behind each other's backs. I mean, I never would.
Yeah.
It's not really the kind of thing that I would do. I don't do shit like that. But, so like I said, if you want to call that monogamous, I guess we are.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah, I mean, I would think.
Yeah.
I am. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, let's say that's what it was. But me and Jen are fun, though, too.
Yeah.
It can happen. It just depends on what's
Yeah,
happening.
like I said, it's not. We don't plan anything. Though.
Yeah.
Like if shit happens,
Yeah.
it's gonna be like organic.
Yeah.
Like it'll just be like, oh, everybody's
Yeah.
drunk and like we were just having a good time
Yeah.
and blah blah blah. But it's like we don't plan to like, oh, we're gonna pick up this third person or
Yeah,
that doesn't.
no.
I mean, that is not.
And me and Jen
don't
have
do
been
shit
through
like
that
that.
already, and it was just like fucking. We don't hold anything against each other if it's fucking both of us together, and it was just fucking, kind of a spur of the moment thing. And as long as that was a good person, we knew who that is. It's not really that much of a risk, because in the times that it did happen, it was people we knew.
Yeah,
It was the chicks we knew. Yeah,
it wouldn't really be.
no,
Yeah, like I
they're
said,
not strangers.
I can't really imagine
Yeah.
like us being like, hey, let's find a third person and like looking for a stranger. That
Yeah,
would be
nah.
like really weird
Nah,
because we
no,
don't
it
know
was
that
another
person.
chick from the scene, just showing you.
Yeah, we knew her
Yeah.
like for a long time.
Yeah.
And it just kind of happened because we were all drunk and
Having fun.
we just went back to her house and like shit
Yeah.
happened. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, but that kind of stuff happens, but we don't plan it.
And in a way, she was the right kind of chick because she was just all about fun anyway.
And she didn't really take it
She didn't
seriously
take it that
either.
seriously. Yeah, it's like
She probably didn't even remember.
you see her
it,
again.
honestly.
You see her again, and she didn't even bring it up. It's like it didn't even.
Like I
happen.
said, she probably didn't even remember it.
Nah, she knew. Nah, she knew. She remembered.
But yeah, like she wasn't bothered.
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't take it seriously.
Yeah, it was
or
all
anything
fun and
like that.
games.
So it's just kind of like that's kind of like the ideal situation, but
Yeah.
that's probably why that's only happened a few times. It's just
Yeah.
because
Now my other exes want to fucking just want to fucking tear her up. Fucking
yes,
yeah. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Fucking Aleta loves her. Yeah. That's my ex-girlfriend.
I love Aleta also.
Yeah, Aleta loves her. Yeah, she wants to fucking make videos with her. Oh yeah, I'll do all that. Yeah. Aleta's cute though, man. She's fun. She's a fun chick. It's a fun chick. Especially when she's got a few drinks in her.
I'm not averse.
She's got a big old booty too. You'd love it. Just a big old fucking,
I've seen
fucking
it.
heart booty. The only problem
I've
is
seen
her
it.
husband.
That's what
That
I was gonna
motherfucker
say.
would try to dive in. He'd try to dive in and goes and try to
And
get
I'm
some
not.
of his shit. See,
I'm
that's
not
what would
down-
happen.
I'm not down with that.
That's what would happen.
I'm not down with that.
He's a friend of mine too.
I know, like
Yeah.
we're friends with us, but I
Yeah.
don't want to fuck him though.
Yeah, nah.
And I kind of feel like he would feel entitled
Yeah, that's what would happen.
to it,
That's what
and
would
that's
happen.
why that hasn't
He's like,
happened.
well, if you fuck her, then I'm fucking.
That's what I
We're
mean.
sharing. We're all sharing. He's one of those. Let's all share. Type
Yeah,
deal.
and I'm just kind of like, I'm not comfortable with that.
He's
so
got a history of it, and I got videos of it.
I'm not comfortable with
You
that.
send me all kinds of videos of the shit that they do.
So
Yeah.
that's why I'm not. Like I
Yeah.
said, I'm a lot more open to having sex with girls.
Yeah.
Me having sex with girls.
Yeah.
I'm not interested in having sex with other dudes.
Yeah.
I'm really not.
Jen likes chicks.
I kind of like chicks.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like,
Yeah.
I'm not super interested in like other dudes. Like I
Yeah.
said, I got a man.
Yeah, she's the one man.
I told him
Yeah.
this. It's like, look, I got a man.
Yeah.
I'm not really interested in like checking
Yeah.
out other dudes or
Yeah.
fogging out other dudes
Yeah.
or anything like that. Like I said, if I fucked around, it would be with a chick.
Yeah, and Jen was always like that.
I'd be with a chick.
Yeah, I knew that from day one.
Chicks are hotter than dudes.
In general, I would
They're
say, yeah. I
they're
would
less
say, yeah.
problematic than dudes.
Yeah, I would say so.
So I'm kind of more into that. In general. But like I said, I wouldn't do that anyway because I'm not that kind of person. Like I
Yeah.
said, I don't do shit behind your back. I've never done anything behind your back. Ever.
Yeah. Well, there's no need to. All you do is tell me.
Yeah. And,
All right. That's who we're talking about. Oh, shit.
what'd you do?
Uh,
Hugo said, like I said, you guys are lucky. Great balance.
Yeah.
Honestly,
That's who we're talking about. That crowd. Let me see.
They go to fucking Secrets.
Yeah,
in Orlando.
Yeah, they fucking lay up and do that kind of shit. Fucking in the mirrors.
Would I call it like a swinger club? It's a resort.
Yeah.
But it's a swinger resort. There's more than one, but Secrets is like the most popular one or the best known one. I've never been there, but I've seen like pictures of it and stuff. And some of our friends go there. But basically, you can hang out, like, they have all kind of rules. You can hang out, like, topless by the pool. They have, like, a sex room where you can, like, just, they have toys and shit. And
that's who we're talking about. That's Aleta.
Aleta.
That's me and my ex right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
She fucking loves Jen. That's an old picture of her. Yeah.
She's awesome. I love her.
Yeah. That's her in the pink.
She's just like a genuinely...
She's a good chick.
Good person. She's a genuinely good person.
That's me and her. This is before me and Jen met.
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah, remember that? This is before me and you met.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Aleta's tall, and she's got big fucking platforms on. Okay. That's her in the Florida fucking beaches. Yeah. But she loves Jen.
She does, yeah. Well, I love her too.
Yeah.
Like I said, she's a good fucking person.
Yeah, that's her. And that's her booty. Look at that booty.
I love that
Big old booty.
I mean, because she's married now.
She's married.
Well, Tom actually introduced her to her husband, like Tony. Tony's a good dude too, but he's a little bit of a pervert.
Yeah, he's perf.
I'm not saying that judgmentally.
Yeah, that's her.
But yeah, he's a little bit and they are swingers. They will go and like fuck other people and stuff like that, and they're fine with that, which is fine.
Aleta wasn't like that when I was with her. That fucking came later. She's older now. She's fucking...
I think he talked her into that.
Yeah. She's
Maybe she's into it too. I don't know.
She's coming up on 50. And she still looks like this. She still looks exactly like this.
I mean, we just saw her a couple months ago. She still looks like that.
She looks just like that.
She doesn't look any different.
No.
Goths don't age, bitch.
Yeah, they don't fucking age because they're having so much fun.
I told you.
Yeah.
It's all the alcohol that pickles us. But
I think it's just the fun.
Yeah, well... We don't like really let ourselves. Goths are kind of, we have like a little bit of like vanity.
Yeah, you don't.
So it's like you don't
fucked up.
You don't want to get fat or like fucked up looking or something. Like you still want to look like cool enough to like wear a corset and like fucking. Yeah. You know what I mean? Even if you still look a little bit older, you still want to look like good enough to go out. You know what I mean? So it's like most people kind of keep themselves together in the scene,
and they take
usually
some of them take the right drugs that you have to take too.
That too, but yeah, so.
Just look at Cassandra Peterson.
Yeah, so
she's
Tom,
in her 70s.
So Tom actually hooked up his ex-girlfriend Aleta with Tony, who is her husband now. Now they've been together longer than we have.
Yeah,
because they got together before we did.
Yeah, I was only with Aleta maybe a year.
Yeah, it wasn't long.
Not maybe about a year. Yeah, and she was cool. Just that it wasn't quite working out. She had problems, you know what I mean? Fucking, one of them was a drinking problem. She kept pissing me off, breaking my car and shit. Fucking kicking the front of the fucking... She'd get drunk and kick the front of the fucking dashboard and break all the damn vents out of the car and shit. Fucking... She was...
Man, I've never done that. I mean, I puked down the side of the car.
I'd try to get her in the house and she'd say, fuck it. She'd want to drop down in front of the front door to freezing cold weather and want to sleep outside. Just, you know...
Yeah,
we were living on the farm together though, so you know it wasn't like she was in public, you know. But she was just, I had enough of that back then. Although she changed after that, she's not like that anymore. She was really
I mean,
young.
she has told me multiple times.
Yeah.
That.
That you saved me. The fucking, yeah.
She's I am so glad.
Yeah, I had
that you guys got together. Like, you are so good for him, and he's so much better now that you guys are together.
I used to have a lot of anger issues.
You did, yeah.
Anger and fucking like, what else?
That's why I love her, because she has no, she's not bitter about it. She's not she's just like, look, I love that you guys got together. Yeah. You were so good to him. You're taking care of him. Yeah. He needed that, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. She tells me that. And I'm just kind of like...
Yeah. But then she wants to jump in between us and fucking rub booty all of us, too. She's sexual.
Well, I know that.
She's trying.
Well, I am too.
She's trying to get in the sandwich.
She's hot. Okay.
Yeah. She's trying to get in the sandwich. She's like, I love all y'all.
She's way hotter than Tony is.
Yeah.
Tony's kind of hot too, but it's like that's not really my thing. Like I said, I like dudes, but honestly,
yeah,
chicks are hotter.
No, but later's cool. Later wanted to fucking work with you. She's like, we'll make a video together. Yeah.
I would totally do that too.
Yeah.
But like I said, the problem is.
Yeah, you know what's gonna happen.
There's some baggage.
You know what's gonna happen. He's gonna want to fucking do the next video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't really want to do that. I don't.
You already gave me the price. It wasn't that much.
What? Oh.
Yeah.
This is the first I'm hearing of this.
Yeah.
What did he say?
She charged $200.
Okay.
That's not that much for the video, but it would be like about a year's return for that. About a year to probably return, depending on.
Oh, I thought you meant like price for him being in the video.
No, for her.
Oh.
She'd want $200 to perform.
Okay, that's not bad.
No, it's not bad.
That's like nothing.
Yeah.
But like I said,
it'd take a while to get that return. Well, I imagine these motherfuckers here would probably buy that video up though. You'd probably make that.
But here's the thing, like if she came over, and we gave her $200, which like I said, that's
and
cheap.
she's already approved for that. She's already approved.
She's already approved. She's already on many.
She's already on.
So it's like we don't need. Yeah, we can just like, link her up to it.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like So if we did that and released a video, like. I always kind of feel like he's gonna come with it, and it's gonna be a whole thing.
Yeah,
that's the only reason I haven't done it. Because like I don't have a problem with like making videos with her. I don't. But it's just kind of like
I'd have to talk to her. I could talk to her maybe.
I don't want to have sex with Tony. I just don't.
He won't want to have a sex. It's the bitch will want to watch. You know he's gonna want to watch. But
well,
we're gonna.
I mean, okay. Now, if you and Tony both watched...
Well, we have to run cameras and fucking lights and shit.
All right, that's all right.
Okay.
I'm not bothered about that. I'm not bothered about that.
Because we'd have to...
Like, he's taken photos of me before.
Yeah.
Like, not like super, like, not porny photos, but like kind of softcore kind of photos. Yeah. He's taken photos, like, he's a photographer. So he's taken photos like that. Yeah. That was a long time ago. Yeah. So he's taken photos like that of me. Tom was there.
Actually, that wasn't him. That was that Special Forces guy that I do.
No. Tony took pictures of me too.
Okay, yeah, but that wasn't softcore. That was just regular.
Yeah,
photos.
like that dude Warren, like took some topless.
That was
pictures.
Topless kind of shit. Yeah, I was.
Tony just took some kind of like suggestive pictures.
Yeah.
I don't think he took any like topless. ones.
No, there was nothing topless.
Warren did.
But
yeah. But you were there both times.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm not going there by myself.
Warren was a reservist, special forces guy. Special operations, and he took photographs and then made calendars and cards for his unit, playing cards, and they had girls on them, and it was girls from the scene, and Jen was one of the girls. Yeah, and they looked good. The photos were cool. She was all in. She had fucking a real fucking class fucking 3 machine guns and stuff, MAC-10s and suppressed, fucking all kinds of cool weapons that he had. And in paramilitary gear, titties out and shit. They look good.
Yeah, he took some good pictures.
Yeah, they were cool.
He took some good pictures, I thought.
Yeah.
But, I've done some photo shoots, like, over the years.
Yeah.
But like I said, that's kind of the only thing. Like, because like I said, I kind of feel like it would be this whole thing. Like, they would come over, and it's just kind of like, Tony would be like, yeah, but... we could switch up, and it's just like, yeah, I'm not really...
Somebody says, what did I walk into? It was this old restless.
Old restless. Are you new here?
You must be new here.
Are you new here? Because this is kind of what we always talk about on Friday night.
So it's actually 12 o'clock, Jim.
I know that.
Okay, this is going to be our last drink.
Yeah, Tammy said, nothing wrong with being bi. Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I know. Like I said, me and Tom, look... I'm into this. Okay, I'm into this.
Jen fucking loves me. She ain't going nowhere.
I'm not going anywhere.
We're not a threat to anybody.
No.
Jen's not. She's not a threat to me.
I'm not going anyplace.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's not going anyplace.
No, I ain't going nowhere.
But like I said, if we're looking at people, like if I'm looking at porn or something like that, I'm looking at girls. I'm not looking at other dudes. I'm just not.
It's just not.
Other dudes are not interesting to me.
It's just not. Jen's
I got a man.
Yeah.
Other dudes are not interesting to me. Aesthetically, they're not interesting.
I was trying to find
women are a lot more interesting.
I was trying to find her a friend. I had one,
But she was like, fucking, I am straight. Remember that?
Oh.
Little Samaria.
Well.
Little Samaria. She goes, Tom, I am straight. Fucking, and I said, well, we can.
Well, we're not. Here's the thing. I kind of feel like, and this happened like recently too, because I kind of feel like people. Did you guys see Dangerous Liaisons where?
Yeah.
Where like I kind of feel like maybe people think we're like weird like predators or something.
Yeah.
And we're really not like that. I swear to God. Like we're not like looking for it because recently, remember the whole shit that happened with that girl that we were trying to like, I was like, oh, I have these clothes that don't really fit me. And we were going to like give her some clothes and stuff. Yeah. And then you kind of went a little far with the sending her pictures of the sex doll and stuff. And she was just like, no. I'm just like, which like I said, I can't really blame her.
Scared her out of the fucking seat.
It seemed, and we haven't seen her since. She hasn't come out. And I was like, now I feel really bad. But it's just kind of like, look, we're not like that. We are not predating on people.
No.
We would never do that.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like...
But that's common. That's out there.
Yeah.
So that's why they're like that.
Well, yeah, I understand. And like I said, that's why I don't blame people for being like, thinking that we're creepy or anything like that. We're not like that. But some people are, so...
There was this cute little chick named Samaria. Used to hang out. She still hangs out.
She's adorable. I love her.
Jen likes her.
I do.
She's a little nerdy... Hispanic.
She's a little autistic girl.
Yeah, a little nerdy.
And she's
Hispanic,
super, super cute. She's a tiny, tiny little girl. And she has these big glasses.
Yeah.
She's
she
so
looks
cute.
She looks like fucking Gloom Cookie.
She's so cute.
Anyway.
I love her.
Anyway, she was there with some dude. And she didn't fucking... was that same dude she ended up with? I think they kind of broke up now, but anyway.
I don't remember.
She was kind of flirting with me before she knew I was with Jen. But then... we kind of became friends, her and I was just like, I don't remember what I said. I said, why don't you come hang out with me and Jen? And she's like, well, what does that mean? And I said, there's no reason for you to be scared of her. I mean, fucking, we're a couple. Fucking, and...
I'm not going to do anything bad unless you want to.
You can come hang out with us if you want to. You don't need to fucking hang out with these dudes right here. We'll take care of you. And she's like, oh, I see what you're getting at. Well, let me tell you something, Mr. Ross. I am straight. And I said, you're straight? And I said,
she was very formal about
I
it.
am straight. You said, you're straight? She said,
I am straight.
And I said,
she has lots of them.
And I go, yeah, but you're very low income. And because remember earlier before she was going, I am very low income.
Yeah, I know. She said that in exactly
she
that.
She said that. I am very low
intonation,
income.
yes.
And I said, yes, but you are very low income. And if you hang out with us, you will have fun. And she was like, yes, I understand that, but I am straight. And I said, okay. But she still hangs out. She's still.
Well, like I said, I'm not asking for anybody to like exchange anything for anything. I would never do that.
Yeah, Samaria.
Like if I want to hang out with you, I just want to hang out with you. That doesn't imply anything. I'm not expecting anything from you.
Samaria.
I would never.
Samaria is Spanish for Saint Mary. Her name is Saint Mary.
That's her name.
That's her real name.
That's her real name.
I saw her ID.
Yep, that's her real
Saint
name.
Mary. Yeah.
She is super cute though.
Yeah, she's a Floridian, Spanish Floridian.
She's super cute.
Yeah.
But
she kind of looks a little bit like a little short.
Tom thought it was funny that I thought she was cute.
No, I thought she was cute too.
And so he was kind of like trying.
I was trying to hook him up.
Trying to hook us up.
We have a little friend. It didn't work. It didn't work though. Although they broke up, it might work now. She's a little bit older now. Maybe she grew into it. Who knows?
We'll see how it goes. Yeah. Like I said, I'm not forcing anything.
It doesn't have to be sexual.
No,
it doesn't have to be sexual.
That's what I mean.
That's the thing. That's the problem.
I would never. I'm not a transactional person, man. It's just kind of like if you just want to hang out and hang out, we can hang out.
That's all I was telling her.
I don't mean anything like oh you need to like do something sexual. That's fucked up.
That's all I was telling her.
That's a dude thing. I would never do that.
That's all I was telling her.
I would never do that.
You come hang out with us and we'll take care of you. You will have fun. Just because she was living, she was couch surfing.
Yeah.
Oh. And I
haven't seen her in a while. Now that I'm thinking about it,
it's because she broke up with that dude.
Yeah, they were going out for a long time.
Remember, he went out without her.
Oh, that was right. Man, we see all the drama.
Yeah,
we see all.
I got her on Facebook, but she doesn't ever answer Facebook. Remember, she's never on there.
That's right. That's the thing. Like, if you're in the scene in Orlando or Tampa, and you're doing shit behind your partner's back, somebody's gonna see that shit.
Yeah.
And they're gonna notice. They're gonna be like, they're gonna go on Facebook or Instagram or something like that and be like, "What's going on with this? I saw this person. And they were like without their other half. Like, what is happening?"
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, someone's gonna catch you.
All right. So today we are celebrating our anniversary.
That's right. It's past midnight.
Yep. Today we are selling our anniversary. If y'all want to give us a super chat, we will fucking spend that shit tomorrow in our anniversary meal.
We're gonna go
I'm
to
just
steaks
passing the plate out
and cocktail
one more time. And
we're
we're getting ready to finish these drinks, and then me and Jennifer go to sleep here in a bit.
We'll hopefully not go to sleep immediately, but we'll just like lay there and talk.
Yeah, well, not immediately, but you know.
Yeah, it's officially our anniversary now.
Yes, it is.
We got married 1 year ago.
It's our first anniversary.
Aww.
See that?
Yay.
See that?
Aw.
Come on in, get this.
It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm so glad I married you. I'm so glad we got married. I'm just
Yeah,
so
we got
glad.
married.
Finally.
Yeah, we got married.
Took a long time.
What's everybody saying?
Took a long time. Divorce says happy anniversary. Thank you very much.
Tom Baker saying straight story, whatever that is.
That's a David Lynch movie.
Okay.
That was like his most normal one.
Okay, yeah.
Old Russell said, hope you guys stay together. I mean,
It's kind of too late to break up now.
we're planning on.
Yeah.
Honestly, Tom told me the other day, he's like, man, I hope we fucking die together.
Yeah. It would suck for one of us to die first.
That would suck, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Because, man, like, you're like an appendage. Is that weird to say?
Look at that shit. See?
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Who is
Aw,
that?
Thank you. Devorah says, you two make a very cute couple. Thank you very much. Like I said, we've been together since 2011, but we just got married like last year, September 14th last year. Because we thought, well, why not? Like, we're not going anywhere. And honestly, shit, man. We're hoping we like fucking die at the same time.
Yeah.
Because that would really suck not to.
Yeah.
Like I said, you're like an appendage. That'd be like without my arm or something.
Where's
shit
Mr.
like
Mousy at from Saudi Arabia?
Yeah,
did he just vanish? I don't think he ever answered any of the questions that I said. He might have checked out.
What time is it there?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Probably on the other side of the planet.
That's what I mean. What time is it in Saudi Arabia? I don't really know.
There's a bunch of fucking comments we missed. All that shit we were talking.
Well, it's hard to keep up with. Yeah, Devorah said, I can't commit to getting married or moving in with anyone since no one here relates to the interests that I have.
Oh, yeah? What kind of interest do you have, though?
Well, that kind of sucks, too, because, I mean, I don't know. It is hard to find somebody that's, like, into the same shit as you. I understand that. Yeah. But we were kind of lucky. Like I said, we met in, I think it was 2009, I think. 2009, 2010. I was married when I met him to someone else, obviously. But that shit was on the rocks.
Yeah, it started falling apart.
And
it wasn't because of me. He kind of blamed me.
No, not.
It was,
he did.
Yeah, it didn't have anything to do with it.
Yeah, for a long time, he said that you stole me, but that wasn't
That's not how it happened.
That's not really how it happened.
I was already dating other people during all that.
I dated other people too, like after that. So it was just kind of like he was just mad about it.
Yeah.
And didn't want to look at himself, I guess.
Yeah.
Which is pretty common, but you know. But yeah, since 2011, we've been together since 2011.
Mm-hmm.
I'm amazed you're not like sick of me yet. Maybe someday you will, but I don't think so though. I don't think so.
We got plenty of fan funding today.
Yeah, Count Orlac said earlier, I'm a metalhead. I'm just very gray-bearded and totally bald head. I can see the lines on my face. Yeah, I mean, you know, I've been into goth and post-punk and shit like that since the early 1980s. I don't really have too many lines in my face, luckily. But I think that's mostly genetics, honestly. Because shit, man, I'll be 52 in a couple weeks.
Yeah. I'm what, 55?
You're 55.
Yeah.
But honestly, my mom looked super young. I mean, my mom's in her 70s now, but
yeah,
she looked super. She was still getting carded at clubs at my age.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I have young looking genes. Luckily, I don't have too many wrinkles.
Yeah.
Maybe because I never went out in the sun and I never smile. I think that's probably why it is.
Well, you want to go ahead and shut it down?
I reckon.
All right.
Old Restless said homewrecker. I don't know what that meant.
You're calling me a homewrecker.
Oh, are you a homewrecker?
Yeah, right.
No, for real. Like,
No, I didn't have anything to do with it, really.
nah, he didn't. Yeah, me and my ex-husband were already on the outs. I think we were already sleeping in separate rooms by that time. So it was just kind of like, Erica said, enjoy your day. Take a pic if you guys dress up. Have a nice night all. Yeah, I mean, we're going to have a good day tomorrow. Like I said, we're going to go out for fucking steaks and cocktails. And then we're going to try out the new club at the new place and see what that's like. Hopefully the vibe is good. I've never been to that place, so I don't know what it's going to be like. But I'm looking forward to it. Like I said, it's kind of cool because, I mean, me and you met at Barbarella, even though it's, I mean, obviously it's a different location. We met there when it was downtown, but it's still like essentially like the same club. So it's kind of like, it's kind of cool that we're going there like on the anniversary, like the first play like at their new location.
Yeah.
So I think that's kind of cool.
I'm just looking forward to that fucking steak tomorrow.
Well, I am too.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I hadn't had a good steak dinner in a while. Well, a couple months, huh? Maybe a month?
It's been been longer than that. When was the last time we went?
We usually, it was about a month.
We usually only go there when it's like a special occasion because it's expensive.
Yeah.
You know?
You're going to spend a fucking $150.
I mean, at least.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's worth it usually.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're going to do that tomorrow. So thanks everybody for hanging out with us this evening.
Yep, had a good show.
Thank you for all your super chats.
And we have taken you into the weekend. You guys can have fun on a Saturday now. You guys didn't even have to even spend any money in the club. Just drinking with Tom and Jen.
I mean, you can go to the club tomorrow because that's what we're going to do.
We're going to go to the club tomorrow.
But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm just excited to see how the new club turns out. But yeah, so thanks for hanging out with us this evening. Thanks for all your super chats. We will see you guys again on Monday for the movie review. I don't know what it's going to be yet because we haven't watched it yet. But yeah, we'll watch something good. So we'll see how it goes. So yeah, thanks for hanging out with us this Friday night. We will see you guys again on Monday. Good